AD1. Astrid Marvelo James. Harry Crow, AN 4 days, visiting London with the wife left me needing a holiday when we got back. Sorry for the wait, but here's the next chapter. Chapter 80. One Emma found herself having to concentrate on the task at hand. If she let her mind wander at all, there would be no work done today. Concentrating was a very difficult task, though. Her current situation was enough to make her normally cool, logical, and unflappable head spin. Emma Granger was pregnant, sitting on a magic carpet while flying over the estate that belonged to her daughter's mate, the Baron of Kingassy. That there was also a goblin and a Velar on the carpet too barely rated a mention when compared to the rest. It was time to get down to business, though. There was a job to be done here. You goblins are all about function. When it comes to something like this, it has to be about entertainment value too. Entertainment is more than a few plants and trees. It needs to start at the design and construction phase. For instance, in the winter zone, make the refreshment area look like a Swiss chalet. Something that's different, looks great, and enhances the environment you're creating. Recalling her experience of visiting Florida with the family last summer, Moa agreed totally with Emma. What most impressed me about these parks was how they kept providing surprises. Supposing you want to make your roller coaster a dragon theme, you could have the carriages designed to reflect that, models of dragons holding the track up, and any tunnels appear as if you were entering a dragon's mouth. I see what you mean, perhaps a mermaid theme for the water zone. Moa was unsure about that. The fair is helping to promote better relations between British magicals and those they have looked down upon for generations. Perhaps mermaids would give the wrong impression. Dolphins might be a better theme there. This had Barcho groaning. I see what you mean, but I'm so out of my depth here it is scaring me. Sometimes I really long to be an account manager again. This started Emma laughing. I certainly know about feeling out of your depth. Dan and I have felt like that for the last few years. If you can give us your plans for each zone, Moa and I can work a little on some presentation ideas. What I would say is that the artwork in your grand hall is nothing short of magnificent. You certainly want to incorporate some samples of that type of work in your Gringotts zone. You want to show your nation at its best. That will certainly be as impressive to most visitors as your dragons. As they flew around the glen, taking notes as they went, Barchoke suddenly realized how much he needed their help. Emma was right. A goblin-built park would work perfectly, but functionality alone simply wasn't going to be enough in this case. Dan and Lucas were currently in Crawley, fetching every photograph Emma had taken in Florida over the last 2 summers. They were then going to find some travel agents who would give them all these theme park color brochures for free. The 5 of them would sit down tonight and thrash all the ideas out for each zone. Being able to give the builders color pictures showing approximately what they were looking for would be a great help. The goblin wasn't worried over Dan and Lucas' safety while they left Kingassy's wards. Both had emergency portkeys, and Darby would be tailing them with Dan's loaded shotgun. 3 purebloods attacking those 2 would be in for one hell of a shock. Uo Sirius got one hell of a shock as Draco burst into his classroom. Lord Black, you need to come at once. The Lady Black needs you. He raced into Henrika's classroom to find Hermione and Padma with their arms supportingly around his wife. Harry was pacing up and down as if waiting on someone telling him what to do. Sirius hardly got time to say a word when Neville rushed in with Poppy. She pushed the expectant father out of her way to examine Henrika. Not that Poppy needed to do much examining. Henrika's waters had broke. We better get you to St. Mungo's. This baby wants to be born. The worry on Sirius' face was there for all to see. How can that be? There's nearly 3 weeks still to go. His wife tried to reassure him. Our baby heard her daddy talking to her and decided she wanted to meet him. It doesn't matter about estimates. Love, our baby is coming today. We'll need to get you outside the wards to Portkey. Here was something Harry could do. There was no trace of indecisiveness now. Hermione, you take Sirius. I'll get Henrika. At that, he easily scooped the pregnant Velar into his arms. Tonks is in for a surprise. Emergency, go, go, go. With a loud crack, all 4 of them disappeared from the history classroom. Poppy set off to alert Minerva and Augusta what was happening, while the Lady Ravenclaw passed through the wall to supervise the rest of the history period. Uo, their goblin portkeys passed through the Hogwarts wards and landed them in their training room in Kingassy, a surprised Tonks appearing beside them with her wand already drawn. It's okay, Tonks. Henrika needs to get to St. Mungo's, and this was the quickest way. Hermione then opened the doors to the main house, and they swiftly moved out. Wouldn't it been easier to just give us those portkeys? Sorry, Sirius. These portkeys are blood bound to us. You can't have just anyone being able to portkey from the castle. Father had to get permission from the director to have these made. We were concerned Kingassy might be a target with Dan and Emma staying here. That is the only reason we were allowed to have them. Harry was carrying Henrika up the stairs as if she was a baby herself, with even the breath left to chat with his godfather as he did so. Harry, I can still walk, you know. My job is to get my goddaughter and her mother to St. Mungo's as quickly as possible. This is the quickest way. She tried to say thanks, but a contraction hit. Sirius was at her side, holding her hand as they headed further into the house. Hermione was shouting to gain the attention of anyone who was currently home. Moa took one look at her daughter and didn't need to be told what was happening. She and Lucas were soon by her side too, as Bartchoke provided a portkey to take them all to St. Mungo's. Since Harry wasn't for putting Henrika down, Tonks went along as his protection detail. Hermione decided to stay in Kingassy and catch up with her three parents. Tonks was soon wishing she'd done the same. Watching a trio of nervous males pace up and down the waiting room got old very fast. Are you three going to sit? Walking up and down won't make this happen any sooner. She was interrupted by the nurse arriving and asking Sirius if he wanted to be at the delivery. The marauder took on a distinctly sickly pallor, but still said yes. Sirius left the waiting room as if he was about to walk the Green Mile. Certainly, there was a distinct lack of enthusiasm in his stride. This gave Tonks a case of the giggles, considering he was marching across the waiting room mere moments before. Now will you two sit down? We could be here for many hours yet. The expectant grandfather knocked that idea on the head. Henrika is a Vila. Giving birth for her will be much quicker. After Moa's waters broke, our daughter was born less than 2 hours later. You did exactly the right thing, Harry, getting Henrika here as quickly as possible. Okay, so not only is she incredibly beautiful, she has a much shorter labor too. Sometimes life just isn't fair. That's why she married Sirius, though, to balance everything out. Harry's jibe at his godfather had all of them laughing and was just what they needed for the nervous tension in the waiting room to relax. Lucas teased the aura some more. So you don't want to know that, in a couple of days, Henrika will look exactly like she did before their daughter was conceived. See, I was right. Life just isn't fair. This too was said jokingly, though. Tonks was every bit as excited as these two about her goddaughter's imminent arrival. It wasn't every day a light-sided member of the Black family was born. Uo Augustus was working diligently on his project. He needed it to be completed before their son was born. As Bella waddled in to greet him, he knew that special event wouldn't be too far away. That also meant he was quickly running out of time to have this particular conversation with his mate. Bella's usual mercurial nature, though now seemed like a stroll in the park compared to this hormonal version, which was why he'd put this talk off for so long. His mate, though, gave him an opening he just had to take. Why is my big, strong wizard so busy? Is it because his little Bella isn't so little at the moment? Don't you love me now I'm fat and huge? Whatever his answer here, Augustus knew he was in trouble. As he helped his mate into a seat, he decided to tell her the truth. I'm working on a way to ensure our son will survive, no matter what happens to us. You will not send him away. Recognizing that wasn't a question but a direct order, Augustus put his mate's mind to rest. He will be staying with us. What I'm working on is a way to safeguard his future, should his mother and father fall while in the service of their lord. He will not be in any battles with us until he's old enough to hold a wand and use it to fight back. He was well aware that would never happen, but Bella needed to be appeased in order to go along with this. Should both of us fall at our master's side, I will die happy with the knowledge our son will live. We both know neither the auras nor the goblins will show us any mercy. They will look after a child, though. If we don't do something, our son would be left here alone, crying for parents that will never return. He'll cry until his strength goes, and he dies of dehydration or starvation. That dreadful image reached the mother in Bella, Big fat tears ran down her cheeks while her hands were protectively placed over her abdomen. What can we do? There must be something we can do without betraying our master. Neither of us could ever do that. I think we both know we will die serving our Lord. We both accepted this long ago and would never try to shirk our duties. Our son, though, deserves a chance to live his life, to make his own choices. If he has his mother's power and his father's intelligence, our son could one day end up lording it over the entire country. I will face death with a smile on my face in the knowledge that possibility could become a reality. Who would look after him? There are still families out there with the right breeding, the right values. Any son of ours would be made most welcome. As Bella concentrated on the large bump that was their growing son, she only had one question left. What do we have to do? Augustus tried not to let the relief show on his face. He too was in tears at the thought of their future, or lack of one. I'm working on a blood ritual that, should the both of us die, will see a tattoo appearing on our bodies, giving the location of our son. And this only activates after we're dead. Yes, my love. We both swore to give our lives defending our master. We will honor that vow and go down fighting to our very last breath. I hope with all my heart that our master is successful and our son can grow to stand by his side. With the odds so stacked against us, though, I feel it is only prudent to take some steps to protect our baby. Here was something she could accept, knowing that any battle that saw her and her mate fall would probably see an end to their master, too. Your little witch needs to feel her big, strong mate's arms around her. As Augustus comforted Bella, Voldemort silently withdrew from the open doorway where he'd listened to the entire conversation. Part of him wanted to gut Rookwood and watch him die slowly for daring to doubt his lord. Another part, though, couldn't fault the loyalty of these two followers who were ready to fight and prepared to die at his side. Their concern for their unborn son touched something deep inside the Dark Lord. He was left wishing his parents had been as loving and capable in their attempts to see he was properly looked after. He would have to make some arrangements so his beloved Nagini survived. There was enough wildlife on the island to sustain her. All she would need was a dry, sheltered place to escape the worst of the weather. Of course, a human child would make a nice meal that would keep his familiar alive for months. The Dark Lord hadn't changed that much. Sirius couldn't believe the changes in him since the last time he held a baby in his arms. Then it was Harry, but today it was his own daughter, and Sirius Black finally felt as if his life was complete. His deep thoughts were interrupted by his wife. Sirius, say something. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Considering I'm currently in a room with her mother and grandmother, that's really saying something. I present to the world our daughter, Astrid Aurora Black. Moa left to tell the rest of their company the news and give the couple a few minutes alone. Sirius handed Astrid back to her mother and sat on the bed beside his two girls, an arm around Henrika as their daughter got her first feed. How are you feeling, love? I'm fine, Sirius. Providing Astrid is the same, we should be allowed home tomorrow. I think we should stay at Kingassy, at least until the holidays. Mum and Dad are both enjoying working on this fair, and it will be busier than Grimmauld. And it provides company for Dan and Emma. I have no problem with that. I'm sure Barchoke will provide me with a port key from Hogwarts to Kingassy, just not one that goes through the castle wards. It was about 15 minutes later that their guests came to visit. Astrid looked even smaller when resting in the crook of her grandfather's arms. Harry was clearly desperate to hold his goddaughter, but terrified in case he didn't do it properly. Harry, you carried me and Astrid safely into St. Mungo's. I'm sure you won't drop her now. All were left wishing they had time to grab a camera before they'd rush to St. Mungo's. The look of utter bliss on Harry's face was priceless. That look was still there when he and Tonks returned to Kingassy with the news. I held my goddaughter in my arms, and it was just amazing. She's barely hours old and already got my mate wrapped around her little finger. Should I be worried, Harry? This seemed to set Harry's thoughts off in another direction. She'll grow up with our brother. They'll be best friends, just like us. Oh, great. Another one of my children bonded to their mate before they hit their teens. At least I'll get to watch Sirius crumble as he loses his daughter so young. Dad, you never lost me. I'm still here. We're just living in our house now. It was a puzzled Emma, though, who had picked up on something else. I get the Astrid, with Henrika being Swedish, but why Aurora? Sirius, middle name is Orion. He wanted something along the same lines for his children. He also said Astrid Aurora Black is already the light of his life. Sometimes that man could charm the birds off the trees. While he was listening to Tonks explaining the name choice, Harry's thoughts had wandered in another direction. You'll all get to meet her tomorrow. They'll be staying here until the summer holidays. His attention moved to his mate. We've already missed today's defense lesson. We could skip tomorrow too and see Astrid before we head back for Mooney's class. The look of longing in his eyes meant Hermione was always going to say yes. Harry, even considering missing his defense lesson, told her exactly how much this meant to him. I don't think you would be able to concentrate on lessons anyway. Of course we'll stay. You better let Padma and Neville know, though. They'll be anxious for news too. Moa spoke to Augusta on the flue. She was desperate to tell everyone about her new granddaughter. I'll let them know we'll be in late tomorrow. Emma was still fixated on the baby's name. Baby names were something she and Dan had been giving a lot of thought to recently. It was time to see if those thoughts were correct. Harry, Dan and I have been thinking long and hard about what to call our son. We wanted his name to reflect on the person who made all of this possible. We were hoping to call him James, after your middle name, and I suppose your dad. A flabbergasted Harry glanced toward his father for any ideas on how he should reply. I think it's a wonderful idea. We couldn't really saddle the poor baby with a name like Barchoke Granger. Watching the close relationship between this father and son never failed to draw a smile from Emma. They had, of course, run this idea past Barchoke first. Without you, Harry, none of this would have happened. I already know you're going to be the best big brother you can be to him. This is just a way for us to say how much Dan and I love both our sons. At that, Harry was in Emma's arms, being very careful with her condition. James Granger, I really like that. Have you picked his godparents yet? Hermione asked her dad. Her mum didn't look like letting Harry go any time soon. We were going to ask Padma and Neville. What do you think? I think they will love the idea. Hermione now had an arm around each of her fathers. I didn't think Harry could get any more excited about this. Just proves I was wrong. Our family keeps on growing, and the bigger it gets, the happier he is. Are you trying to warn me that there will be lots of grandchildren? Her dad's comment had Hermione blushing. I don't know about lots, but there will be at least a couple someday. Harry and I have a lot we want to do before that, though. Certainly not until after university. That news pleased both fathers immensely. They wanted their children to have lives of their own before having children themselves. All this talk of babies had Tonks feeling rather broody. The rate her relationship with Remus was progressing, though, these two would probably end up having children before her. She was going to have to talk with him, hoping she didn't have to explain the birds and bees to a professor. Ooh-oh, the two birds were flying over the glen. Both were having fun while looking down as their home was being transformed all around them. They also noticed some other residents who were keeping a keen eye on what was happening to their glen. Hermione flew down to greet them. The children were watching the construction of a stone dragon as the kestrel swooped down in front of them. When the bird changed to Hermione, there were as many shrieks as there were cheers from the youngsters. She stood and held her arms out, though Harry had perfected his own landing method. The swift flew into Hermione's chest and transformed while Harry's arms snaked around her. This time the children had some idea of what to expect, so it was purely cheering that greeted Harry's arrival. The couple then found themselves being dragged around by the excited children as they were shown the best bits of construction from a much younger perspective. Harry was delighted with their reception from their young friends. If the children who already lived in Kingassy were this excited about what was happening in the glen, he couldn't wait to see the reactions of those from Gringotts, or for that matter, Hogwarts. While their close friends would have their time spent in Florida to compare their Kingassy efforts too, for the vast majority of visitors, this would be a totally new experience. Noticing the track for the roller coaster passed straight through the hill that the Gringotts zone was being constructed inside, Harry pitched the idea he just had to Hermione. What if we put a station in here? It's about halfway around the attractions from where visitors originally get on. It could then be used to travel from one end of the glen to the other, or passengers could just sit on and enjoy the entire ride. It would then be like two coasters for the price of one. His mate was still troubled by the goblin workers in their glen bowing to her. What Hermione didn't know was that, By walking around the glen with a goblin child taking each hand, she was just enhancing her already considerable reputation inside the nation. I think that's a great idea, Harry. Wizards and witches are used to getting on and off carts inside Gringotts. While that part might still be the same, what they would be getting off to would be something completely different. I can't believe the size of this place, or the amount of work that's being done in the Gringotts zone for just a weekend. Well, this saw Hermione pinning her mate with a look, telling Harry it was time to fess up. They're putting so much work into this zone because the director is hoping that some businesses might want to transfer here after the fair. If we want to build a community here, then we need more than just the dwellings that are in Kingussie at the moment. It's not as if we don't have the room. Hermione's brilliant smile told him he wasn't in any trouble. Our brother is going to grow up with lots of friends, and no prejudices. I love it. Spending a few hours in the company of the children was exactly what the couple needed. The last few months in Hogwarts had been very busy and pretty intense. Their monthly sessions with Mad-Eye were both eagerly anticipated and dreaded. Some of the things he was showing them they might need to know. They still felt dirty afterwards, though. Knowing exactly what they might be facing allowed for Mad-Eye to concentrate on their three possible adversaries. He had dossiers on Voldemort, Lestrange, and Rookwood, as well as some memories to show their attacking techniques. Both Harry and Neville almost attacked the old aura themselves when they saw some of the memories were from Frank and Alice. Neither wanted these two to have to think about that part of their lives again. It took Tonks and both their mates to stop a war kicking off, allowing Mad-Eye time to explain that the former auras had volunteered to help. They knew donating these memories would help their family. Frank and Alice also knew that people who had encountered Voldemort in the last war and lived to tell the tale could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Moody had to show those memories repeatedly. Both boys were in tears the first time they watched a much younger Frank and Alice. Neville was beyond delighted with the condition his parents were in at the present, but here was proof of just how much they had lost. Those tears soon gave way to awe as they watched two of the best auras the Ministry had fighting for their very lives. It was only after overcoming all these emotions that they could then focus on the job in hand, watching Voldemort. He was fast, deadly, and certainly very, very powerful. All watching, though, had the excellent example of Frank and Alice fighting back to give them hope, that and the knowledge that Harry had already hurt him with a spell. Deborah Dugan had known exactly what Mad-Eye intended to do with the memory he asked for. She gladly provided her account of the attack on Diagon Alley. Seeing a pregnant Lestrange fire the killing curse at little Danielle hardened all their hearts against this witch. Watching as all three attackers then slaughtered innocent shoppers let them see exactly what they were dealing with. The goblin charge from Gringotts allowed the last few people still exposed in the alley to reach safety, as all three attackers switched their attention to the warriors. The memory also showed that Deborah was the first person in the alley to open fire on the attackers, clearly saving goblin lives by her actions. That was news that quickly made its way to Gringotts. The Dugan home might already be protected, but bravery like that in defense of warriors couldn't go unrewarded. After saying goodbye to their young goblin friends and the couple of adults who had been along with them, Harry ran a few steps before launching himself into the air. He transformed into Swift as he jumped and was soon flying around the laughing children's heads. Hermione completed her transformation before taking off and living up to her nickname of Hover by hanging about 15 feet up. Swift then circled her a few times before the couple continued their tour of the glen. It was a couple of excited and happy teens who arrived back at Crow's Nest, only for those emotions to be kicked to a new level. Sirius, Henrika, and Astrid Aurora Black had arrived. Harry thought holding his new goddaughter was the best feeling ever, only to have that feeling intensified. Sitting with his arm around Hermione as she held Astrid was simply the best feeling in the world. Emma had her Polaroid land camera out. Dan had bought it as a present for his wife, so they didn't have to worry about just what was on the 35mm film they sent off to be developed. Children with wands, swords, and then Barchoke or Darby would all raise eyebrows at their local branch of Boots. Their children would now have a few pictures of Astrid to take back to Hogwarts with them and show their friends. After what she'd seen today, The scholarly Miss Granger was already counting every one of those 16 days until they boarded the express to bring them back home. Ooh, by Augustus' calculations, Bella was 16 days late. It was no surprise, then, when she went into labor. That didn't mean, though, that a part of him wasn't totally panicking. His mate and unborn son were now counting on him, yet all he had was a couple old books he'd now read from cover to cover, and a few basic potions he was able to pick the ingredients for. Bella deserved, and probably required, the best care St. Mungo's had to offer. Instead, he was all she had. Their master had made his position on this matter crystal clear. Bella's health was his only consideration in this entire process. He needed her fighting fit, and no baby would be allowed to endanger his plans. His only offer of aid was made to Augustus when they were alone. Should the birth of this baby at any time threaten Bella's life, their master himself would cast the curse to kill the baby and get it safely out of its mother. That this was their master's form of macabre compassion, saving Augustus from having to cast the spell on his own son, sickened the hardened Death Eater. Bella, though, seemed to be relishing labor. Not only would she soon be able to serve her lord again, she appeared to derive a thrill from the fact their son could cause her pain before he was even born. It had certainly crossed Augustus' mind to grab his son and run at the first opportunity, but he also knew he just couldn't do that. He may carry his master's mark on his arm, but it was something else that stopped him running. That night in her cell, his beautiful Bella had captured his heart and soul. One day with Bella in his life was worth more than a year of life without her. Augustus simply couldn't go back to that life. It just wasn't a life worth living anymore. While Bella drank her potions and pushed when Augustus instructed, their master hovered menacingly in the background. His mate was basking in the perceived concern the Dark Lord was showing for her health. Augustus, though knew his real motives, was therefore a great relief when their son's head started crowning ahead of schedule, a sure sign it wouldn't be long before their baby was born. The relief when he was able to place their son onto his mother's chest was unbelievable. Augustus actually felt weak at the knees. Their boy's cries had certainly proven that his lungs were in good working order. Having him wrapped in a blanket and feeding at his mother's breast soon quietened their baby down. It was to this scene that their master made his presence known. Congratulations on the birth of a fine son. Augustus, you keep surprising me. I didn't think you would have pulled that off today. I suppose being motivated helped. Bella beamed with pride at her master's comments. Only Augusta knew what he really meant by that. It was not something he ever intended to share with his mate. As the Dark Lord was leaving, Bella's misreading of the situation could have seen their entire family wiped out here and now. Master, I was wondering if you would allow us to name our son after your grandfather. Marvolo Gaunt was a proper pureblood and blood heir to Salazar Slytherin. He would surely be as proud of his grandson as we are. Being named Marvolo Rookwood would give this little one a strong start in life. Tom stopped, as if he'd just been stabbed in the back. He was of course aware that his origins were now well documented, but that his followers would mention it to him was a shock. It was almost as big a shock as meeting his uncle for the first time. Tracking down Morphin Gaunt had been difficult, and still ranked as one of the biggest disappointments of his entire life. Like every child raised in an orphanage, there is always the dream that one day a relative will turn up to take you away with them. You being here is all a mistake, and we've spent years tracking you down, were phrases every child in the orphanage longed to hear. Morphin was dressed in filthy rags while living in conditions you wouldn't have kept pigs in. He had mad, staring eyes, eyes that stared in different directions at the same time. Those eyes were hard to see through his filthy long hair, hair that seemed to grow into an even filthier beard. Those squinty eyes were sharp enough to recognize kin, though, and Morphin wasn't exactly laying out a family welcome mat. Get out time, me hoose, Alf blued bastard. How dare you show your mining mug air? A mining mug dat looks just like dat muggle who fathered yous. Discovering he was related to the Gaunts, a pureblood family descended from Salazar Slytherin, had seen Tom make his way to Little Hengleton the first chance he got. One look at this shack, combined with his uncle's guttural tirade, destroyed any trace of Tom Riddle once and for all. Discovering he had a muggle for a father also made his blood boil. This imbecile had actually noticed his sister, Merope, mooning over the muggle. He then managed to get himself and their father flung into Azkaban after he used magic to attack Tom Riddle. This of course left Merope free to pursue her dream, resulting in Tom Marvolo Riddle being born. That Morphin appeared more upset because he had plans of his own for Merope, saw the witless moron on the receiving end of a stunning curse. It was Lord Voldemort who left that shack and made his way up to the Riddle family manor with Morphin's wand in his hand, using it to kill his father and grandparents. It was certainly Lord Voldemort who returned to the shack and altered Morphin's memory to show he had committed the murders. With Morphin having already spent 3 years in Azkaban for attacking the same family, Lord Voldemort was sure the case wouldn't be examined too closely. He left that shack with the gaunt ring on his finger. His uncle wouldn't be needing it where he was going. He also needed to make a decision here, seeing Bella cradling the baby to her breast while looking to him in avid anticipation of a positive answer made his mind up. Bella was correct in saying Marvolo Gaunt was a proper pureblood and blood heir to Salazar Slytherin. Marvolo would also undoubtedly have killed any muggle who dared to touch his daughter. The Dark Lord had intended to wait until Bella's labor was threatening her health, and then dispose of the as yet unborn baby, testing her mate's loyalties to their limit. Rookwood obviously realized his master's intentions and had somehow managed to speed up the process. In doing so, though, he still answered his master's question. Rookwood was loyal to his family first. Having his son named Marvolo would be a constant reminder of where his mate's loyalties lay. Lord Voldemort consented to the child, bearing his middle name. Bella was ecstatic at that news, already calling their son by his new name. Augustus, meanwhile, was almost dropping from relief. He knew their son was in danger until he was born, to then face even more danger immediately after delivery was totally unexpected. He didn't have time to lie down and congratulate himself, though. He had a potion to make, and then runes needed inscribing. The placenta that had supported Marvolo Rookwood for the last 9 months would now be the main ingredient in a ritual that should hopefully see it continue to provide life-saving support. Lord Voldemort was almost chuckling to himself as he left the new family. The boy would soon learn everyone who didn't live on this island would hate his name. That life isn't fair would be a good lesson for any child to learn, one that he himself had to face in that orphanage. He certainly intended to add more layers to the terror his name induced. His campaign would begin soon. The Ministry were going out of their way to rebrand him as a terrorist and a monster. His next act would be truly monstrous. He would wait and see what they made of it. Ooh, as if the task they'd set themselves wasn't monstrous enough. There was now a whole new layer of complexity about to be added to it. Namely, this year's Potter scholarships, the Muggle-Born Protection Act, and sponsoring students from families who now couldn't afford to send their children to Hogwarts because of Death Eater involvement. Barchoke sat beside his 2 children in Augusta's office. Minerva and Amelia were also present for this meeting. They were looking to Harry, though, for some decisions. After all, it was his gold being spent here. If Carlin was a good case for a Potter scholarship, then his younger brother must be too. I don't want to set a precedent here, though. Pauline has a younger sister, and there's another Creevy after Denny's who'll soon be Hogwarts-bound too. We could easily reach the stage where the Potter scholarships would effectively already be decided before the committee sat down to discuss the matter. His mate then made a suggestion. What if, instead of scholarships, they were sponsored? You're spending a fortune funding the children of Death Eaters to attend Hogwarts. I think Denny's Creevy deserves at least that. We're spending a fortune, dear, and that's a great idea. Not only does it allow 2 more students to become Potter scholarship holders, it adds credibility to the sponsorship program if the siblings of the scholarships receive them too. Hermione let out a theatrical groan. Padma was right. We need to build an extension onto Crow's Nest. Okay, that's solved. So how many Muggle-born families will be new this year? Minerva didn't even need to look. 4 families will be sending their first witch or wizard to Hogwarts come September. There are of course more Muggle-borns than that in the year group. The rest will have siblings already at Hogwarts. The 4 families could stay with us for the weekend of the fair, along with all the students from Hogwarts, the Creevies, the McDonalds, Uncle Tom Cobley and all. See, Hermione, I knew you wouldn't mind a few more. I don't remember inviting this uncle, though. Muggle humor, Harry. Right time, certainly wrong place, and definitely the wrong company. This cracked their father and Harry up, earning more groans from Hermione. Crow's Nest will need to become Crow's Castle for this to have any chance of working. Never fear, my daughter. It is all in hand. Seeing Hermione looking at him as if he was nuts almost had Barchok laughing again. That would have been cruel, though. His daughter was clearly worried about this problem, and it was time to put her mind at rest. The area behind Crow's Nest will become a campsite filled with magical tents that will host all the Hogwarts students. Your dad said Professor McGonagall should take one of these with her when telling Muggle families about the existence of magic. He says it's the most impressive piece of magic he's seen. There will be tents set up in your training area for the Creevies, McDonalds, and any other families you want to invite. Minerva thought that wasn't a bad suggestion, explaining to the teens that magical tents had expansion charms, so the inside space was far greater than the outside suggested, often containing 3 or 4 furnished rooms. With auras and warriors patrolling the campsite, there would be no need to worry about any inappropriate behavior from the Hogwarts students. Such behavior would also see them kicked out the Glen, so no one would want to chance that. The Hogwarts elves had also asked their champion if they could assist their Potter counterparts at the fair, an offer Harry immediately accepted. Harry also had to accept that Centurion Crow couldn't be on duty that weekend. It was the Baron's fair after all, and the Baron of Kingassy had to be present and available to meet his guests. Tonks was in charge of security for the event, since she knew the Glen and everyone who would be there, as well as speaking Goblin, and having worked in the joint operations to protect Hogsmeade, she was the obvious choice. It was another aura Harry had on his mind, though, as he spoke with Amelia. I would like to ask a favor. Would it be possible for Aura Dugan to have that weekend off? We want to invite the Dugan family to spend the weekend with us. Deborah saved Goblin lives with her actions on the day of the attack. We would like to say thank you. She couldn't remember Harry asking for anything before, and since this was something well within her powers to grant, Amelia agreed. And now smiling Harry let her in on the rest of his plans. We would also like to invite the families of your auras to attend the fair. Can I ask you to organize who would be coming when? I didn't want to say anything before asking you about Aura Dugan in case you thought I was trying to buy you off. Your department gives up their time to protect us at Hogwarts, and then again during our Hogsmeade visits. This is just as a thank you from us. Again, this was something Amelia rapidly agreed to. Invitations to the Baron's Fair were harder to come by than tickets for the Quidditch World Cup final, and this gesture would really be appreciated by her department. Minerva and Amelia would meet with Sirius as quickly as they could to decide next year's Potter scholarships, with Augusta helping Minerva inform the new families they had a magical child eligible for Hogwarts, and inviting them to Kingassy for that weekend. The only holidays the extended family had planned for this summer was some time on the island after the fair. With the amount of work still needing done for the fair, it would be a holiday the family would certainly be looking forward to. N. Thanks for reading. 82. Reputations. Harry Crow disclaimer. I write purely for my own enjoyment and make no money from my efforts. Neither do I own Harry Potter Chapter 82. Excitement was rife on the Express as it steamed its way toward London. While students returning home for their summer holidays meant this annual journey was always a pleasurable trip, this year had an added incentive. In 2 weeks it was the Baron's Fair, the most talked-about event in years, and the entire train was invited. There were 3 couples sitting in the compartment as Luna popped in to talk with them. Her opening the door, though, allowed the current occupants to hear the girly laughter coming from the passageway. The laughter was easily recognizable and drew a frustrated groan from Padma. Luna, do I even want to know? It was Pansy who answered. Let me try to guess first. Parvati and Lavender have got some older boys cornered and are flirting mercilessly with them. The boys are also looking around for an escape route to get away as quickly as possible. Luna's nod saw a puzzled Hermione focusing her attention on her Slytherin friend. How could you possibly know all that? Granted, I guessed the first bit myself. Those 2 are playing a dangerous game. They act all flirtatious, knowing none of the boys they flirt with will ever take things further. Hey, that's my sister you're talking about. Exactly, which is why they can get away with it. After Harry and then, Neville took down that stupid arse, Marcus Flint, last year. Only a fool would want to mess with you four. Anyone hurting or taking advantage of Parvati, though, knows that's exactly what they'd be facing, and she knows this too. That's why all the boys in the years above us avoid her. Cedric practically runs away when he sees her heading in his direction. By the same token, no one wants to upset you four by telling her to piss off. All recognized the truth in what Pansy was saying, though none were happy about the situation. When I speak to her about it, she says it's all just a bit of fun. If our father sees her idea of fun, she'll be packed off to India with a betrothal contract in her hand. She felt a supporting hand on her shoulder and saw that a concerned Harry was at the other end of it. I'm sorry, Padma. I know you only got into this situation because of me. That's rubbish, Harry, and you know it. It's your protection that's keeping Parvati safe. The problems will start when that protection isn't there, when the person she's flirting with doesn't know who she is. They were all looking at Luna now, rarely having seen her angry before. When we were at Padma and Parvati's birthday party, every boy that danced with me knew you were watching them. That's fine with me. I like the idea of a big brother watching out for me. Just as I know that same brother will let me make my own decisions as I get older. Parvati is playing on that protection. She's the one in the wrong, not you. This drew another groan out of Padma. I'm going to have to talk to Mum about this. If she behaves like that during the holidays, Dad really will take some action. I love my sister, but she can be her own worst enemy sometimes. What she and Lavender consider an attractive trait has every decent wizard in Hogwarts running in the other direction. I know Parvati has certainly not gone any further than the three of us here who are the same age. She's the one who's going to get her reputation tarnished, though. Word will quickly spread, and the betrothal offers will stop, at least the decent ones will. None could see this discussion ending well, so Draco tried to change the subject. Is Kingussie all set for the fair, Harry? This drew a groan from Hermione, only this time it was done for comedic effect. We still have a mountain of work to do, and yet all Harry's thinking about is two other girls. Any other boyfriend on the planet would have known it was time to roll out their most passionate denials, claiming their girlfriend was the only one for them. Their bond, though, meant there was no need for such declarations. Harry also knew Hermione was teasing him. Astrid will be nearly 3 weeks old now, and we haven't seen Sapphire in ages. We'll also get to see our brother this summer. What's a fair compared to that? No one could really argue with that. The only other voice raised against the fair on the train wasn't having quite the same reaction. To be fair, Ron wasn't really saying anything against the fair. He was just proclaiming that the Quidditch World Cup final was going to be a far more important even this summer, especially since his dad had got the Weasley family great tickets. He was finding no takers supporting this stance, though, not even amongst the Hogwarts Quidditch players. Considering that at least 14 of them would get the once-in-a-lifetime chance to play against professional opposition, their opinion was perhaps understandable. Ooh-oh, Harry's reactions were predictable and also understandable. He just walked into Crow's Nest and had his arms wrapped around a very excited Sapphire. Hermione then took his place hugging the goblin as Harry headed straight for Henrika and his goddaughter. He was home, his family was there, so all was right in his world. Dinner that night was loud and boisterous. The hard work would start tomorrow. Tonight was all about being a family again, something they'd all missed. Tonks was sitting with her goddaughter in her arms and giving her boyfriend looks that had Sirius sniggering at his fellow marauders' attempts to hide his discomfort. It should be an interesting holiday. Reinforcements would be arriving Monday in the shape of the Longbottoms, Patils, Abbots, and quite a few more of their friends. Emma had already turned one room in the house into a control center, with display boards on the walls waiting on the information of who was doing what and when to be entered. The stadium was the centerpiece of the weekend and had an entire wall to itself, with 6 events, each day being scheduled to start at 11 a.m. and then proceed at 2-hour intervals until the final event at 9 in the evening closed the fair for the day. Everyone had their preferred option for where they would like to work at the fair, but needed to wait until the entire extended family got together before sorting that out. They would, however, be getting in as much shooting practice as possible before then, with Dan acting as organizer and judge, thus not actually shooting, The competition would be wide open. There was also the problem that, with so many of the friends being involved in Marauder demonstrations and the Quidditch matches, they would be relying heavily on the adults to be in charge of the attractions. Once those positions were settled, it would then be time to pick their teams of Hogwarts students who were going to help run the attractions. They were all going to be incredibly busy, but were looking forward to an event that could change attitudes of the magical community. Lucas actually expressed the sentiment that the fair could be used to push those attitudes even further. While Harry didn't entirely disagree with that opinion, he did defend their reasons for not currently doing so. We have pushed the Goblin agenda very hard to get us to where we are today. It has not been easy, and neither has it been cheap. Gringotts is picking up the cost for most of this weekend, though the Baron of Kingassy will certainly be contributing. While charitable, the Goblins are not in business to run a charity. This had Sapphire in knots of laughter before Harry continued. I remember saying something similar to Hermione almost 2 years ago when she was vigorously extolling the rights of House Elves. Yes, that is certainly something I fully support, but if we spread ourselves too thin, it dilutes any achievements we might make. It's the exact same situation here. If we try for too much, then the message could easily get diluted or even lost. Witches and wizards are opening their eyes, and slowly, but surely no longer looking on goblins as creatures. This also opens the door for others to step through too. This weekend is all about not only opening that door, we need to kick it clean off its hinges so that door can never be closed again. This earned him a kiss from Hermione. It's just a pity Father had to return to Gringotts. He would have loved to have heard that. We might make a diplomat out of you yet. Ooh, the diplomat in question, was currently walking beside Severus Snape as the potions master got ready to face his destiny. Severus noticed a few of his colleagues had turned up to witness the ceremony. Quite a few more from the nation had joined them just to gawk at the human undergoing a goblin ceremony. He didn't care. Severus was ready to face this. In actual fact, Severus had been happier in his 2 years inside Gringotts than at any other time in his life. Severus was bedecked in a dragon's skin toga, similar to the one that he'd seen warriors wear. It was a gift from Barchoke, and also left his arms bare, allowing everyone to see his hated tattoo. The mere possibility of not being tied to the lunatic riddle had him ready to face anything. The director himself was honoring him by performing this ceremony. Severus was glad he'd changed the offered oath to one that should strengthen his commitment to Gringotts and the nation. He'd found a home for himself here and was determined to stay. That the director got straight to the point was another endearing quality of this culture he welcomed. Too many years spent trying to decipher what Albus was up to had fostered an appreciation for straight talking. Are you ready to give your oath and be judged by the stone? No flowery speeches, but proceeding directly to the job at hand, just what was needed here. Severus wondered if there wasn't some goblin blood in him too. He was about to discover just what the nation thought of his blood. I am. He steadily held his hand forward as Ragnar granted Severus more honor by using his battle axe to slice open the palm of Severus' hand. He was quite proud that he managed not to flinch as the axe did its bloody work. Severus knew the real pain was still to come. At least he hoped it was. Failure was not an option he had considered for today. A magnificently ornate plinth just seemed to emphasize the ordinariness of the slab of stone it supported, but Severus had been told there was no more powerful artifact in the nation. It was changed days indeed that a human got to see it, never mind make a blood offering to the stone. Placing his palm on the slightly warm stone, Severus offered his oath to the nation. I, Severus Snape, of my own free will offer my oath to the nation. I swear on my honor and my magic never to work, take arms or plot against the nation. I also swear to be the best citizen of this nation I can be. Barchoke had said that swearing on his honor would have been enough, but Severus wanted his commitment to be out there for all to see. All the spectators were now intently watching to see what happened next. None were more focused than Severus himself. He felt the heat from the stone beginning to travel up his arm. At the same time, a coldness from his chest moved into his shoulder to begin its journey to the battlefield. The battle was graphically played out on his arm for all to witness. The black skull of his dark mark slowly became blood red. It also morphed in shape to that of a dragon's skull. The snake reacted violently to this and wrapped itself around the skull, trying to crush it. It was hampered, though, by its tail being in the dragon's mouth, and then the dragon began to chew. As the dragon slowly consumed the snake, flesh began forming over the skull, and a body began to appear under the forming head. The snake, though, was still putting up a ferocious fight. It started biting the flesh that was forming on the dragon's skull, destroying a newly grown eye. The pain Severus was experiencing was worse than anything he'd suffered in his life before. Even being under the Cruciatus curse from the dark bastard wasn't as excruciating as this. He also knew this was considered part of the test to whether he was worthy to join the nation. Severus could end the pain at any moment simply by lifting his hand off the stone. It was sheer willpower that kept his hand stuck to that piece of rock, aided by the very graphic example that his battle was being won by the right side. The snake was now frantically flailing about, desperate to escape, as its head got ever closer to those deadly jaws of the red dragon. In his mind, Severus heard that snake's head crunch as the dragon finally claimed victory. He certainly felt something inside him snap. He had held his own jaws clamped shut in order not to seem weak by screaming from the pain. Those jaws now opened, and a victory roar rang round the chamber. That his roar of victory was joined by goblin voices pleased Severus more than he would ever admit to. He was drenched in sweat and barely able to stand. Severus understood, though, he needed to walk out this chamber unaided for his victory to be complete. Ragnar then held his hand up so that all witnessing the event could see that it had been healed. Severus Snape made an offer to the nation, an offer we all saw her accepting. The nation healed this wizard's hand and claimed his allegiance above all others. He lives, works, and speaks like one of us. The nation has now claimed him as one of us. Citizen Snape, you leave here with your honor intact. May your efforts to be a good citizen be rewarded. With a respectful bow, it was over. Looking down at his new red dragon tattoo easily gave Severus the strength to walk out of the chamber with his head held high. He was definitely taking the rest of the day off, though. The four knew they would be busy for the rest of the day, but this was their time. They were joined by a fifth, as the strangest flock of birds ever seen in a Scottish glen enjoyed themselves. It had taken Smeeta to confirm what type of hawk her daughter was. Padma couldn't hide her delight at discovering she was a Basra hawk, a native of her homeland. She was about the same size as Hermione's kestrel form, hover, with speckled brown markings on a white background. Neville certainly won boyfriend points when he said she was as beautiful as a hawk as she was as a witch. Harry then showed it wasn't only Riddle who could create names from anagrams and christened her hawk Saber. Since Padma walked about with a sword at her hip, she loved her hawk's nickname. Hermione had quietly asked her best friend where the name, Buff, originated from for Neville's tawny owl form. She didn't think Padma would choose his name based on a simple thing like color. She really should have known better, since Padma's answer saw Hermione changing color to bright red. Hermione, when I see Neville with his shirt off, I just want to run my hands all over him. We'll let everyone else, including our mates, think the name's based on color. Really, I just want to spend hours buffing my Neville. I don't know if the blood bonding is affecting my hormones, but it's going to be one hell of a struggle waiting until I'm Mrs. Padma Longbottom to complete this bond, and then I'll get to spend every night with my husband. A blushing Hermione confirmed she felt the exact same about Harry, and only the fact there was just one more summer after this before they got married kept her going. Padma confirmed Hermione had certainly got the hang of dressing up the good news. One more summer sounded a whole lot better than having to wait 2 years. She also resolved to talk to Neville about making it a double wedding. Neville as Buff, his tawny owl form, was the biggest of the birds. That was until Ear decided to join them and show these impostors how to really fly. The five had a great time flying along the glen, and then they spotted the group of children waving madly to them. Harry had mastered his takeoffs and was now working on a landing that didn't involve Hermione's chest. Not that he didn't love that particular technique. It was just so distracting if he ever had to go from Swift to Centurion and be instantly ready for battle. It would also leave Hermione exposed to attack as she stood waiting for him to land. His new technique saw Swift swoop down and then pull up sharply. As his speed bled off and he was ready to stall, Swift became Harry as he dropped the 2 or 3 feet to the ground. This drew cheers from the children, especially when the other 4 joined him. With Irgit perched on his shoulder, Harry was about to introduce their 2 friends when the group found themselves being dragged by little hands into the Gringotts zone. Padma was wondering how these children recognized her when she suddenly came upon something all 4 of them hoped never to see again. Since the goblins had rendered the creature down into sellable components and commodities, they knew this beast inside and out. That every hair on Padma's body seemed to stand on end at first sight of this exhibit was testament to the goblin craftsmen who had made an exact replica of the basilisk they had fought in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, did you know about this? One look at her friend's face answered Padma's question. The children who held her hands pulled her over, and suddenly Padma had a lot more questions. She was looking at an exact copy of a younger version of Padma Patil firing a spell at the basilisk. She was startled out of her stupor by her best friend's voice coming from beside her. At least they don't have me sitting on my bum in a puddle of basilisk blood. The entrance hall was divided in 2 by the tableau that was simply breathtaking, provided you weren't one of the people appearing in the scene depicted. The columns were structural and holding the ceiling up. The exact scale basilisk winding through those columns was thankfully purely decorative. The model of Hermione had a bloody sword and was retreating behind a pillar as model Harry got ready to attack. She was studying her mannequin before turning to her friend. Padma, does my hair really look like that from the back? This cracked Harry up. His laughter set off all the kids with Padma and Neville soon following. The witch who caused all the hilarity soon found herself wrapped in a pair of familiar strong arms. This is genius. This drew the attention of the other 3 to Harry, obviously looking for an explanation of that remark. Who do you know, apart from Emma, who wouldn't want to see this? Between this exhibit and the dragons, people will be pouring in here in their droves. Neville let out a groan at that. Great, just what we need, more publicity. This was before Padma and I started exercising too. Nev, honey, people will be too busy looking at the basilisk to bother with us. At least they missed Parvati out the scene. This was the perfect opening for Hermione to ask her friend if she'd spoken with Smeeta about Parvati's behavior. Padma and Neville had just arrived this morning, and all 4 had took to the air immediately after greeting one another. Padma had her head down as she answered. I didn't have to. We forgot about all the adults at Hogwarts who are part of the extended family. My mum knew as much about her behavior as we did. Parvati got roasted and won't be let out of Mum's sight all summer. She might relax when we get to your island, since there will be no unattached boys there. The 4 couldn't stay glum for long, though, not when they were surrounded by so many excited children. These children had quickly volunteered to be the testers for all the attractions. They would spend the next week or so helping the people who would be running those attractions refine their operating systems and techniques. They would be starting tomorrow in what was being considered the kiddie zone, an area where those with their ages not in double figures would rule. The kiddie zone is the most important section of the Glen. The success of this entire venture will be decided there. If we can get the children playing together, regardless of their upbringing, that to me would be the dream outcome. That's why there has been no expense spared in that area. It's also why I want to flood the place with helpers. If we use the Marauders for this, it will give you a full year group to work with. They're already all friends and used to working together, as well as looking out for each other. They're also the only groups I know who will certainly treat all the children the same. The extended family had all gathered and were discussing what they would be doing on the weekend of the fair. Seeing Harry this nervous brought home to everyone just how much he had riding on this weekend. They were attempting something that only a few years ago would have seen anyone even suggesting an idea like this branded as crazy. An event where goblins and muggles mixed freely with witches and wizards of all blood classes was certainly an audacious plan, possibly even a touch crazy. It was now up to the people sitting in this room to help pull it off. The kiddie zone had Emma, Moa, Henrika, and Sapphire in charge. With an entire year group assisting them, they should hopefully be able to stay on top of things and stop any problems from developing. One little pureblood prince or princess pushing past the other children waiting in a queue could quickly escalate to something ugly that could have the potential to ruin the entire weekend. The abbots asked if they could look after the winter zone, with the Longbottoms sticking their names beside the water zone. Augusta would be supervising the eating area, though with the elves doing all the work, it really was just supervising. Big Kid Sirius got his wish and was in charge of the roller coaster, while the Paddles' experience with flying carpets saw them allocated there. Dan and Lucas were now used to working together, so would be in control of the stadium, while Remus offered to run the cinema tent. With Tonks in charge of security and Bill Weasley already earmarked to front the Gringotts zone, it left them short of cover for the go-karts until Draco made a suggestion. Pansy and I would obviously love to do that, but we have our Marauds Sunday morning. I've got a Quidditch match Saturday evening, and both of us were hoping to take part in the shooting competition. What if our mothers helped out? They could be in charge of the carts on those times when we need to go to the stadium. Emma had her marker in hand. Elspeth and Narcissa's names being written into the available slot was all the answer Draco needed. Apart from the Quidditch, Susan and Hannah were in the same position, so put themselves down to work in the winter zone, along with Hannah's parents. Parvati got no say in the matter. She would be beside her mother for the entire weekend. Padma and Neville were keen to avoid the atmosphere that would generate, so stuck their names down to work with Frank and Alice when they weren't required in the stadium. Since Luna would be in the stadium on Saturday as Crow's Marauders put on a display, followed by working in the kiddie zone all day on Sunday, they wouldn't let her put her name down for anything else. Her dad would be there, and Luna was being given the time to spend that day with her father. Amelia felt terrible that she couldn't put her name forward for anything, but Harry wasn't having that. You'll be in the same position as Hermione, Father, and me. Our names might not be up there, but that doesn't mean we won't be working our backsides off. Oh, Amelia, I didn't know you were fighting in the arena too. Moo'em. Hermione tried to keep the frustration out her voice, but didn't quite manage it. Harry's fighting Master Sharpshot as part of the Goblin combat display. Harry fights against us every day in training. It's not like he's stepping into the pit again. This did nothing to alleviate Emma's fears. I watched Barchoke's memory of the last time those two fought. Need I remind you this Sharpshot put both you and Harry in the Goblin medical facility? Don't expect me to sit here and be pleased at that prospect. I won't be able to relax each day until I know my son's all right. Harry rose and went over to hold Emma. Mum, I may get beaten, but I'll be fine, and come right over to see you as soon as the fight is over. His father felt compelled to say something. Emma, Harry really will be fine. That day was a one-off, something that I can assure you will never happen again. Barchoke now addressed his comments to the entire extended family. This single event is also the one being most looked forward to by every goblin who will attend Kingussie over the weekend. The director has already asked for seats to be reserved for him on both days. Our son is exceptional with a blade in his hand, while his tutor, Master Sharpshot, is regarded as simply the best there is. Witnessing the Baron of Kingussie cross blades with Master Sharpshot will ensure their visit is a wonderful day out, especially if they place their gold on the winner. Sapphire chipping in with my golds on Harry may have gotten a laugh, but it didn't ease Emma's worries any. Harry tried again. We open Saturday with Crow's Marauders putting on a display, then we have the Goblin fighting techniques. I'll be fine, and ready to beat Hermione in the shooting contest right after that. In your dreams, Crow. Hermione's quip actually drew a wan smile from Emma. Her sensible side was telling her that Harry would be safe, but her hormones had protective mother slapping that sensible side silly. She as much as anyone, though, knew how important this weekend was to her children. Hearing from Barchoke that this was the premier event of the entire weekend for the Goblin Nation meant her son was always going to do it. Both Granger ladies loved the boy who was a goblin at heart. They had to accept that side of him. It was who he was. Emma, though, didn't want Harry going into this with her disapproval ringing in his ears. Just promise me you'll be careful, Sapphire chipped in again. Would you like to promise me you'll win? Emma this time saw the funny side. And you young ladies shouldn't be gambling. That's an easy way to lose your gold. The young goblin simply shrugged her shoulders at that. The gold I've got I either won betting on Harry when you visited Egypt or picked up for free after he gave away Bloodfang's family fortune. You all know how famous Harry is in the wizarding community. What you don't seem to realize is that he's every bit as famous in the nation too. Oh, and his mate is doing as much to change attitudes as Harry is. Centurion Crow and his warrior wife could easily become one of those comic books Harry is so fond of reading. This revelation was met with a bunch of blank stares. What, you seriously didn't know? My family moved back to Britain because of Harry, and we're not the only ones. We have families legally living outside Gringotts for the first time in centuries, again because of Harry. Those same families have children who adore these two, not because of any titles, but simply that they make sure to spend time with them. Hermione has warriors ready to throw themselves in front of curses to protect her, a female who fights with fury beside her centurion mate. The nation has never known anything like these two, and will do everything it can to help them. The stunned silence just encouraged Sapphire to continue. When I was younger, a lot of people didn't want me hanging out with Harry. Those same people are now really jealous I'm spending my time in Kingassy. I think that jealousy will only get worse once they visit the fair. I say that's just their hard luck. That last remark saw Harry's protective side kick in. Are they giving you any trouble? His goblin friend, bursting out laughing at that question, told Harry the answer was probably not. Do you think anyone is going to give me any trouble, knowing that you are my friend? What you did to protect Hermione is now passing into legend, as is your defeat of Master Sharpshard. No one wants to cross you by picking on me. This drew a giggle from Luna. It's the same in Hogwarts. Luna's laughter died in her throat as Pavrati lowered her head at that. I'm sorry, Parvati, I wasn't meaning anything by that. It was Smita who answered the little blonde. We know, Luna, just as we know neither you nor Sapphire would ever play on that. Mum, I get the message. There's no need to tell everyone about it. Since most of the people in this room have already witnessed your behavior, I really don't see why you're objecting to me bringing it up here. You also still don't seem to grasp just how unacceptable your behavior is, Parvati, something that you returning to Hogwarts in September depends upon. At that, Parvati fled the room in tears. Padma was soon up and following her sister out of the room as their father tried to apologize. I'm sorry for that. Dan actually cut him off. There's nothing to apologize for, Ramrow. We've known your girls for a few years now, and every parent here shares your concern. At least there's the peace of mind in knowing her friends and family will ensure that nothing happens to her in the castle. Dan, that might be the only reason I let her return to Hogwarts come September. I'm just struggling to understand how two sisters can be so different. It was Harry who interrupted this time. You never met my mother's sister. This drew a few gasps before Emma started to giggle. Sorry, everyone, but I knew the woman. I can't think of anyone more unlike Harry. Friendly and loving were not words one could ever have associated with Petunia Dursley. She probably didn't know the meaning of them. That was a now blushing Harry's cue to try and turn the conversation back onto the fair. Padma discovered she wasn't a welcome visitor as she caught up with her twin. So, has the perfect daughter come to gloat, or just to say I told you so? Back off, Pav, and save your attitude for someone who deserves it. You got yourself into this mess, and only you can get yourself out. Instead of working on that, you're behaving like Ronald Weasley and refusing to even acknowledge that you're in the wrong. Her anger hadn't abated one bit as Parvati fired back at her sister. What am I doing that's so wrong? Padma's own anger might be on a longer fuse, but it was every bit as volatile. How about you and Lavender behaving like a couple of sluts? Will that do for starters? How can you say that? You know I would never. Pav, you don't have to tell me. It's the rest of the school who you're giving that impression to. Her reputation is sometimes all a witch has, and it can so easily be tarnished. You're putting yours in danger, and for what? If all this flirting is part of some plan to hook the wizard of your dreams, then you need a new plan. This one clearly isn't working. What happened to being friends with a wizard first? Padma, wizards don't want to be friends with witches. The decent ones do. And they're either not interested or all snapped up already. Your flirting is going to bring you trouble, but that's not all that's at stake here. I stood with Neville as he fought Flint, defending my honor. I also watched as Harry killed in the pit to protect Hermione's. Believe me, Pav, I can't think of anything less romantic than that. Both of them would also kill anyone who took advantage of you. That places a bit of responsibility on you not to put yourself in these situations. It's not an excuse for you to play on. Oh, so now we get to the truth of the matter. You're more worried about them than your sister. I guess I've seen that coming for the last couple of years. Well, you don't have to worry. I can look after myself. This was the final straw for Padma. She really let her temper out to play. Your family, though, that means we have to look after you. Even if it means facing up to the biggest fucking basilisk the world has ever seen. I just can't believe my sister would be stupid enough not to learn from her mistakes. You know what? Perhaps you should ask Ronald Weasley out. You two would appear made for each other. With that, a still raging Padma stormed off, leaving her twin left, standing struggling for words. Hermione had Luna and Sapphire sharing her bedroom as Crow's Nest was full to bursting. That was why she was saying good night to Harry outside her room. You know, the closer this fair gets, the more I'm looking forward to getting away to the island when it's all over. Is that wrong of me? If it's wrong, then put my name down too. I have to say, though, for me it's more to do with the thought of you in a bikini. My beautiful mate has certainly filled out since the last time we were there. That's what will get me through this weekend, knowing I am going to be lying on a beach with my Hermione. What more could I want? Hermione helped him answer that question by grabbing Harry and lovingly kissing him. Uo Voldemort was currently standing on an island surrounded by water, but their all similarities ended. There was no sunshine, no bikinis, and certainly no loving kisses on offer. The Dark Lord wasn't there for any of that, though. His purpose was far more nefarious. He had left servants to guard one of his most precious possessions. Those defenses had somehow been breached. While his necklace may be gone, the deadly servants who guarded it remained. These were servants Voldemort intended to incorporate into his battle to regain credibility as a Dark Lord to be feared. Awake, my warriors. There is work to be done. The black water that had been as smooth as glass a moment ago was now disturbed in multiple places as the Dark Lord's latest troops answered their master's call. Ren, thanks for reading. 83. All's fair in love and war PT1. Harry Crow disclaimer. I don't own these characters, and my writing certainly couldn't be considered canon. If my efforts don't fit your idea of what a Harry Potter story should be, I can only offer my apologies and a suggestion. Writing your own, really, is the only way to ensure the story progresses exactly the way you want it to. It also gives the rest of us something to read. Chapter 83. Jenny Abercrombie was always being chatted up in the local supermarket where she worked. Those who knew her, though, just smiled. Those men chatting up the pretty girl who'd yet to see her 30th birthday were wasting their time. Jenny already had a young man in her life. Ewan was now 11 and the center of her universe. As a younger woman, Jenny had dreams of her own. She was 17, hoping to go to university the following year, but one night at a party put paid to all that. No matter how hard she tried, Jenny couldn't remember anything about that night. Her parents' reactions, though, were forever etched in her brain. Their entire focus was on the fact Jenny couldn't tell them who the father was, rather than the fact their daughter was pregnant and needed their help and support. Jenny'd only ever had one serious boyfriend and certainly never slept around. Her parents, though, had said things that there was just no recovering from. Her local council had really come through for Jenny with a little flat. There was also money from the state to get her going. Her social worker had recognized a drive in Jenny to be independent, doing everything she could to help the young family along. Getting Ewan into a daycare center allowed Jenny to work, her hours working increasing as Ewan got older. This branch of the Abercrombie family were proud they stood on their own 2 feet. Then someone called McGonagall turned up out of thin air and took their legs out from under them. That her blonde, blue-eyed boy was magical and technically a wizard was definitely enough to sweep Jenny off her feet. That he would have to go away to some special boarding school for over 9 months every year was certainly a blow. Discovering there was someone they'd never met willing to pay for everything was almost a step too far for Jenny. That was until she'd seen the list of books and equipment Ewan would need for attending this school, and a special uniform too. The McGonagall witch had convinced them to at least meet the people involved, so here they stood. An excited Ewan had his bag on his back, while he clutched onto the invitation that supposedly would magically take them where they needed to go. Jenny, too, was wearing a backpack and holding onto the invitation just as she'd been instructed, but Jenny was a lot more skeptical than her son. She was beginning to think this was all some elaborate hoax when their portkey activated. Ooh, Harry stepped forward to greet the surprised arrivals. You must be Ewan and his mum. Welcome to Kingussie. I'm Harry and I'm really pleased to meet you. Would you mind standing over here for a minute? We're really busy today and the next portkey is expected shortly. The young man was taking Jenny by the arm before her brain kicked into gear again. You're the Baron, and we're really in Kingussie. This had Harry laughing. Yes to both those questions. Now, as I said, we're really busy this weekend, so we might not get time to sit down and answer all the questions I'm sure you have. Don't worry, though. I promise to meet again well before Ewan here is due to leave for Hogwarts. This is my mate, Hermione, and Luna here was one of the first recipients of a Potter scholarship. The introductions were interrupted by a portkey delivering the McDonald's to Kingussie. All traces of Natalie's shyness were long since banished as she sprang at them the instant her feet touched the ground. Roy was chuckling as their daughter hugged her friends. Good to see you all again. As you can probably tell, Natalie is rather excited by this weekend. We're really looking forward to seeing her perform magic too. Your fair is a pretty exciting event all round, Harry. Anything we can help you with? Actually, there is, Roy. Ewan has been offered a Potter scholarship. Both he and his mother, though, probably feel as if they've just landed on Mars. This set Roy off laughing, while his wife was already heading to offer Jenny her support. Landing on a different planet was a good analogy of how they had felt this time last year. Natalie, though, headed straight for Ewan. Oh, you'll absolutely love Hogwarts. I was one of the 2 Potter scholarships last year. Luna and Colin were brilliant in making sure I knew what was happening and always being there if I needed someone. This year, it's Pauline and my turn to look after you. The Potter scholarships are like a family that just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Mary was alongside Jenny, her smile beaming with pride at her daughter. She spoke quietly to the young mother. You might find this hard to believe, but our Natalie was really shy, so shy she had a lot of trouble making friends. Letting her attend Hogwarts was easily the hardest decision we ever had to make. Seeing how happy that's made Natalie means it was also one of the best decisions we made too. Are you, magical? No, Roy and I are just like you. It surprised the hell out of us to discover there was a witch in the family. Harry's mother was the same, born to non-magical parents. It's why Harry wanted at least one of the scholarships to go to a witch or wizard like that every year. Jenny was watching her son chatting away to Natalie and the blonde girl, Luna, while still trying to wrap her head around that this was all real. I'm at a total loss here. This Baron turns out to be 17/18 and is walking about with a sword at his hip and epaulets on his shoulders. This is the person who I'm supposed to trust my son to. The older woman tried to help, understanding how difficult this was. Harry isn't actually 14 until the end of the month. He's also an officer in the Goblin Army. That's why he's dressed like that. Harry is one of the kindest, polite, and considerate young men I have ever met. I know nothing will happen to my Natalie while he's there beside her. The Creevies should be arriving soon. Their eldest son, Colin, is in the same year as Luna, while Denny's will be starting with Ewan. They answered literally hundreds of questions for Roy and I last year as we battled with the same decision you face. We're all here to do the same for you. At that, the Creevy family arrived, and warm greetings were exchanged before Harry once more took command. We need to head over to the stadium. Everyone is gathering there. Just leave your bags here and the elves will take care of everything. Denny's and Ewan, do you want to sit beside the other students, or can I sit with Colin, please? Colin had a hand on his younger brother's shoulder, knowing Denny's was desperate to get to Hogwarts. Harry, we can keep an eye on both of them. They're going to be in the same year group, so might as well start getting to know one another now. Ewan looked pleadingly to his mum. Starting a new school was a daunting prospect. Already having friends at that school could make a world of difference. Her nod meant Ewan's day was just getting better and better. The only person unhappy about this was the smallest, Creevy little Maggie was 8, and really feeling left out. That was until Luna came forward and offered her hand. Would you like to come and sit with me? That got an immediate yes before Luna led them out of the house. She knew where they were headed. This gave Harry and Hermione a moment to talk with the 5 parents. Miss Abercrombie, Hermione's parents are both dentists, while my adoptive father is a goblin. We have some idea of what you're going through at the moment. The Creevies and the McDonalds will answer any questions that you have, and I promise to sit and go over anything you're still not sure of. I feel a bit like I've invited you here and am now passing the buck, but we literally have the whole of Hogwarts waiting for us down at the stadium." Hermione was handing them leaflets that contained a map of the attractions in the Glen, along with a schedule of what was on when in the stadium. "The elves will bring you any refreshments you want. That will give Miss Abercrombie a chance to ask some questions before you take a stroll through the Glen. We should have everything running by this afternoon. Feel free to try anything you want before all the people arrive tomorrow and Sunday." As Harry and Hermione hurried away, Jenny sat at a table with these two couples and found another question added to her list as tea, cakes, and scones just appeared on the table. Ooh, Hermione just loved watching Harry take command. It did something fluttery to her insides. Unfortunately, Crow's Nest was bursting at the seams, and the chance of them getting some alone time this weekend was nil. She would just have to save those feelings until Hermione could get him alone on the island. It was getting very close to his birthday, which was scheduled for the next upgrade in their relationship. She could hardly wait. Harry stood beside his girl, with no clue of the thoughts currently rushing through Hermione's head. If he had, there would have been no chance of him getting through what he had to do now. "Okay, everyone here has volunteered to help at the fair this weekend. The invitations you took home to your family already indicated what day you would be working. Today you'll be finding out just what you'll be doing and where." Harry was using the microphone to talk to everyone in the stands. It was tied to the public address system that was built into the stadium. He was facing almost all of Hogwarts, rather a daunting task, but one he couldn't pass to anyone else. This was his home, and he was the one who had invited these people that put certain responsibilities onto him. "Now, does everyone have a leaflet?" Cries of yes saw Harry continuing. "Well, first off, I want to make something clear here. Our jobs are crowd control, directing visitors to the proper queue and answering their questions. Apart from this stadium, all the attractions have been built and will be operated by goblins. They have spent months designing, building, and putting their operating procedures in place. The people in charge of your group will have studied a copy of those procedures and worked out the best way for us to work within those limits." Seeing nothing but nodding and smiles being directed back at him gave Harry a measure of how far they'd come as a society when they could accept that fact. The next 2 days would tell if they had come far enough. "Now, for your assignments, I'll be introducing the people in charge of your group, and they will read out a list of names. The exceptions to that will be the first and second years. All will start one of the days off in the stadium before spending the rest of that day with their family. Their volunteer day will be spent working with the young children in the green zone. If all first years would like to come forward, you can get your hats now." Emma, Moa, Henrika, and Sapphire all put on green caps that had a golden crow clutching a sword on it. The first years were soon queuing to collect their identical badges of office. The second years eagerly made their way down as soon as Harry called for them. Hermione had a quick word with her mum and Ewan. Denny's and a delighted Maggie soon had hats too. They had split the Glen into colored sections, with members of the public being able to ask anyone wearing the proper hat for assistance. As Harry introduced the people in charge of each section, they called students' names, and they came forward to get their appropriate hats. Once the process was complete, Harry handed the microphone over to Tonks, who wanted to say something. "I am in charge of security for this weekend, and we all know this would be a juicy target for a certain group of criminals. We are behind wards here that are every bit as strong as those protecting Hogwarts. There will also be patrols of auras and warriors to ensure we can deal with any situation. These auras and warriors will be even more motivated since all of their families will be attending Kingassy this weekend, so please don't let worrying about these criminals affect your fun." Tonks was known and trusted by everyone in Hogwarts. If she said Kingassy was safe, then that was good enough for them. "What I need from you lot is your assistance. You can give this by not pulling any pranks, no midnight wandering from your tents, and basically being on your best behavior. The entire point of this weekend is for everyone attending to have fun. If we all work together, then we should be able to achieve that." Tonks was pleasantly surprised when she received applause after her little speech. Taking the microphone back, Harry laid out the plans for today. Crow's Marauders, please stay here as we plan on having a quick rehearsal of what we plan to do tomorrow. First years, please head off to the green zone. You will get a run-through after us, and then the Quidditch players can have some practice time. The rides will officially open at 3 and close again at 8, with a special performance of the circus taking place here at 5. After 8, a supper for everyone will take place at the eating area before we call it a night. I would like to thank everyone for volunteering for this weekend. We really couldn't pull it off without your help. This received applause and some cheering before people started heading off to their assignments. Padma, Neville, Daphne, Blaze, Susan, and Terry joined Harry and Hermione in the center of the stadium to quickly go over the plans for tomorrow's display. Harry smiled when he noticed Denny's. Ewan and Maggie were still sitting in the audience, wearing their hats and clapping like mad as he called Crow's Marauders down. Lee Jordan had practically begged Harry for the chance to be the commentator in the stadium. Harry had gratefully fallen on his offer, and Lee would cover everything but the circus over the weekend. Both thought they got the best of the deal, with Lee now overjoyed he was commentating on 2 pro teams, as well as getting to introduce the Weird Sisters. Lee was sitting taking notes on what Crow's Marauders would be doing tomorrow, since that would be his opening event as the stadium commentator too. Uwo, the 5 parents only realized they'd been talking for hours when the house began to fill up again. The Creevies and the McDonalds introduced Jenny to the extended family as they began appearing for lunch. Harry and Hermione turned up with a few stowaways. Both had young goblins by the hand who had been invited to have lunch with them. Grandfather Clock, chiming too, saw Harry sprint away, returning a few moments later with a young family he introduced as the Dugans. Little Danielle headed straight for Barchoke and hugged him before saying hello to the goblin children who were already there. When Henrika entered with Astrid in her arms, all the children gravitated over to see the baby. Jenny Abercrombie felt as if she'd spent all morning taking 1 step forward and 2 back. The history of this young man was simply unbelievable. She had, of course, heard of the Potter killers. Discovering Harry was their main target almost had her leaving Kingassy there and then. Hearing that Harry had placed shields around both the MacDonald and Creevy homes to stop these criminals getting anywhere near them halted those thoughts in their tracks. Discovering that Harry had spent millions ensuring everyone named Potter was safe simply blew her mind. Seeing him with the various children reinforced that here was a good person. Watching Harry dote on the baby he was godfather to had Jenny wanting to trust him. When she spotted the expression of sheer joy on Ewan's face as he entered with Luna, the Creevies, and Natalie, that pushed the scales even further in that direction for Jenny. There was now a fair chance Ewan would be going to Hogwarts come September, on a Potter scholarship too. Uwo the Glen had reverberated with shrieks of laughter all afternoon. The large gong signaling it was 8 o'clock was greeted by good-natured groans and moans as everyone began heading to the food area. There wasn't enough seating for everyone, but it was a lovely summer's evening, so groups of friends were perfectly happy to sit on the grass and eat their food out of these strange containers. One thing not being feasted upon was the people themselves. The wards around the glen also blocked the scourge of the Scottish Highlands, no midges. The Highland midge is a curse Scots have to endure for living in such a beautiful country. Those pests have descended in clouds to ruin many an outdoor occasion. It's hard to enjoy yourself with those little buggers feasting on your blood. There was no sitting on the grass for Emma. Darby had appeared with her favorite chair and also placed a small table at the side of it. This raised an amused chuckle from her husband. If Dan had hovered even half as much as Darby did, his wife would soon be telling him she was pregnant, not ill. Emma would never dream of saying anything like that to the devoted little elf. She knew it would break Darby's heart. Dan returned with cartons of food and placed them on the table, noticing Darby had already provided Emma with a cup of her favorite tea. Darby would make sure his mistress didn't overdo things. That was just another reason for Dan to love the little guy. Harry and Hermione were sitting on the grass, surrounded by a large group of friends, when their father joined them. "Well, are we ready?" Harry looked around, seeing goblin children and a few of their parents mixed in with his group. Little Danielle Dugan was chatting away to a couple of goblin children, and Maggie Creevy was doing the same. "Father, even if we stopped now, I would count this whole idea as a success. We have all three cultures mixing happily right here. That's exactly what we wanted from this weekend. Hermione slipped her hand into Harry's before answering. I think we're about as ready as we'll ever be. Just one thing, though. I don't want to hear any announcements from either of you two about making this an annual event. While I think we could certainly do this again, this is our home, and I miss the peace and quiet. She misses her alone time with Harry. Padma's comment caused some laughter, probably because of the truth behind it. Seriously, though, I don't think you will have anything to worry about. Everyone had a great time today, and I'm sure it will be the same over the weekend. Even Ronald Weasley is getting right into the spirit of things. I'm certain he's tried food from every outlet. What that mixture will do to him, I really don't want to know. This got a shudder from Neville. I'm just glad I'm staying in Crow's Nest tonight. He's eaten chili beef, a couple of curries and oodles of noodles. I just hope there are air-freshening charms in their dorm tent. Seeing the children laughing and joking like this was exactly what Barchoke needed. He knew how much the nation had riding on this, but today really couldn't have gone much better. There were a few hundred goblins in the glen today, mixing with the population of Hogwarts, and there hadn't been one single incident to report. That Harry and Slash, or Hermione, seemed to have a goblin child with them wherever they went today certainly wasn't in any way planned. There was no denying the affect this had on everyone else, though. To his children, this was becoming their normal when they were in Kingassy. It was everyone else accepting this as normal that was the real prize at stake this weekend. They had done everything they possibly could to make this weekend a success. They would just have to wait and see what happened when they opened tomorrow. Barchoke wholeheartedly agreed with his daughter, though. There was no way he could take the pressure of organizing a fair on an annual basis. Jenny was trying to get Ewan to go to bed, but she'd never seen her son this excited, not even on Christmas Eve. And we got to see them use magic for defense. It was awesome, Mum. Denny says Colin thinks Harry and Hermione are simply the greatest. Neville is in the same house as Colin and really looked after him, even though Colin really fancied his girlfriend Padma. Denny said, I wasn't supposed to tell anyone that. You won't tell, Mum. She couldn't help but smile as she ruffled his blonde, wavy hair. My lips are sealed. What else did Denny say? Jenny was worried for a moment as her son's head lowered at that. Her worry, though, changed to heartache as she listened to her son's answer. Colin also said there was no way his family could afford to send all three of them to Hogwarts. Maggie's magical too. Mum, I know we can't afford it either, and you know I would never ask for something we can't afford, but Harry's offering to pay for everything. Please, Mum, I really want to go. Colin, Natalie and Pauline all said it was like a family. Luna even said Harry and Hermione were her family. Please, Mum. She now had her son wrapped in her arms, hoping he wouldn't see the tears running down her cheeks. Will you be all right, leaving me for months at a time? There was silence for a moment before Ewan answered. Natalie said that was the hardest part. She really missed her mum and dad. She wrote to them every week, though, and made tons of friends. I would be home for the Christmas holidays. She kissed her son on the forehead. Let's wait and see what the rest of the weekend brings before we make up our minds. I promise to answer you before we leave. Now off to bed. We'll be too tired to enjoy tomorrow. Ewan gave his mum an extra tight hug. When she said wait and see, that nearly always led to a yes. He hurried off to bed, determined to be as well behaved as possible to get that yes out of his mum. Jenny was left sitting there on her comfortable armchair, staring at her surroundings. They were staying in a tent that was pitched inside a house that had a training room. This was no ordinary tent, though. The inside was at least twice the size of their flat and contained 3 bedrooms. She was now convinced that it would take something disastrous happening to stop Ewan heading off to Hogwarts. Jenny didn't know there were conversations taking place that would help her with that decision. Molly arrived with Arthur in Kingassy. They were met by a clearly excited Ginny. Mum, Dad, isn't this place just brilliant? Ron's working at the stadium, while the twins are between the go-karts and the cinema. You've got to see that, Dad. Percy and Penny are both working with Bill in the Gringotts zone. That they can already speak Goblin certainly helps. Marley was listening to her daughter, but her eyes were taking in her surroundings. Their portkey had dropped them in an area that appeared like a very well-kept garden. She soon noticed that the entire area had been manicured to a beautiful level. All the flowers and shrubs were in bloom, and the entire glen appeared to be festooned in brightly colored bunting and flags. She wasn't sure if it was Arthur's job or the fact they had 5 children volunteering at the fair, but they had invitations for both days. Her initial glance was telling her it might take both days to see everything there was to see here, and that was before a flying carpet passed overhead with the people on it waving to everyone. Aren't those illegal? Arthur quickly answered his wife, not wanting anything to spoil this day. To buy or sell, yes. Not if you already own one, and only use it on your own land. But this land is privately owned. We are here by invitation as the Baron of Kingussie's guests. In these circumstances, it's perfectly acceptable to use a flying carpet to entertain your guests. Ginny buted in before her mother could even think of starting on one of her rants. It's also one of the best ways to see everything in the glen. I tried it yesterday, and it was great. The roller coaster goes too fast to really see anything, but Sapphire said that's the point. It's a thrill ride. I haven't heard you mention Sapphire before. Oh, she's Harry's goblin friend. Dead nice, too. We all got to try the rides yesterday afternoon. We had a great time. We need to head for the stadium. Crow's Marauders are the first to put on a display. Sapphire said she was really looking forward to Harry fighting Master Shapshot. She says all the nation are. Can we go back and see that too? Tomorrow I'm helping in the zone for the smaller children. It's beautiful. They even have a Honeyduke's shop in there. Ginny was leading them along the tree-lined path as she spoke. Turning a corner had her mother suddenly letting out a shriek. Marley was reaching for her wand when Arthur and Ginny's loud laughter halted her actions. It's only a model, Mum, a very realistic one, though. You should see the basilisk in the Gringotts zone. It's simply amazing. Arthur had his camera out to take the first picture of the day when Ginny stopped him. Hold on, Dad. The roller coaster runs every 90 seconds. You'll get a much better picture then. Sure enough, Arthur soon took the strangest picture of his life. A 30-foot dragon was holding onto the track in the air and getting ready to bite as carriages of people shot in between its open jaws. From the ground it was a spectacular sight. Arthur could only imagine what it looked like while sitting in those carriages. Ginny told him he didn't have to imagine. She'd already tried it and intended to do so again today. Ginny had to leave them at the stadium, but they soon found Ron showing people to their seats, the black and white checked hat doing its job and making him stand out. It's great here, apart from the color of the hat. They didn't want to pick a color associated with a Quidditch team. It also makes us easy to see since this will be the busiest part of the glen. I had a ride on the go-karts yesterday, and they were just amazing. They're not as fast as brooms, but seem faster because you're only about 6 inches off the ground. We were racing around the track, and I thought I was going to win, up until Dean bumped me on the last corner. I'll certainly be going back there tomorrow. Aren't they dangerous? No, Mum. There are so many charms on them you probably couldn't hurt yourself if you tried. Need to go. We're really filling up here. Hearing that Ron was enjoying himself settled the last of Marley's doubts. The rest of her children had all holidayed with Harry and his family, and she knew they would be fine. She once more concentrated on her surroundings. Arthur, why would the ministry build this here for Harry? We actually got a lot out of constructing this stadium. The ministry were always going to have to build some kind of mock-up, rather than wait until just before the Quidditch World Cup final and discover any problems with their design. This gives us a chance to observe this copy working and see if there are any improvements to be made. I think Harry might have made a mistake in only having 5,000 seats. There are events today that I'm sure will be busier than that. Thankfully, any extra will be able to stand. The seating area curved around 2 sides of the arena/pitch, leaving the other 2 open. A small retaining wall curved around the arena/pitch, and the eating area was on a small hill overlooking this. Anyone sitting there would have a great view of what was happening inside the stadium too. Molly hadn't bothered with her map before, since Ginny led them straight here, but she was studying it now. From where they sat, they could see a lot of the attractions laid out before them. Their senses were being bombarded with unusual sights, sounds, and the smells coming from the eating section were heavenly. They settled down to have some fun watching their daughter perform, not bothering that there were goblins in the audience too. After all, the Minister of Magic was sitting next to a goblin. Harry stood with Hermione and their father, waiting to greet the director on his arrival in Crow's Nest. Both males were soon on their knees with their head bowed, glad this gave them a moment to recover from the shock of Ragnar being accompanied by his mate. That usually only happened on state occasions. The status of this fair just jumped another few notches. There was no procedure for dealing with this situation in Henrika's book on goblin customs, simply because it was such a rare occurrence. Hermione curtsied as if she was meeting the Queen, then kept her head bowed as Harry finally recovered the power of speech. "Director, ma'am, you pay our humble house too much honor." "Nonsense, Centurion. I have heard from my mate of the honor you continually bring to the nation, and decided I must meet you for myself. I also couldn't resist witnessing your fight with Master Sharpshot. I'm really looking forward to that. Ma'am, at the moment my mentor could knock me over with a feather. Please don't place any gold on me." This was met with uproarious laughter from both the director and his mate. Barchoke even managed to raise a chuckle. "You did well, Miss Granger, capturing this silver-tongued rogue before his sweet line in words got him into trouble. Forgive me, director, but my mate speaks the truth. Presence here brings great honor to our home." This also drew a laugh from Ragnar. "What did I tell you, dear? She's not afraid to speak her mind or let her blade do the talking for her. These two are very well matched. I understand you're busy today, Centurion, but I hope we can meet at some point." Knowing this wasn't a request, Harry quickly agreed. "After my match with Master Sharpshot, we're free for the rest of the day. I need to contact Emma Granger, though, to let her know I survived." Again, this produced laughter as Barchoke rose to lead their very special guests away. Hermione had her arms around a still stunned Harry. "Well, that was unexpected. Hermione, you certainly picked the time to develop a goblin sense of humor." He never got to say any more as Minister Fudge and his wife arrived by portkey. "Minister, ma'am, welcome to our home. Thanks for inviting us, Baron. I expect half the ministry will be here at some point over the weekend, and all of the Wisengamot. That was a stroke of genius, inviting them, Harry. It was simply meant as a gesture of thanks, Minister. Both Hermione and I were in the chamber that day when the Wisengamot awarded me a barony and this house. I just wanted them to see how much that meant to us. I may have houses scattered about the world, but Kingussie is the only one that feels like home for Hermione, and where else could you see magicals, muggles and goblins all mixing at the same event?" All could see the sincerity shining out the young man. Harry's guard was down at the moment, and he was speaking from the heart. "A worthy goal, Harry, and one I'm more than happy to support. Lead on and let's see this fair of yours." Ooh, there was a fair-sized audience sitting in the stadium to watch Crow's Marauders display. They certainly put on a show for them. They didn't have the Hogwarts room of requirements to help, so the tutors were kept busy setting up for the next part of the display, while some of the club were running shield drills, to the astonishment of those in the crowd who didn't think second years capable of that feat. Shooting booths were being set up to demonstrate spell accuracy. The club's tutors had debated long and hard, finally reaching the decision that having their children firing curses at each other might not be the best thing to show the watching parents. They still had them working in teams of 4, but against pairs of dueling dummies. These dummies were also firing back, though their tutors were transfiguring different terrains after every match, giving them some cover to use. 2 teams of 4 would go head-to-head against each other to see which team could bring their dummies down the quickest. As there were time penalties for a team member getting hit by a dummy's spell, the competition was exciting, and Lee's commentary soon had everyone involved in the drama unfolding before them. Marley was almost hoarse from cheering Ginny's team, who unfortunately lost out in the semi-final. She still roared her approval, though, when the Team Luna was a member of won the competition. Crow's Marauders received a standing ovation at the end of their display, and the weekend was off to a flying start. In the box reserved for special guests, Amelia Bones was applauding as loud as anyone in the rest of the stadium, and not just because her Susan was one of the tutors out in the arena. The box held the heads of government of both the nation and the ministry. Barchoke couldn't resist teasing the woman he certainly considered a good friend. "You seem very pleased at that, Amelia. Did you have gold on the outcome?" "I got something better than gold from that display, Barchoke. I got a glimpse of the future. Your son initiated a program where he's teaching Hogwarts students accuracy, shields, teamwork, and tactical awareness. were more used to receiving aura recruits who barely know one end of their wand from the other. Watching that today was pure gold for me. Amos and Tabitha Diggory were also present, and Amos couldn't resist an opportunity to boast about his boy. Cedric worked with Harry last year, and those boys now run their own club. They'll be performing tomorrow. Amelia was well acquainted with Amos' penchant to promote his son at every opportunity. She couldn't resist teasing back. Susan will be one of the tutors for the new Hogwarts intake. The intention is to make the club self-sustaining. She says Harry hopes to have Marauders clubs running Monday to Friday. Minerva is even prepared to adjust the timetable if necessary to accommodate this. We all think this is something worth supporting. Ragnar and his mate were also pulled into the conversation as refreshments were being served. Since the next item scheduled to appear in the stadium was the goblin fighting display, diplomacy dictated that none of them could really leave until after that was over. The goblin warriors displayed their skill and prowess with blade and axe to a full stadium. No wizard had seen so many goblins before. A smirking Ragnar remarked to a slightly nervous minister that he could relax. Some of my people have traveled across continents to witness the match between Master Sharpshard and Centurion Crow. He's become as revered in our society as he is in yours. That to me is why this fair is such an important event. We both need to forge a way where Harry and his mate can feel at home in either of our societies. I have already given Harry my assurance that is something my ministry supports. Only by working together can we achieve this. Is that the Longbottom boy? All eyes were now on Neville as he walked into the arena. The announcer explained the next competition would be amongst youths under the age of 14. All looked to Barchoke for an explanation. He didn't have much to give them. As a friend of the nation, Neville Longbottom is of course entitled to enter the competition. Watching him walk out there, though, is the first I knew about this. The matches were soon underway, and a very excited crowd watched Neville win his first match. He also won a second before a better opponent was able to combat his height and reach advantage. The healer quickly treated the nick Neville received on his arm before he bowed, and then shook his opponent's hand. To much applause, the wizard had a wide smile on his face as he returned to his friends. Barchoke thought he understood what had just happened and offered an explanation. I believe young Neville simply wanted to ascertain what level he was at amongst his peers. In reality, the only way to do that is cross blades with them. I think he did remarkably well, considering the short time he's taken up the blade. I don't want to be the one to tell Augusta or Alice about what just happened here, though. That had everyone in the box laughing, and Neville's showing was further enhanced by the goblin who beat him, eventually winning the competition. It was now time for the main event, though, and you could sense the expectation all around the stadium. Centurion Crow and Master Sharpshard walked to the center of the arena with tremendous applause ringing in their ears. That ended abruptly as they bowed to one another. The fight the now mainly goblin crowd had come to see was about to get underway. Harry had activated his armor before the fight began. It was only that advanced speed and agility that saw him survive the initial onslaught from his mentor. It was frantic, it was furious, as these two masters of their art performed the dance of death in front of an enraptured audience. Each were giving their all, trusting the other to block. This was such a rare occasion for both where they could fight flat out that they were actually enjoying the fight immensely. The fight was very evenly matched, with both having spells in the ascendancy and also then needing to defend for dear life. No one else could hear what was said over the relentless clash of steel upon steel. Crow, I taught you that move. How did you think you were going to get past me with that? Oh, I thought old age would have slowed you down enough to let me sneak through. Harry had already decided not to use his magic. This was a demonstration of goblin fighting skills. Now all he had to do was convince himself he could win against the unbeatable Sharpshard without it. Harry was fighting with his knife and sword, foregoing a shield, as his mentor was using the blade they'd bought him in Japan. Both were now sweating profusely, and Sharpshard sensed an opening when his opponent appeared to stumble. He pressed home his attack, and Harry's knife wasn't enough to halt Sharpshard's blade grazing his cheek and drawing blood. The large goblin was about to bellow out his victory when he felt the blood running down his leg. His pupil had nicked him with his sword. You sneaky bastard. Not sneaky enough. I took the risk, but couldn't fully divert your blade with my knife. Both looked toward the referee, who could only shrug his shoulders. Telling which blade drew blood first would be impossible. It was only then the two combatants realized the entire stadium was on their feet and making enough noise to blow the roof off. The master offered his hand, and the student gladly shook it. Both walked out of the arena with their heads held high, knowing they had to do it again tomorrow, and already looking forward to it. The director was on his feet, applauding both of them. He also signaled for them to come up to the box. Harry led the way. Amelia was first to grab Harry as he entered, all decorum forgot. Merlin, Harry, now I know why Emma was so worried. You just about gave me a heart attack. I'm fine, Amelia, and Dan has already sent Darby to Emma with that information. Harry was now free to kneel beside his mentor, in front of the director and his mate. Conscious of the mixed company, Ragnar addressed them in English. That was a fight worthy of being stored in the memory archive. My only concern is how you're going to top that tomorrow. The answering growl came from Master Sharpshot. By beating the ungrateful pup. This had the goblin contingent in the box roaring with laughter. All knew Sharpshot was immensely proud of his student. Harry had to then offer an apology. Director, ma'am, I'm sorry, but when we spoke this morning I forgot I was shooting next. Since my father and mate are also in this competition, you can see that family honor is at stake here. Can we delay our tour of the fair until after that? Shooting, is that what Miss Granger's father used on their attackers? Although that story wasn't public knowledge, it was known to everyone in the box, so Ragnar answered his mate. Yes, I've actually had a demonstration and was most impressed. Is your mate's father shooting today? No, Director. He decided to give the rest of us a chance. Sapphire will also be representing the nation. It should be an interesting contest. It was Amos who then cheekily asked a question that saw glares heading in his direction. And who are you representing in the competition, Harry? Harry then managed to display his developing diplomatic skills. I'm just trying not to lose to my mate or father. I won't mind too much if Amelia beats me. This shifted the focus to Amelia, who quickly confirmed she was competing too, but that Susan was a better shot that she was. All three competitors left along with Sharpshot, while Tabitha appeared desperate to get her husband alone for a few harsh words. The idea behind the stadium's schedule was that visitors to the fair could plan their day around the events they really wanted to see, exploring the other attractions, in between events, and just missing those they weren't interested in. They had thought that the shooting would be an event most would miss. It turned out they were wrong. There was a lot of curiosity about this event, especially from the goblins who understood what these weapons could do. This time, the competitors went out individually and shot at a total of 10 clay pigeons, the highest scorers making it through to the next round. Lee was commentating on the event, reassuring people that the wards around the arena protected everyone from any stray shot. He had the crowd cheering every time a clay was hit, drawing the spectators into the spirit of the day. Again, the competition was exciting, with Susan and Bartchoke making it to the final, the goblin winning due to holding his nerve better in front of the large vocal crowd. Amelia, though, still had Susan wrapped in her arms. She was immensely proud of her niece. This was the second time today Susan had been in the arena, and that in itself was an achievement to be proud of. Ragnar didn't think he could be any more pleased with today. He just witnessed a competition that was run by a muggle, assisted by elves, and won by a goblin. That there were a few thousand in the stadium who not only accepted this, they applauded Bartchoke's victory, was simply unbelievable. Harry and Hermione were now leading the entire party on a tour of the fair. Since Sapphire was with them, after competing in the shooting, they were using the excuse of accompanying her back to head for the zone the couple really wanted to see. Walking into the green zone was like entering a different world. The entire company could only stand and watch. It was like an explosion in a paint factory, with even the paths made from yellow brick. Everywhere you looked, your eyes fed back information on bright primary colors. There were swings, slides, merry-go-rounds, puppet shows, and jugglers, all supported by what seemed like an army of green-hatted Hogwarts students. While the eyes feasted on this colorful scene, it was the ears that were the most pleasing sense. They were being assaulted by that high-pitched noise that can only be produced by a large group of children having fun, and they were clearly having fun. The merry-go-round was composed of magical creatures, all of them slightly animated and occupied. Children sat on unicorns, hippogriffs, and baby dragons as they went round and round. The puppet show, too, had drawn quite the audience as the children sat and screamed appropriate responses at what was happening on the stage. Harry was standing, trying to drink all this in when Emma came rushing over. She ignored his "I'm fine" to check for herself. Only when satisfied did she crush him in a hug. After assuring herself her son was indeed fine, Emma then indicated her domain and asked his opinion. "What do you think? Our numbers really dropped at the moment, as a lot of them headed off to see the circus. Most will be back, though. I think I'm dreaming. Either that or those dreams have come true." There were still well over 100 children in the green zone, and it was anyone's guess whether there were more goblins than humans in that mix. That's exactly what it was too, a mix. Goblins and magicals sitting side by side and laughing at the puppet show, or standing in line to climb to the top of the slide and shoot down it. This was what Harry had hoped for, children just being children. It was Ragnar who had heard Harry and just had to say something. The world needs dreamers, those who can imagine ways to make our world a better place. More than that, though, we need people to take those ideas and dreams and make them happen. You, Centurion, are one of those people. What we see in front of us here is a future few believed possible. You not only believed it was possible, you've shown the rest of us that it can be achieved. For that, you have not only my thanks, but the gratitude of our nation. The group then split up, all wanting to spend some time with the children. None failed to notice that Harry and Hermione were like magnets and soon had a couple of children each following them around. Amelia nudged Cornelius to draw his attention to Harry. He has a goblin child holding one hand and an Aura's daughter holding the other, yet Harry sees no difference. He only sees two children. Look at the Hogwarts students in the green hats following the example he sets. This is the future, Cornelius, and see how the parents are accepting it too. The minister watched as a few of the helpers went on the rides with the smaller children, not caring if that child was goblin or magical. The parents too sat at benches arranged around the zone, drinking refreshments and chatting to their fellow parents about their children. He found himself agreeing with Ragnar. This here was an achievement that might one day eclipse Harry's ranks, titles, awards, and even the fame of the boy who lived. Cornelius felt as if he was watching history in the making, a history he would be proud to play a part in. Uo Voldemort also had history on his mind as he moved his shark troops. He was thinking how history would enshrine his achievements. He certainly intended for there to be a good few more pages of that history yet to write. The Dark Lord was aware all eyes would be looking north to Kingassy this weekend. The security for that event would involve all the manpower the ministry could muster and be ironclad. He planned to use this fortuitous window of opportunity to move his army of Inferi across the country and closer to his intended target. He was well aware of the limitations of his dead warriors. They weren't feared for their speed and couldn't use magic. Inferi were never going to charge across a field and attack his enemies. That was why he had originally used them as guards. His plan of attack, though, played to their strengths. Facing an Inferius was utterly terrifying to the average witch or wizard, and for a very good reason. Most of the spells they would normally use to defend themselves were useless against an animated corpse. There was also the fact that, when an Inferius got its hands on a victim, it was a most horrible way to die. Voldemort would see what the ministry made of this attack. He intended a lot more people to die this time. He needed a large body count before the ministry would even consider his demands. His plans for the Inferi should easily see that task accomplished. The Dark Lord actually hoped their fair was a great success. They may as well enjoy themselves while they could. It would also make his attack all the more horrific by comparison. He was, after all, a Dark Lord. Ren, thanks for reading. 84. All's fair in love and war PT2. Harry Crow disclaimer JKR owns Harry Potter. I'm just delighted she allows all of us to have some fun playing within the world she created. Since none of us are being paid for the hours we spent writing these stories, while reading, could you please remember that this really is written just for a bit of fun? Chapter 80. Harry was utterly exhausted. The strain and effort of just getting through the day had left him with barely enough energy to make it to his bed, after kissing Hermione goodnight, of course. But what a day! Touring the fair with their special guests had been one of those experiences that would be etched on his brain forever. After witnessing the success of the children all playing together, his sense of invincibility wasn't helped by the Gringotts zone being their next port of call. Bill Weasley reported that their fight against the basilisk exhibit was proving nearly as popular as the dragon display. Watching as the director and his mate thanked those workers in the zone for allowing their skills and crafts to be witnessed left Harry thinking a few of those workers might just be making the move to Kingassy a permanent one. It was at their next stop that Harry put his foot in his mouth, right up to his thigh. Oh, skating. Ragnar, I haven't done that since I was a little girl. It is a skill I never learned, dear. I would be honored to accompany you onto the ice, ma'am. The words were out before Harry had even thought what he was saying, his father's ashen complexion telling him just how much trouble they could be in. He just offered to take the director's mate skating. Ragnar's laughter eased the tension somewhat. You do that, Centurion. I'm sure your father and your lovely mate will keep me company while you and Rainher have fun. Hermione led both goblins and the minister's party over to the Swiss-style chalet that was serving refreshments to spectators. They were sitting on terraces overlooking the skating, giant snow slide, and some children just happy playing in the snow. Harry was left to arrange skates and then escort Rainher onto the ice. He almost passed out as she took his arm. Relax, Harry. I wanted an opportunity to talk to you privately. While still in public view, this seemed like the perfect time. The director knows about this. Let me ask you something. Do you tell your mate everything? Yes. Well, that answers your own question. Ragnar knew I planned to do this. I've known about you since your arrival in Gringotts. It's something my mate has agonized over for many years. Seeing you struggle in school was particularly hard for him, so naturally he spoke with his most trusted advisor. Who is your most trusted advisor? There was no hesitation with this answer. There was only one person Harry could ever give that position to. Hermione. I was telling her things about myself I'd never told anyone else within hours of us meeting. This drew a smile from Rainher as they glided gracefully around the ice. That is as it should be, Centurion. If you recall, Ragnar awarded your mate friend's status within hours of meeting her too. In case you didn't know already, we heartily approve of your choice of mate. Harry felt about 10 feet tall hearing that, but Rainher wasn't finished yet. She was just getting started. Ragnar is our leader, but he is also a goblin, and as a goblin, he found himself getting caught up in your struggle. That was why the likes of Pitsley and Sharpshard became involved in your training. Ragnar asked them to. I also have to say, though, that they stayed because of you. Both now consider Harry Crow their protege. You could probably count Ragnar somewhere in there too. He could never tell you this himself, which is why we're having this chat. But on those occasions, your father entered the pit my mate had told me we may be having a son join our family. The implications of this nearly had Harry's bum hitting the ice. Only Rainher's grip on his arm kept him upright. Ragnar has nothing but admiration for your father, and yes, we would have publicly claimed you had Barchoke fallen. Who would have dared challenge that decision? He barely managed to mumble a thank you when Rainher dismissed it. It is I who should be thanking you, Harry. I am skating on the arm of a handsome baron in the Scottish sunshine, surrounded by a mix of people here that I still don't believe is possible. You did this, and for that you have my thanks and a request. Please don't leave us, Harry. This had Harry's brain kicking in and shooting straight into its highest gear as things began to fall into place. He was currently skating with Rainher on his arm, while Ragnar sat chatting to Hermione and their father in front of hundreds of goblins and wizards. This news would be all over the nation by the end of the weekend. The director and his mate were not only very publicly placing themselves behind what they were doing here, they were also giving him and Hermione the highest endorsement they could. For once, Harry knew exactly how to answer. Ma'am, my Hermione fell in love with a goblin. Why would I take the risk of changing when she loves me as I am? We may leave Britain for a few years as we pursue the university courses we want, but our hearts will always call Kingassy home. I am certainly enough of a goblin to want to follow in my father's footsteps, being an ambassador for the nation while he watches his grandchildren grow in Kingassy is more than enough for us." It was almost imperceptible, but Harry was used to watching for the slightest tell from his opponent. He was sure Rainha relaxed slightly at his answer. "Harry, I think it's safe to say that job will be yours if you want it. And again, thank you." Harry would never know what came over him next. Hermione called it letting his cheeky side out to play. "Ma'am, if I could, I would like to make a request of you. In 2 years from now, I plan to marry my Hermione here in Kingassy. We would be honored if you and the director would attend, and perhaps remember this occasion by dancing with the bride and groom." His skating partner's laughter told Harry he wasn't moving onto thin ice. "Well played, Centurion. You read the signs and made an offer that benefits all. You will make a fine diplomat. On behalf of my mate and I, we accept both offers." Their party had a table up against the rail of the ice rink, allowing Harry and Rainha to skate right over to them. Another 2 ice-cold glasses of goblin ale appeared on the table as they approached. The elves were really on their game. Not knowing how widespread knowledge of Harry's plans were, Rainha spoke to her mate in their own language for a moment. "We are invited back to Kingassy in 2 years to dance with the bride and groom at our host's wedding." She then quickly turned her attention to Hermione. "Miss Granger, your mate is as smooth on the ice as he appears to be at everything he turns his hand to. There must be something he can't do. You can tell us." Hermione had felt her stomach drop at her first thought that Harry had just been gently coaxed and cajoled into hosting another fair. Hearing their proposed wedding mentioned was music to her ears, so much so that she missed their father's shock at Harry's audacity. Not missing a beat, Hermione answered Rainha's question with a straight face. "I can honestly say that Harry is without doubt the worst singer I have ever heard. Our familiars have more musical ability in them than Harry does." Thinking of the pussycat, and the owl saw Harry reach over and take Hermione's hand. Pussy said to the owl, "You elegant fowl, how charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be married. Too long we have tarried. You are mine, Hermione, and we will make it official." Harry's lips brushed the back of her hand, noticing the passion reflected in her warm brown eyes. Poetry and a proposal was something he knew she would appreciate. It was with a fair bit of a struggle he managed to turn his gaze away and address their other guests. "Minister, the summer after next, there will be an even more auspicious celebration held in Kingassy. Miss Granger and I will become husband and wife. You and your wife will of course be invited. Please keep that to yourselves for now. At this particular moment, I can't actually remember if I've officially asked Dan for his permission yet. I would hate to do a Mr. Diggory and put my foot in it." This had the entire party laughing as Amos was currently on the ice skating with his wife. Tabitha, though, appeared to be giving him the cold shoulder for his earlier faux pas. Harry had a thought and decided just to go for it. The people here could certainly make this wish happen, and he knew it's what the girl whose hand he was still holding really wanted. "I was wondering if there was any precedent for granting a Muggle clergyman dispensation to know about our world, specifically so they could marry a couple who were both magical. The Reverend Richards is a really nice guy, and ideally who we would want to perform the ceremony." He couldn't help but notice there was something different here, though, especially with my father at my side. Both leaders thought this was a great idea. A Muggle ceremony favored neither the Ministry nor Gringotts, yet they would still be amongst the wedding guests. It was Amelia, though, who came up with the answer. "If you give me his name and address, I can do some investigating before making an approach. If he's not agreeable or won't keep our secrets, we would have to obliviate our approach from his memory and leave it at that." It was only the barrier between them that stopped Hermione pouncing on Harry. The Reverend Richards marrying them in Kingassy, with their family and friends present, would really be a dream come true. The way she was squeezing his hand, though, spoke of promises to come. It was during these pleasant thoughts of just what those promises could be that the alarm saw Harry shoot up in bed, barely contemplating he'd just dozed off. "What's that, Harry? It can't be time to get up." "It's not Nev. That's the house alarm set in the master suite. It means guards have had to enter the house." Harry had his sword in his hand and was making for the door. Neville and Draco were right behind him. Camp beds were being liberally used this weekend, as Crow's Nest was full to bursting. The three raced down the stairs to find half a dozen warriors waiting on them, along with a couple of prisoners. Harry gave the Centurion salute, even though he was standing there in nothing but his boxers. before barking out an order. Report. We spotted 3 male youths from the circus exhibition making their way to the boating lake. They were drinking and talking about the young females they were supposedly meeting in less than complimentary terms. When we discovered one of those females had slipped out of Crow's Nest, I gave the order to intercept and apprehend them. Very well done, squad commander. You also have my personal thanks. Harry then turned his attention and growing ire to the two girls. Well, what have you got to say for yourselves? Neither girl lifted their heads as Lavender spoke. We were only having a bit of fun, Harry. Fun? So your idea of fun is to slip out late at night to meet boys? I stood beside Aura Tonks when she specifically said no one was to sneak about at night. What is so special about you two that these rules don't apply? Harry wasn't expecting an answer and didn't receive one. Miss Brown, are your parents coming to Kingassy tomorrow, or should that be today? Yes, Harry, they're really. Harry cut right across her. Miss Brown, I shall meet them as they arrive and ask that they take you home. You are here as my guest and have abused that hospitality. It's only the knowledge that our security forces have had a very busy few days and will have to face the same again tomorrow that's stopping me having them returning you home right now. Harry, please don't do this. My mum and dad have been so looking forward to this. Miss Brown, your own actions leave me no other options. Miss Patel. Baron Crow, could I have a word, please? Harry turned to see they now had an audience. As he'd raced out his room, Harry hadn't closed the door or switched off the alarm. Most of his guests were arranged on the stairs or landing, watching what was happening. Harry apparently only thought he was angry. Compared to Ramrao, he wasn't really trying. The father appeared ready to explode, though it was his other daughter who had spoken. Harry, could I stand guarantor for Parvati's behavior for the rest of the fair? Are you sure about this, Padma? If she misbehaves again, I would need to ask you to leave too. I've said you would always be welcome in any home of mine. I really don't want to do this. Please, Harry, she's my sister. I promise you she won't be going for a pee without me being beside her. Pav won't sneak past me again. A glance at Ramrao received a slight nod, so Harry followed his lead and nodded his agreement to Padma. Padma whispered her thanks as she stormed past him to grab her twin. Parvati was then dragged up to their room. While Harry was asking the squad commander for more details and to return Lavender personally to Professor McGonagall, Hermione grabbed Pansy and asked her to bunk with Luna and Sapphire in her room. Everyone could see there was going to be words between the Patel sisters. Hermione knew her best friend could be fierce when she lost her temper, and Padma was one angry witch at the moment. Parvati was discovering just how angry her twin was as she practically threw her into their room. The door was closed, and then Padma had her pinned to the bed. Parvati's hands were being held above her head while her twin sat on her. You will tell me what the fuck is going on in that thing you call a brain, and why I had to embarrass everyone to save your ass. You didn't save Lavender. McGonagall will eat her alive. Parvati, please listen to me. You are in so much shit at the moment that Lavender needs to be the last thing on your mind. Tell me everything now, so we can see if this situation is as bad as it looks. Seeing how angry Padma was, she began telling her sister what happened. We got talking to the three boys while on our lunch break and they were keen to meet up. We didn't have any free time though, so had to meet them at night. 3 boys. How was that supposed to work? Parvati tried to look away, but Padma was denying her that option. I told them I was an identical twin. They were very keen that you should come too. We were just going to say you couldn't make it. Pav, you have no idea how close I am to punching you in the face at the moment. You and your stupid friend were sneaking off to meet 3 guys who work in the circus. I actually don't think this could be any worse. This isn't some midnight under the stars situation like that trashy romance rubbish you and Lavender read. This is real life. Do you have any idea what happens in real life with situations like that? We were just going to have some fun, that's all. Oh, I'm sure they would have had fun. You would have ended up like Jenny Abercrombie. I like Jenny. What's wrong with that? Pav, I never meant to say anything about that, and if you repeat this to anyone, I'll cut your tongue out myself. Padma looked angry enough to do it too, so Parvati quickly swore to speak to no one about what she was about to hear. Jenny was 17 when she attended a party she has no memory of. 9 months later, Ewan was born. Her parents kicked her out on the street. All the plans she had for the rest of her life went down the toilet too. She works in a shop to pay rent for their tiny flat, and to feed the both of them, her family won't acknowledge either her or Ewan. She could see Parvati wasn't sure if she was making this up just to scare her. Padma then revealed her source. Harry checks up on everyone who's getting a Potter scholarship. Barchok and Harry will be responsible for Ewan for the next 7 years. He's already looking at ways to help Jenny, and he hadn't met her before yesterday. What do you think he would have done to any boy who did that to you? There would have been a murder, Pav, and that circus would have been out of business before they knew it. I never asked for this. And you won't have to worry about it much longer. Dad will probably have you shipped off to live with Ninama after that tonight. No, he wouldn't. If I hadn't stepped in, Harry was going to be forced to ask our father to take you home. How do you think father is going to react? I know you hated it there when we used to visit, and Dad knows that too. Ninama won't even let you look at a boy, far less flirt with one. You'll be in a sari down to your ankles and made to cover your head. Makeup and fashion will be things of the past. Our grandmother has totally different ideas of what fun is. Padma got off her sister and drew her wand. Parvati was pleased to see her twin was casting spells on the door and window instead of at her, but she was puzzled too. What are you doing? Making sure you don't go anywhere without me. You need the loo. You either wake me up or go on the floor. I'm serious, Pav. You are my responsibility until the fair is over. You even try and dodge me, and I swear you'll need that hat, because I'll scalp you. Now get into bed. There was a few moments of silence before Parvati spoke. Padma, how can I fix this? I really don't think you can, Pav. To have any chance, though, you need to be the dutiful Indian daughter our parents expect. You have always pushed the boundaries, but this time you knocked it clean out the park of what's acceptable. Get some sleep. We're going to need it. Parvati didn't think she would be sleeping tonight. There was a lot of thinking to be done. She couldn't spare any of those thoughts for Lavender's plight. Dragging McGonagall out of bed to tell her they'd sneaked off would not be pretty. She had her father and the entire family to face in the morning. That thought was more than enough to keep her awake. As the twins walked down to breakfast the following morning, Parvati had decided that her sister's advice was really the only option available to her. She approached Harry as soon as they entered. Baron Crow, I abused your hospitality and humbly beg your forgiveness. You have my word I won't be anywhere near those boys or the circus again. Harry's voice was hard and cold as he answered her. That problem has already been taken care of. The circus was asked to leave last night by our security forces. The looks Harry was getting from the rest of the family told the twins this was news to them too. Parvati, though, was trapped in Harry's powerful gaze. Our security forces followed those three from the moment they left their enclosure. They easily got close enough to hear what was being said. Their plan was to get 3 silly girls drunk and have their fun with them, knowing they would be out of the country the following day. Padma had to grab her twin as she started to sway at that, but Harry had more to say. Know this, Parvati. Goblins have been forbidden from interfering in the affairs of wizards for centuries. They nearly took no action last night. Only discovering these boys, intended the sister of 2 friends of our nation, to be one of their victims, saw them intervene. You may have thought I was being harsh on you and Lavender. What do you think now you know the alternative? Parvati couldn't answer because she was racing out the room with her hands covering her mouth. Padma and Smita were hot on her heels. Ramro, I'm sorry I had to do that. Harry, don't even think about apologizing. If those security forces hadn't stopped them. Hermione was sitting beside Harry and slipped her hand into his. I'll go with you when you meet the Browns if you want, for moral support. I'd like that. Dan and Lucas, we go with the reserve for the 5 o'clock slot. We should have done that anyway, rather than inviting people who would try something like that into our glen. Jenny, could you walk with us? There's something we'd like to talk with you about, and if yesterday is any guide, we may not get the time later. Jenny had been sitting there with her jaw hanging open at the drama being played out at breakfast. She thought those 2 girls were incredibly naive and far too young to be carrying on like that. Harry's attitude was so far removed from her own parents, though, as to be scary. These girls may not think so at the moment, but he had just done them a massive service and ejected the people responsible right off his land. It was also a shock when he asked to speak to her, but she was coming to trust this young man more and more. She followed Harry and Hermione out the door, not realizing her life would never be the same again. Alice tried to fill the silence around the table by asking Dan what the reserve plan was. We're in the Highlands, so Harry thought of showing some of what we Muggles call Highland games. Barchoke found us the dancers and pipers we had performing at various locations around the glen yesterday. We pull them in and add things like cobber tossing, hammer throwing, and we even have a children's version, welly throwing. We plan on getting volunteers from the audience to try the events with prizes for the winners. Parvati returned, still rather green and clearly shaky on her feet. Father, I'm so sorry. Ramrah was not in the mood to offer her any comfort, his mind still fighting against what might have happened if Harry's security hadn't intervened. You will be with Padma all day, and tonight, too, we'll talk of this Monday morning. She nodded and sat at the table, nothing more than tea though past her lips. Uo the Fair had been blessed with another sunny day. It did little to lighten Harry's dark mood. He got right to the point. Jenny, there's a spell a witch or wizard can perform that can wipe a person's memories. It's illegal for a magical user to perform this spell on anyone, with the exception of it being done to protect knowledge of our world escaping. You will have gathered by now that our society also has those who think rules and laws don't apply to them. Jenny stopped, as if she had just walked into a brick wall. Is that why I can't remember? Is that why my son is a wizard? There's no way to know for certain after all this time, but the facts paint that as the most likely scenario. Hermione had her arm around the now crying woman. That's just. The sudden look of horror on Jenny's face stopped her tears. They couldn't take Ewan away from me, could they? Over my dead body. The conviction Harry stated that with was the only thing that allowed Jenny to get herself back under control. If you allow Ewan to become a Potter Scholar, I will be his guardian in the magical world until he turns 17 and is then considered of age. That just means I look after his interests in that world. I could never see any circumstances where it would be in Ewan's best interests to part him from you. I hope you believe me when I say that. Jenny was nodding while wiping her eyes with the hanky Hermione had conjured. Ewan badly needs a male figure in his life, someone he can look up to. Just watching you for the last few days, has my son already choosing that figure to be Harry Crow. The red-headed gentleman at the Gringotts Zone told us that giant snake thing really happened. Ewan already wants a sword for Christmas. That gentleman is a friend and tutors us every weekend at Hogwarts. And yes, it's a true representation. The person who set that beast loose was in prison days later. He died there. We're trying to clean up our act. This weekend is certainly helping with that. We also want to see if we can help you too. I thought you were. Offering Ewan that scholarship is a godsend. He wouldn't be able to attend Hogwarts otherwise. It was Hermione who then took over the explanation. That helps Ewan, but not you. You had dreams that we think some wizard took from you. With Ewan away in Hogwarts, we're offering you the chance to rekindle those dreams. We're offering you the same deal as Ewan, except at the university of your choice. Jenny was again in tears, though this time for a different reason. Why are you doing this, Harry? Because it's the right thing to do. Hermione found herself faced by two bemused expressions and wore a wide smile. Yes, Jenny, he's for real and all mine. She kissed Harry, instantly wiping that bemused look of his face. My wonderful goblin here thinks he should personally right every wrong in the world. He may not get them all, but that doesn't mean he's going to stop trying. There are also properties the length and breadth of the country that were bought to protect the people called Potter living there. We should find something suitable for you and Ewan. You're giving me a house. What's wrong with my flat? We can't ward a block of flats because Ewan only lives in one of them. He'll be at Hogwarts, so you can go to whatever university you want. You'll have no rent to pay and we'll take care of everything else. You'll be able to concentrate on your studies. Jenny's bemused look was back, so Harry tried to explain how he felt and why he was doing this. When the idea of the Potter scholarships were first put forward, I said I wanted it to be like a family. This scholarship is in honor of my mum and dad. How could I not want it to be like family? I consider everyone in that house family, a family we hope you and Ewan will join. That was too much for the woman whose only family since she was 17 had been Ewan. She was in floods of tears with an arm around each of the teens. I didn't really realize how much I missed my family until now. You have no idea how much this means to me. Harry lifted her chin until he was looking into her tearful eyes. Jenny, 3 years ago my family was my father and me. I now love every person in that house, even Parvati. and would do anything for them. I know exactly how you feel. So now that you have some idea of what you're getting yourselves into, would you like to be part of our ever-growing family? I'd love to, Harry, and it will make Ewan so happy too. Great. Orla is coming today, so I'll introduce the quirks to you later. Now I have to go and see if there is anything of Lavender left to hand over to her parents. Professor McGonagall is not someone you want to cross. Jenny wisely decided to give that experience a miss. She headed back to the house to give Ewan the yes her son was waiting for. Ooh, if the tasks hadn't been handed out beforehand, Parvati would have thought this had been done purely to torture her. Frank and Alice were in charge of the water zone, and that's where Neville and Padma were stationed too. Where Padma went, Parvati was now duty-bound to follow. She found herself working at the site of their supposed moonlit romantic rendezvous. That was apparently only her and Lavender's version of their supposed liaison. It would seem the boys they were supposed to meet had certain other ideas. Parvati had no reason to doubt the honesty of Harry's explanation. Someone who had already saved her life, at least twice, really had to be trusted. There was a large paved area in the water zone that had 60 recessed fountains in between the paving. These fountains would randomly shoot water 15 feet into the air, making a great game for the youngsters as they walked about this area, not knowing where their next soaking was coming from. Parvati was stationed at the side of this area to offer drying charms to anyone who was finished or had just exited the water ride. Standing here, though, also gave her an uninterrupted view of the lake. She watched Percy and Penny get into one of the boats and snuggle up as the craft took them on an automated gentle tour of the beautiful manufactured lake. Both clearly portrayed the romance Parvati was so desperate to find. That desperation was also clear for her twin to see. Penny told Hermione and me that she started noticing Percy watching her when they were in 4th year. They shared classes and had talked many times, but it wasn't until they hit 5th year that he asked her to be his girlfriend. They have known each other for 7 years and been a couple for nearly 3. That's why they look so comfortable together. You're never going to get that with someone you've just met. I know, sis, just as I know Harry saved my life again. Lavender and I really screwed up, and the whole of Hogwarts will know by now. People will think we both knew what we were letting ourselves in for last night. Our reputations will already be ruined, even although we didn't even get there and nothing happened. No decent boy will come anywhere near me now. First the diary and now this. Just how stupid can I be? As the tears started to fall, Padma signaled to Neville she was taking Parvati for a break. Deciding to take her back to Crow's Nest for a cup of tea and a bite to eat, they headed off before Parvati's tears got any worse. I think I'll ask Father to send me to Grandma. At least I won't have to go back to Hogwarts and have everyone staring at me again. You know our friends will support you. Yes, Harry was very angry this morning, but Parvati, he had good reason to be. This is exactly what we talked about, your behavior putting all of us in a bad position. Harry wouldn't have backed down last night for anyone else but me asking. Know that, and hated putting him in that position, but you're my sister, a sister I've loved my entire life. We can't keep pulling your arse out the fire, though. We might not get there quickly enough next time. I know I need to change. I just don't know how, or even what I want anymore. You had a nice, handsome, steady boyfriend, but threw that away looking for sparks, romance, and adventure. What, you don't agree? Susan told me Blaise was handsome, and it was you yourself who said there was no spark. You ask Hermione if she's looking for adventure, and I'll bet her answer will be the same as mine. The day after Voldemort is defeated, I will be having a lie-in. No more running, no more training, just as boringly normal a life as it's possible to have. Padma, you're 14 yet have the long-bottom ring on your finger, a goblin blade at your hip, and an Order of Merlin, 1st class, hanging on your wall at home, right beside your goblin award for bravery. I hate to burst your bubble, sis, but that's not normal. It is for us, Pav, and I think that's part of your problem. You see how close Neville and I are, but you don't see all the hours of blood, sweat, and tears it's taken to get there. We've both had extra classes together every weekend since 1st year, as well as now training every morning. We've faced death together and fought for our lives at each other's side. That definitely changes you, Pav. You're comparing yourself to me, but our lives took different paths the night that Troll tried to attack us. You saw the both of us and Hermione marrying Harry as an obvious solution. I just wanted to be his friend. It was like lightning striking for Parvati as she saw the truth in her sister's words. I cried most of that day because Harry rejected me. You had lunch with Harry and his father. We took different paths and ended up different people. As Harry says, Pav, we're all different. The differences between us were always there. They just got wider from then on. You're still my sister, though, a sister I love. Nothing is going to change that. Padma was glad they were nearly at Crow's Nest. Parvati's tears were really flowing now. Something told her she was really getting through to her twin today. Padma could only hope it wouldn't be too late to do any good. Harry didn't think the Brown situation could have gone much worse. McGonagall was spitting tax mad and had made Lavender sleep in the same room as her, ensuring the girl wouldn't go wandering again. They left with McGonagall's promises of retribution against both girls ringing in their ears. Then things went really downhill. Lavender's father refused point-blank to believe his daughter could do something like that. His position shifting from the security forces got it wrong all the way over to them outright, lying to get his good little girl in trouble. Harry was saved the trouble of throwing them out his glen by Tonks. He was really relieved to see her. There was of course a security presence at the portkey points, being confronted by auras, though did little for Lavender's father's temper. His daughter stood quietly throughout the entire encounter as Tonks explained the Brown family's available choices: return home or visit the inside of a ministry cell for trespassing. They wisely decided to go home, swearing that this matter wasn't over. The meeting with the Quirks also threw up its own set of problems. They were a rural family who would be considered poor. They of course didn't see themselves as such. They led lives that were self-sufficient, more used to bartering with their neighbors for items they couldn't produce themselves than actually buying anything. Harry trying to hand Orla a small sack of gold appeared to be the tipping point. We Quirks hae na need o' your charity. I dinna want my daughter to be looked doon upon for this. Sir, that is the last thing on my mind. The other Potter scholar is a Muggle born. This is their first venture into this world. They had never even heard of our currency, so I gave them some to allow them to buy a few souvenirs of their visit. My only intention here was to treat both scholars as equals. They had introduced Luna as one of the first Potter scholarship students, and she tried to put their fears to rest. Mr. Quirk, rather than being looked down upon, Orla is far more likely to be looked up to. The Potter scholarships are very much sought after. They are certainly not regarded as charity. There will be a lot of students at Hogwarts wishing they were in Orla's shoes. Neither of Orla's parents had attended Hogwarts. They got by learning whatever magic their family, friends, and neighbors could teach them as they had grown up. Orla was going to be following the same well-trodden path before this McGonagall witch turned up on their doorstep. Here was an opportunity to have someone with a formal education and all the books that went with that education in their small community. Orla could teach all of them what she was learning, and someone else was paying for it. It was only when Finn laid eyes on this magnificent fair that the panic began to set in. Would their little Orla come back to them after experiencing things like this? Hermione could see the panic setting in. She just didn't know the reason behind it. Mr. and Mrs. Quirk, today is about having fun, not making decisions. Please accept our hospitality and enjoy yourselves. We have arranged lunch with the rest of the Potter scholars, and you are welcome to ask any and all questions then. It will be later on in the summer before we visit Diagon Alley to get Orla kitted out. You have weeks yet before you need to make a final decision. The relief was there for all to see. That sounds braw, lassie. When they used T. Hing's lick this, or as money Fauk, a veneer actually seen as money Fauk. That Finn just counted everyone he could see as folk certainly pleased Harry and Hermione. Luna then volunteered to be their guide for the day, something all three Quirks rapidly accepted before Hermione had to make their apologies. I'm really sorry, but we really have to go. There will be at least 5,000 of those folk waiting to see Harry cross swords with his tutor. Luna will look after you, and we'll meet again for lunch. By the time Harry walked into the arena, he'd had one hell of a morning. He was certainly experienced enough to know that he needed to clear his mind of everything unrelated to his fight. Otherwise, this could get really embarrassing and be over very quickly. As they traded their first few blows, Harry found himself rejoicing in the battle. Here all he had to worry about was blocking his tutor's attacks, something Harry had years of practice at. He was so in the zone that Harry didn't think he had ever fought better. Wave after wave of attacks were repelled, while he even got a few in of his own. This was unbelievable. He was actually beating Master Sharpshot. Harry's last 3 attacks had progressively gotten closer to finishing the fight. His tutor was tiring, and his student was sure he had him now. The cry of time from the referee saw Harry stop at once. Any thoughts of victory banished. He deactivated his armor, sheathed his blades before bowing to his opponent, and then almost fell to the pitch. Harry's vision was going grey around the edges, but there was no mistaking the large hand that clamped on his shoulder. Steady, Centurion, I will not accept a cheap victory now. You will walk out of this arena at my side, then fall into the arms of your mate. She's standing there waiting for you. The thought of Hermione waiting on him kept Harry putting one foot in front of the other. Only Master Sharpshot's arm around his shoulders, though, kept him upright. The entire stadium might be on their feet applauding like crazy, but Harry was having real trouble staying on his. He'd gotten lost in the battle and used his magic to enhance his armor for too long a period. He only made it to Hermione because his opponent practically carried him the last 10 yards. Hermione had him in her arms, but a moment before the healers took over, Harry was soon on a bed being examined. The healer didn't take long to reach his conclusion. Your mate is exhausted. We will give him a potion that will see him sleep for a few hours, then another when he awakes. We realize the Baron has duties, otherwise we would be confining him to bed until tomorrow. He must eat when he wakes and nothing strenuous for the rest of the day. A good night's sleep should see him fine tomorrow. The first potion was already working, and Harry was out like a light. Hermione called for some help. Betsy, can you take Harry and put him in my bed? Please sit with him and come for me when he wakes. Barchoke, Ragnak, and Rainher had all entered as Hermione knelt to ask her elf to look after Harry. Barchoke, confirming that this was her normal behavior, saw Hermione's star rise just that little bit higher. She then attempted to thank the director for signaling time on the match. Nonsense. Your mate would have defeated Master Sharpshot, only to then collapse exhausted on the grass. This way both of them left the arena with great honor. That was without doubt the greatest match I have ever seen, a very fitting tribute to a wonderful weekend. Darby was sent to inform Emma that Harry was fine, didn't have a mark on him but was knackered. Emma should come to the house for lunch if she wanted to see for herself. Harry was wakening from a nice dream and felt someone running their fingers through his hair. His mumbled Hermione drew a giggle that was not his mate's. Harry wasn't worried, though. He recognized it at once. You must be really tired if you though I was Hermione. Hi, Mum, where is she? What's happening? Hermione is currently playing hostess, since the host is temporarily indisposed at the moment. Your fight with Master Sharpshot is the talk of the Glen, easily eclipsing that Susan beat Draco to win the shooting. You need to eat something, drink this potion, and then come downstairs before lunch is over. Emma leaned over and kissed him on the forehead before heading out the room. Betsy then appeared with a tray for him and stood there until he ate what was on it. Harry came down to what was a very busy dining room, pleased to see Orla sitting between Ewan and Denny's. That both boys were trying to explain Tom and Jerry to the bewildered witch brought a smile to Harry's lips. She must have visited the cinema tent. Hermione was soon kissing those lips before bringing him up to speed. The Quirks looked far more comfortable now, Hermione confirming that Luna had done a wonderful job. She'd led the overawed family around the Glen, taking time to introduce them to people as they went along. Hearing the positive responses they received every time Orla was introduced, as a Potter scholar had convinced her parents, this was an offer they simply couldn't refuse. The stadium had been full to capacity for Harry's fight, and it was reckoned there were another couple of thousand who had watched it standing around the open area. Most sitting at lunch had been there, and no one begrudged Harry a lie down after that effort. Getting all the parents together certainly had an effect on the Quirks, and even Jenny. With nothing but praise for the Potter scholarship raining down on both lots of parents, Ewan and Orla would now be joining the program. All were making plans to join up for their shopping in Diagon Alley. Harry, though, was looking at Emma when he said those plans might change at the last minute. Again, no one could fault Harry for that. Harry was trying his best to ensure Hermione couldn't fault him for this either. He was standing amid the holy-head harpies, and the photographer was making more and more outrageous suggestions as he searched for the picture that would make him the most money. "Okay, Gwenog, perhaps you could kiss him now." Perhaps not. The harpies fell about laughing at the sight of Hermione's blade resting jokingly on the photographer's cheek. He took it all in good fun and got his picture of a kiss anyway. The harpies shouted Hermione over, got her into one of their famous green jerseys, and Harry was more than happy to kiss his mate, surrounded by the entire team. They had drawn quite a crowd, and the harpies then went on to sign autographs and pose for pictures with as many of that crowd as they could, all right beside a rather large stand selling harpies merchandise. Harry consulted Hermione about size before buying one for Sapphire. The number of goblins now wearing Quidditch merchandise was pleasing to more than him. Harry was being forced to take things easy for the rest of the day, so he actually sat and watched the Quidditch match. Even although the game was being played with a large element of fun, Lee's hilarious commentary certainly adding to that, there was still enough skill on display for the purists to enjoy. Harry's last official duties of the day was a meet and greet of the Weird Sisters, posing for the obligatory photograph and thanking them for performing. It was during their set that Hermione saw he was running on empty. She took him by the arm, and they headed for home. Only the people bunking in Crow's Nest would be staying in the Glen tonight. Everyone else would be heading for the Portkey Points and making their way home after the concert. Harry half-heartedly mentioned that they should perhaps go down there and say goodbye to their guests. Hermione kissing him blew that notion right out of his head. Her kisses had fireworks going off, literally. They were shooting over the stadium as Lee's voice rang out, thanking everyone for coming and wishing them a safe journey home. "I think that's job done, Harry. Oh no, I want a lot more of those kisses. They say you should always leave an audience wanting more." "An audience, yes. Your mate, no." They carried on like this as they made their way to Crow's Nest, stopping every so often to kiss. Both knew the security forces would be escorting everyone to the Portkey Points before doing a final sweep of the Glen. Tomorrow the cleanup operations would begin, and soon it would be time to go to their island. Both teens could hardly wait. Bella could hardly wait to pick up their baby boy, but knew she needed a shower first. His father's voice soothed Marvolo until she returned with all traces of the undead washed off her. As she picked up their son, it was Augustus' turn to try and wash away the grime of a long and terrible night. The water wouldn't wash away the memories, though. He just didn't like working with the undead, who would. This was the first time they had left Marvolo alone, but the sleeping charms had held. Their son had only woken when they entered the room. It had taken the three of them working hard all through the night to accomplish his master's plan. Augustus had to admit that plan would see this horror talked about all over the world. To know that this was then only phase one of that plan had Augustus once more in awe of their master's genius. The Kingassy Fair had meant their efforts had gone completely unnoticed by the ministry, with only a few muggles needing their memories altered when they'd stumbled across them. The occupants of their island were now hoping this Baron's Fair was a great success that would give people the confidence and encouragement to attend the Quidditch World Cup final. The mere thought of the mayhem they'd planned being released on 100,000 witches and wizards was a sweet one. It was so sweet that Bella was singing about it while their son fed at her breast. In Fairy didn't really rhyme with anything, but Augustus had no intention of pointing this out to Bella. She was happy and Marvolo was content in his mother's arms. That was all that mattered to him. Ren, thanks for reading. Ren 2, the last couple of chapters, were some of the longest of the entire story. I wanted to get the fair over with, and then set the scene for Voldemort's attack. For those readers who thought this story was winding down to a finish, the next few chapters should hopefully change your minds. Still a lot to happen, and a long way to go before Harry comes face to face with Tom for the final battle. Hope to see you back here next week. 85. Hazy Days of Summer. Harry Crow disclaimer. Since I still have to drag myself to work every Monday to Friday, that should be proof enough that I am neither a professional author nor do I own Harry Potter. RobSt is just someone having a bit of fun during the long, dark Scottish evenings by playing in the world JKR created for us. I also don't own any of the words used in this chapter, and claim only the order I placed them in as my own. And Harry Crow has now passed 6 million hits. All I can really say is thanks for reading. Chapter 80, 5 Baron of Kingassy embraces many cultures, but only kisses one witch. That provocative headline certainly had an image to match it. Harry was pictured with a harpies-clad Hermione in his arms, lovingly kissing her while the rest of the team looked on and cheered. Rather than being embarrassed, Harry thought it was a great headline and an even better picture. All those who had been staying in Crow's Nest were sitting having breakfast. The Creevies, MacDonalds, and Abercrombies would be leaving Kingassy directly after this. Multiple editions of the Daily Prophet were spread around the table, though the front page had caught everyone's attention. There was actually a souvenir supplement inside, containing loads of pictures and interviews of the entire weekend. A representative from Honeydukes was quoted as saying they originally thought they'd brought enough stock to last for the entire weekend, only to have to send for more on Saturday afternoon. Needless to say, they were delighted about this. Bartchoke arrived to give them the latest news from Gringotts, and it was all good. Apart from my heart-stopping beating when Harry invited the director's mate to skate, it was a wonderful weekend. The only thing we can compare the buzz around Gringotts at the moment to is the day we gave the children free gold, only this time it feels even better. There is a real sense of pride running through Gringotts today, a pride that few have ever felt before. The nation certainly enjoyed its weekend in the sun. All could see the tension that had plagued the nation's ambassador lately had now melted clean away, rather like the ice zone when the charms were removed. Bartchoke's smile was wide and infectious. The ministry are rightly taking plaudits for their wonderful stadium, but everything else was built by goblins, with a lot of design help from the people in this room. No one can remember when the director has been so pleased, or morale in Gringotts any higher. I think we've easily outstripped every single goal we set ourselves, not something any of us were confident of achieving this time last week. I was asked to convey a very heartfelt thanks and a sincere well done to everyone involved from the director on behalf of the nation. How did the stalls do? Harry was interested to see if the fair was a commercial success too. His father's wide grin never faltered, giving the answer before Bartchoke even spoke. What to us in Gringotts are mere trinkets and knickknacks, witches and wizards were queuing 6 deep to get their hands on. Work our apprentices manufactured would normally sit on workshop shelves gathering dust or become children's playthings. Today every one of those shelves is empty. Throughout the glen, they sold everything they brought to Kingassy. Goblins, too, were spending gold at all different establishments. We don't usually have access to places like Honeydukes or Fortescue's. I also spotted quite a few of our citizens with Quidditch paraphernalia. This generated a fair amount of laughter at the table, since Sapphire was sitting at breakfast wearing the harpies top Harry had bought her. It was an also smiling Amelia who then portkeyed into Crow's Nest and gave the ministry's response to the fair. Again, it was overwhelmingly positive. You really opened some eyes over the course of the weekend, Harry. Right throughout the glen, your policy of treating everyone the same was there for all to see. The way you handled your request to the minister was wonderfully done too. Cornelius wants me to contact this Reverend Richards as soon as possible. A pair of loud whats from the end of the table saw Harry letting Dan and Emma into the plan. We never seemed to get time to tell you, but I asked if the Reverend Richards could receive a dispensation to be informed about magic, specifically so he could come to Kingassy and perform the marriage ceremony for our wedding. I can't see the guests we want to be there fitting into the parish church in Crawley, can you? Emma was threatening tears at hearing that news. She was blaming her hormones for her emotions being all over the place when Hermione had another idea that this time did produce those happy tears. Mum, Reverend Richards could come here to christen James. This comment also generated some strange glances before Dan decided to come clean. Our son will be named James Granger, using his brother's middle name. Neville, Padma, would you be his godparents? The young couple were visibly gobsmacked at hearing that request, those expressions though were soon replaced by large smiles. Both quickly agreed before Padma turned to her best friends and summed up their feelings in one sentence. We're going to be your brother's godparents. That makes us real family. On that happy note, it was time to say goodbye to the three families. Little Maggie Creevy was wearing her fair hat to breakfast, her mother jokingly confirming her daughter wouldn't be parted from it, and had worn it to bed too. Denny's, Ewan and Natalie had all exchanged phone numbers, but this set Harry thinking. Perhaps it was time to add an owl to their Hogwarts package. While there was always school owls available that allowed them to send messages home from Hogwarts, they were effectively cut off from their magical friends for the duration of the summer. Jenny had confessed to Hermione she didn't have the qualifications she required to get into the university course she'd originally chosen, her last year of school being a washout. Hermione advised her to still pick a university, and they would see what housing they had near that location. Getting them moved and protected by wards should be done first, then Jenny could work on those entry qualifications. Both Ewan and Jenny agreed. This was easily the best weekend of their lives. The family then moved through to the large lounge. They knew there was a serious issue to deal with. Barchoke had some information, though, that he hadn't want to bring up until it was just family. Adam Brown visited Gringotts yesterday and emptied their family vault. He was loudly claiming that we goblins had besmirched his family's good name and his daughter's honor. He's denying Lavender was in any way involved in this incident and trying to push any blame onto Parvati. The silence this news generated was broken by Amelia. Of all the many owls the ministry received regarding the fair, only one was negative. Adam Brown has made a complaint against Aura Tonks for her handling of the situation yesterday. Tonks was sitting beside Remus, the aura once more reverting to Harry's protection detail. Boss, the Baron of Kingussy told this pompous prick that Lavender had abused his hospitality. The Brown family were then asked to leave. I simply pointed out to him that his refusal to do so would be breaking the law, something we would then have to deal with. Amelia stopped Tonks saying any more, totally agreeing with her aura on this matter. I've also had Minerva on the flu. He contacted her too, and complained bitterly about Minerva's treatment of his daughter. He's threatening to withdraw Lavender from Hogwarts unless the school can guarantee there will be no contact between his daughter and the witch trying to lead her astray, Parvati Patil. A shocked and tearful Parvati was sitting between Padma and Neville. The wizard soon found himself being shifted along as Hermione took his place. Padma already had her arm comfortingly around her twin, so Hermione took Parvati's hand before speaking with her. Harry and I watched this man build himself into a state over this yesterday. He just said Lavender wouldn't do anything like that, and she never contradicted him. For once, Lavender hadn't a single thing to say. There's not one person here who thinks you were leading Lavender astray. She's selling you down the river to escape the punishment she deserves. Can you see Susan doing something like that to Hannah? That would simply never happen. I watched Padma stand in front of 9 older bullies and take a curse to the face trying to protect me. That is real friendship. It was then Padma's turn to try and help her sister. Pav, we all know you like to push the boundaries. We also know that when you're alongside Lavender, you both push further. She's obviously not the friend you thought Lavender was if she's pushing all the blame onto you. I have to say that splitting you two up isn't the worst idea I've ever heard. You would certainly be made welcome if you wanted to bunk with us in the Ravenclaw dorm. 2 Hufflepuffs quickly agreed with that, Hannah getting in first. You could stay with me and Susan. Yeah, Lavender's not welcome in Hufflepuff, though. She's hardly displaying loyalty to her supposed best friend. Even Pansy chipped in. After this weekend, I think we could even get away with a Gryffindor in the Slytherin dorms. If you're up for the challenge, you'd certainly be made welcome by the rest of the new 4th-year Slytherin girls. The support she was being shown from her friends couldn't quite make up for the heartache of being dumped on by the witch who'd been her best friend and confidant almost every day for the last 3 years. It was all going to be irrelevant anyway. Her father appeared ready to explode as his anger built. She got up and went to kneel by her father. Father, I'm really sorry my behavior has put you in this position. I made a really bad error of judgment that Harry's security thankfully saved me from facing the consequences of. I have brought shame and embarrassment to our family and deserve to face whatever punishment you set. I promise to try and be a dutiful daughter from this day on, a daughter you can be proud of. Ramrao was as angry as he could ever remember. He tried to control that anger as he spoke to his daughter. Vadi, Your behavior was way beyond anything your mother and I find acceptable. We had decided to send you back to India. We hoped living with my mother for a while might help you see the error of your ways. Parvati's head may be down, but everyone could still see the tears flowing. Padma, too, was in tears, and she wasn't the only one. Ramrao, though, wasn't finished yet. Lavender's father's reaction has changed everything. In trying to protect his own daughter, he's attempting to push all the blame onto mine. For us to send you away now would lend credence to his opinion. That is not something I could ever support. This saw Parvati's head shoot up, and her father reached out and wiped away her tears. While Lavender appears happy to play along with her father's version of events, my daughter has admitted her error and apologized for her serious lack of judgment. Whatever we decide, and we will talk about that later, one thing is not up for debate. Your association with this girl is now at an end. Augusta hated interrupting what was a very tender moment between father and daughter. She did want to give them some options, though. Lavender was under the care of Hogwarts while staying here, and you can guess how well Professor McGonagall will have reacted to Adam Brown berating her for reprimanding his daughter. Lavender might actually be the one leaving Hogwarts if Minerva doesn't get an apology. Parvati was her parents' responsibility, and is therefore in no trouble with the school over this matter. I would have to speak with Phileas and Minerva, but I don't see any major problems with a Gryffindor staying in Ravenclaw that can't be overcome, especially with her twin sister already sorted there. This was Barchoke's cue to add to the story. Adam Brown is a fool. If there is one thing being a parent has taught me, it's that we all make mistakes. It's admitting those mistakes and figuring out where we go from there that makes us who we are. Adam Brown thinks that by playing on his pureblood credentials and shouting loudly, people will simply believe what he says. He closed his family vault in Gringotts, but simply ignored the fact that his entire business is financed and run through our bank. This had everyone paying attention. They all knew the goblins' reputation as a warrior race was well earned, and that they wouldn't hesitate bringing some retaliation of their own to this matter. They were of course right. His version of this incident would need to have goblin warriors either deliberately lying, or, even worse, abducting his daughter out of her bed to march her into Crow's Nest. The director has given him until 8 o'clock tonight to publicly recant those accusations inside the bank. Otherwise, his business account will be closed, and Gringotts will require all their loans to be repaid in full, and immediately too. Smeeta was trying to hide her shock at these measures. Do you think he'll do this? This got a shrug from the ambassador. Personally, I think it would be the smart thing to do. He's a fool, though, so who knows what will happen. If he doesn't, Harry might just buy his bankrupt business from its new owners, Gringotts. Who's going to complain about a goblin owning a business when that goblin is Harry Crow, and Harry doing so saves the jobs of witches and wizards? With everyone staring at his father in disbelief, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Wizards and witches know so little about goblins, they couldn't even get the one thing they thought they knew right. It's not never mess with a goblin. It's really never mess with a goblin's family. Parvati, I've told you before that you're family. Yes, there is a downside to that. People doing their best to harm my family is a right pain in the arse. There is a good side, too. There was no laughter in Harry now. He had a steely glaze that everyone was glad wasn't directed at them. Those 3 boys no longer work for that circus. The owner was also advised to check back on locations they'd previously visited since they had started working for them. Their business has a reputation to protect too, and the squad commander got the impression this was not the first time these boys had tried this maneuver. Since it was this circus' first visit to Britain, all I could legally do was kick them off my land. I have to say, though, the owner was bloody livid with all 3 of them. He was hoping to make a good impression and generate more business out of this weekend. His circus getting kicked out by the Baron of Kingussie certainly won't do that. Since the owner is also well aware of my Gringotts connections, I got the distinct impression those 3 boys' troubles were only just beginning. He's doing it again, Hermione. Don't you just love it when Harry scares the adults? Padma's quip released the building tension, that and Draco almost choking with laughter at the truth behind her remark. This had the goblin in question shaking his head. Don't encourage her, Draco. Padma's bad enough as she is. Now I intend to fly over the glen to see it being restored. Since we now have a full set of brooms who would like to join us. Luna, can you? Yes, Harry. I'll take Sapphire on a broom." As they rose to leave, Ramrau nudged Parvati in their direction. "Go with your friends. We'll sit down and discuss what happens next tonight." As a now smiling Parvati shot out of there to catch up with the rest of the teens, her father slumped back in his chair. "You did the right thing, dear. Neither of us were happy about sending her to live with your mother for the next 6 months." "I know, Smita, but we still haven't solved anything here. Dan and Emma, I just don't know how you cope. We have enough trouble trying to raise our daughters within the influences of two cultures. How do you manage with three totally separate ones?" "Well, I can't lie by saying it's easy. We're basically making it up as we go along. Then again, I think all parenting is like that." This drew some chuckles of agreement from the parents present and worrying glances in Astrid's direction from Sirius. He then received some comforting words from his mother-in-law. "Don't worry about it, Sirius. You'll be fine." "Moa," I look at Henrika holding Astrid, and I'm almost in tears at the beauty of what I'm seeing. That they both have the last name Black fills me with so much love and pride I feel I might burst. My own parents, though, would have murdered both of my girls in their sleep, while the ministry still classes them, and you, as well as Remus, as creatures. We have all just worked our arses off to make this weekend the success that it was, and I'm certainly not disputing it's done our country a power of good, but it should never have been necessary in the first place. All of us in this room can see what's wrong. Why can't everyone else? It was Lucas who actually tried to answer that conundrum. Prejudices are not restricted to Britain, Sirius, or even witches and wizards. May differ throughout the countries of the world, from culture to culture even, but they will always exist. What's needed is for people to stand up and say, "This is not right." I think all of us just did that to great effect over the weekend. I also pity anyone who calls our little Astrid a creature in her grandfather, father, or godfather's hearing. Dan tried to raise the mood again. "You forgot to mention Astrid's grandmother, mother, and godmother. Those are certainly three formidable ladies." He received backing for his efforts from Augusta. "I also think you need to take into account that Remus and Henrika are two of the students' favorite professors at Hogwarts. I was really proud of the way our students behaved all weekend. They are showing the entire country the way forward. I truly believe that by the time Astrid Black and James Granger are of age to travel to Hogwarts, their blood status or heritage won't matter a damn to anyone." That was a vision that found agreement from Amelia. "This prejudice has been around since before Hogwarts was founded. If our younger generation can change a millennium of prejudice to the level you're suggesting, in the space of a decade too, that would have to be considered a magnificent victory." They didn't know their charges were currently chipping away at some of those prejudices, even as they were speaking. Uo, the four birds, had once more welcomed Irgit's presence as they flew over the glen. They were also joined by 7 teens on half a dozen brooms. This had, of course, attracted the attention of the goblin children who lived in the glen, leading to the group swooping down to talk with them. Seeing Sapphire sitting on the back of a broom, had one of the bolder children asking if they could try that too. Soon brooms were taking off with little goblin passengers on the back for a quick flight around the glen. Hearing the children's squeals of joy and laughter had those goblins working at dismantling the fair standing just that little bit straighter. Here was an event they could boast to their grandchildren they had been part of, because history had and was still being made in this Scottish glen. The group were standing beside what yesterday had been the ice zone. Removing the charms last night had seen that ice and snow gone by this morning. The Swiss-style chalet was being retained, though moved from here to beside Crow's Nest. It would be used as extra accommodation when they had loads of people staying, or as the centerpiece of any outside party. It was parties that were on the minds of Hermione and Padma. With the ministry summer ball being slightly later this year, we need to make some plans. Padma really couldn't resist teasing her best friend. And we all know how much our Hermione likes her plans. We need to decide first whether we're going to the ball, and then what to do about these 2 birthday boys. It was just the 4 of them, and Sapphire at the moment, since everyone else was up in the air. Neville offered his opinion on Padma's questions. "I feel we need to attend the ball. The ministry has been supporting us with everything we've asked for. We should really offer our support for their event. As to our birthdays, I would like that to be as quiet as possible." That opinion was backed by Harry. "I agree with Neville about the ball. Otherwise it would seem we only attend if there are awards being handed out." How about this as an idea for our birthdays, spend them on the island? This certainly received a favorable response, so Harry expanded his idea some more. On one birthday, we could have a joint party on the beach for the family. On the other, just the four of us round the other side of the island with a picnic basket. Oh, just us, sitting on the beach and watching the sun go down. That sounds wonderful. Sorry, Sapphire, I didn't mean anything by that. It's okay, Hermione. Being on a beach with Harry is certainly something to get excited about. She couldn't hold her laugh any more as Hermione groaned. Not you two. I get enough teasing from Padma without others jumping on the bandwagon. I couldn't help it, Hermione. It was just too good a chance to pass up. After all the craziness of the fair, you all deserve some time on your own. Padma had a question, though. Do we allow the girls to invite dates? It was Harry who shook his head at that. What would we do about Parvati? Having her as the only girl without a date would be cruel. While Hermione agreed with that, she took the opportunity to tease Sapphire back. And just who would you be asking as your date? Oh, goblins don't really date as such. They have groups of friends who you would hang about with socially, and then hopefully meet your mate. The Queen of the Quips couldn't resist that one either. Well, that certainly worked for us four. None of them minded Padma's teasing this time, since it was essentially true. That, and the fact they were all heading to the island in a few days, had everyone in good spirits. Uwo, the meeting in the minister's office a few days later, also saw those attending in good spirits. Those in the ministry who had managed to spend some time in Kingassy over the weekend were still raving about their experiences. That Harry had made it a family event really won people over apart from that fool, Adam Brown. Instead of getting down on his knees and thanking the Goblin security force for intervening on his daughter's behalf, he attempted some sort of power play and got right royally shafted. Standing in Gringotts and giving a public apology might have saved his business, but everyone now believed he was a liar, leaving his reputation irreparably damaged. Today's meeting at the ministry was to ensure the cup final suffered no such fallout. Cornelius got straight to the heart of the matter. Dolores approached me with a very good point about the cup final, which is why I called this meeting. While we in this country have welcomed the joint Aura warrior security forces, the final is going to be full of Irish and Bulgarians who might not be so understanding. The last thing we need is an international incident when some drunken Quidditch fan takes objection to a warrior telling them what to do. I would welcome your views on this matter. The head of the DMLE was first to offer her opinion. The safety of the event was going to be her responsibility. I don't think the Irish would mind too much, unless the warriors were trying to break up their party. We all know the Bulgarians are a totally different kettle of fish. I could easily see a few confrontations breaking out, but can we afford not to have the Goblin warriors on patrol beside the Auras? There was an unhealthy dose of shared hatred between Dolores and Amelia. They seemed to hold polar opposite views on just about everything. Dolores certainly didn't want these animals anywhere near what she considered her event, unless they were dressed in brightly colored costumes and acting as team mascots. Surely, Otho could just explain to this ambassador creature that we don't require their assistance for this event. No one currently in the minister's office expected Amelia to take that lying down. They weren't disappointed. She came roaring back at Dolores with venom dripping off every word she spoke. That ambassador creature is a very good friend of mine. He also personally saved the lives of an Aura's family in this very building, getting himself wounded in the process. That same Aura and his family were guests of the Baron last weekend. Little Danielle Dugan had the time of her life. Such a pity you missed it, Dolores. I can't think of anyone who could have benefited from the experience more than you. If you have to hug a goblin to have your home warded, I think I'd rather be visited in the night by Death Eaters. Somehow your opinion doesn't surprise me, Dolores. Arthur tried to interrupt before wands were drawn between these two adversaries. The joint patrols have been universally accepted and proclaimed a great success in Hogsmeade, Diagon Alley, and even last weekend in Kingassy. I would certainly be against any moves to change that. Since the entire stadium will be warded against Death Eaters, we could perhaps increase the goblin to aura ratio in these areas, freeing auras from Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley to assist at the cup final. This way we are asking our goblin friends for help, while avoiding putting them in a situation that is potentially politically delicate. Amos liked the sound of that. He would be attending the final with Cedric and his friend, Roger. Amos wanted that stadium to be the safest place in Britain. He was also savvy enough to know that one bad incident with the Warriors would be jumped upon by those of a darker persuasion as proof they were moving too fast and too far with their reforms. He backed Arthur's suggestion. The sixth person at the meeting was paying these discussions scant attention. His status as a department head had earned Ludo an invitation to Kingassy. What he saw there rocked his world. The former Quidditch player wasn't really interested in the various zones, different cultures, or the amount of integration taking place. He'd sat in the Three Broomsticks outlet, drinking butter beer and eating stew while making the discovery that the goblins as a race appeared to be as addicted to gambling as he was. Now all he had to figure out was how to scam them out of their gold that shouldn't be too difficult. He heard Amelia arguing for a force of warriors to be standing by in case they needed them at the final. Arthur pointing out that anything attacking the wards would soon draw a goblin presence made Cornelius mind up. Security for the cup final would be handled by the Auras, with a force of warriors held in reserve. Uo, the couple running along the beach, were clearly reaching the last of their reserves. Their gaits were certainly now more staggering than sprinting. Having fun yet? I hate this. Oh, good. It took a couple of breaths before he could get the next part out. For a minute there, I thought we were going to have to stop. What? This did halt his running partner, allowing him to stop too and take a much-needed breather. Standing half-bent, with his hands on his knees, he finally managed to get the next bit out. Well, it would hardly be punishment if you were enjoying it now, would it? You mean if I'd said yes, it would be over? Ramrow answered with a question of his own. Would you lie to your father? No, father. I'm just not used to getting up at this time or all this exercise. I'm struggling to breathe, sore all over and not thinking straight at the moment. Sit, and we'll take 5 minutes. Father and daughter sat on the sand, watching the waves gently lap against the beach while trying to ignore the pains from their aching muscles. Father, I understand this is part of my punishment, and I accept that. Why are you running with me, though? You clearly hate this as much as I do. Since my body is considerably older than yours, I think I'm entitled to hate it even more than you do. Parvati, someday you will have children of your own and discover what a precious and wonderful gift they are. This change in tact clearly confused Parvati and saw Ramrao reach out and take his daughter's hand. I have no doubts you and your husband will do your utmost to raise your children to be the best they can be. Since all parents will occasionally get it wrong, I think it's only fair to say you and your husband will make the occasional mistake too. That is why I run beside you. If my wonderful Parvati thinks her recent behavior would ever be acceptable to me, then I have made a grave mistake somewhere, a mistake I deserve to be punished for. The teenage witch broke down crying at that, then found herself enveloped by the safest pair of arms in the world. They mumbled apologies and words of love to each other as both held on to one of the most important people in their lives. A supposed 5 minutes of rest was now easily 10, as Ramrao gently soothed his daughter's sobs away, though he knew just how to make her feel better. Draco approached me about a letter he received from Blaze. He said Blaze never believed Lavender's father for a second, and then Adam Brown publicly having to admit he was wrong inside Gringotts justified his opinion. Draco mentioned some deal you had with Blaze, and apparently Blaze still wants to honor it. Would you care to tell me what that deal was? The tears were back for Parvati, but she had the sobs under control at the moment. When we broke up, we agreed to be each other's date for anything that came up, until one of us found another partner. He was pretty sure that would have been the case. It was now time to put something he'd been thinking about into practice. Adam Brown making this matter public has meant the Paddle's actions and reactions will be public too. There is simply no avoiding it. If our family attends the ministry summer ball without you, that sends out one message. If we take you but keep you close all evening, that sends out a different message too. If you were to walk into that ball, beside your family, and on the arm of your date, it could put an end to speculation over this incident once and for all. Parvati's sobs had returned, but her father still held her. Ramrao had more to say on the matter. For this to have any chance of happening, you will write to that young wizard and tell him everything. How you have been acting foolishly, what it would mean for Blaze to escort you to this ball, and anything else you want to put in there. If Blaise still wants to escort you, I will make all the necessary arrangements to see that this happens. You must tell him everything, though. Blaise needs to know all the details before he makes his decision. He's a fine young wizard, one that I will not have it said the Patel family took advantage of. Parvati was struggling to stop her sobs, and also to believe what she was hearing. You would allow me to go to the ball. Under the right conditions, yes. Those conditions being you must learn from this, and have a date I approve of for the ball. Your punishment still stands, though. Ramrao was again having trouble breathing, this time because his daughter was holding him so tight. The hawk swooped down and landed beside them. A second later, Padma was speaking to her father and sister. Are you two all right? Her twin was wiping the tears from her eyes. That Parvati was smiling while doing so just confused Padma even more. We're fine, Padma. We just stopped for a rest before finishing our run. Well, you've only got about a mile left to go. We'll see you when you get back. I know flying is exercise too, but I much prefer it to running. As Saber shot back into the air to join the three other animagi waiting on her, Ramrao helped his other daughter to her feet. They still had another mile to run. Then he intended to lie down quietly for the rest of the day. Part of Parvati's punishment was to run every morning of the summer holidays. Ramrao was beginning to doubt if he would survive that. The group arrived at the ball, and even although there were no guests of honor here this year, they were still being stared at. With their awards proudly on display on their outfits, it was probably understandable. They were again dressed in what the girls called their Pride and Prejudice clothes, and couldn't help smiling at the number of other witches and witches now wearing similar attire. The wizarding tailors had finally cottoned on to this fad and started producing similar clothes. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but chuckle when thinking the entire craze was started by a woefully out-of-date Muggle Studies course book. It wasn't all the stares and whispers that were making Harry nervous, though. He just didn't want to be away from Kingussie. Relax, Harry. Father is with them in case they need to get to Gringotts in a hurry. Moa and Lucas are babysitting Astrid there too, and can you see Darby letting anything happen to his beloved mistress? You know Mum wouldn't hear of us cancelling tonight. I'm pregnant, not ill. I can practically hear her say it, Hermione. I'm just so excited waiting for James to be born. Merlin knows what I'll be like when it's time for our child. Dan looks so calm. This drew a laugh from Hermione. He's anything but calm, Harry. Dad just hides it better. Parvati was also anything but calm. She wasn't very good at hiding it, though. She felt her date squeeze her hand on his arm, and she drew strength from that. Blaise had been a rock for her. Tonight the group had booked 2 tables, one each under the names of Longbottom and Black, with the only stipulation being that the tables were beside each other. There were quartets of Longbottoms and Patels sitting alongside Harry and Hermione, with Blaise taking their number up to 11. The Blacks had Remus and Tonks. Hannah and Susan had asked Zach and Justin to be their dates for tonight, while Luna invited Colin along as a friend. As usual, places would become fluid when the dancing started. Not having to worry about awards gave Harry more time to look around and see all the faces he knew. The Weasleys' change in circumstances was also very evident. They're on display for everyone to see as the family had their own table. They appeared, though, to have taken the wise decision to leave Ron at home. The twins' inclusion might have raised a few eyebrows before, but not now. These 2 prefects had just added OWL, said O in defense, charms, herbology, and transfiguration to the outstanding in potions they received last summer. Fred and George had invited Angelina and Alicia as their dates. While Ginny sat with Bill, it was the remaining couple who were garnering all the attention of their table. Percy and Penny had been advised by both Bill and Arthur to take their time over the summer before making any decisions that would affect their futures. Both had done so, but those decisions had now been made. Gringotts' latest employees were also sitting there sporting engagement rings. Harry, of course, knew Penny better than Percy, but was delighted for the happy couple. He was also one of the few who knew what they would actually be doing inside Gringotts. With Hermione and Harry both confirming they wanted to attend university, that would mean he would be at least in his early 20s before he could possibly become assistant ambassador to his father. With the current occupier of that position not really wanting to commit to that post much past Harry leaving Hogwarts, Percy and Penny were being drafted into Father's expanding department. and would be working toward one of them eventually taking over from Bill. With no awards tonight, the meal was served first before the obligatory speech would take place. Sitting having a fine meal with family and friends soon saw even Parvati relax, and there was dancing to look forward to later. Cornelius' speech was going well. His quip about not knowing what to do with his hands, since there was no awards to hand out tonight, generated a very good response. The minister's next point concerned one of those previous awards. Last year, many of you were here to witness Harry Crow becoming the Baron of Kingassy. I was honored to have been a guest of the Baron's earlier in the summer when my wife and I had a wonderful time at his fair. I would just like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Baron Crow for including so many of those who work at the ministry in what was a tremendous event. This led to much clapping and cheering before Cornelius moved on to the upcoming event, the Quidditch World Cup final. For a politician, it didn't get much better than being able to stand up and give people good news. His good news was interrupted by a high-pitched beeping coming from somewhere in the hall. Then he saw Harry getting to his feet as the noise stopped. Minister Fudge, we're really sorry to leave, but that was an urgent message from my father. Hermione and I need to head to Gringotts. Is there anything wrong, Harry? Can we help? No, Minister. That message means our brother is on the way, not something we want to miss. Ora Tonks, we will be portkeying into Gringotts the moment we leave the ministry wards. Please stay and enjoy the ball. A nod from Amelia saw Tonks accepting that offer, though she did promise to catch up with the four of them later. It was only then Cornelius noticed young Longbottom and his betrothed ready to leave too. Neville's comment that he couldn't wait to see his godson put a smile on more than just the minister's face. Cornelius was honest enough to admit that even a few years ago he would have been incandescent with rage over something like this. The old Fudge would have seen this as a deliberate attempt to upstage him and been worried about what plot was behind it, who was trying to force him out. Tonight he could see the situation for exactly what it was: four teens hyper-excited over the birth of a baby in their family. This version of Cornelius Fudge knew exactly how to handle the situation. Please pass our good wishes on to Emma and Dan. As the four teens hurried from the hall, the Minister for Magic couldn't help but think this baby boy was being born into a different world than his older sister had been. It was time to get back on track, though. The night was still young. It was much later that night when Harry held a tiny figure in his arms. Hello, James. I'm your brother, Harry. Ooh, it was a few weeks later when Ron was ignoring his brothers to concentrate on the tiny figure in his hands. Ginny might have raved about the ministry ball, but Ron was glad he talked his way out of that one. The ball sounded incredibly boring to him. Not like tonight. Ron Weasley just had the best night of his life. He was staring at the little Quidditch figure in awe, the reverence in his voice unmistakable. Did you see him? Wasn't Crumbs simply unbelievable? Oh no, Ron, we missed it. Yeah, Fred and I always take a good book with us to the Quidditch World Cup final. You'll just have to tell us all about it. Totally missing the gentle sarcasm, Ron then began a play-by-play account of the game. That he was using the little action figure to demonstrate his descriptions had everyone sniggering. That was until the screaming started. They all rushed out of the tent to be greeted by the sight of the dark mark hanging menacingly in the night sky. It was visible due to flashes of spells causing explosions, flames, and utter panic. All 7 Weasley children were there with their father, while Amos stood with Cedric and Roger. It was the Ravenclaw who asked the first question. Though this area was warded, how is this possible? It was actually Bill who quickly answered. We couldn't ward the camping area since we don't own it. That's why we had to pay money to the Muggle farmer to allow us to camp on his land. I want you 4 to take Ron and Ginny and head back to the safety of those wards around the stadium. This is not a Sunday morning drill, guys. Are you up to this? All 4 had their wands out and their game faces on. All jokes were forgotten. Here were the 4 students Bill tutored every week. They'll be fine, Amos. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given them this task. We need to go and help contain this. Amos nodded as he, Arthur, Bill, Charlie, and Percy disapparated away to help in the battle. Fred, George, Cedric, and Roger were used to working as a team and quickly got organized, deciding to choose the most direct route back to the stadium. Before they even left the camp, though, Ron let out a piercing scream of terror that was of a higher pitch than anything Ginny could ever reach. He was left unable to speak, but when they looked to where his shaking hand was pointing, no one there blamed him in the slightest. Directly in front of Ron, a dead body was clawing itself out of the shallow grave it had been buried in. It didn't speak, but the nightmare now pulling itself upright didn't really need to. Those sunken eyes may be dead, but the menace they contained was very much a threat to the life of anyone this creature got its hands on. Thanks for reading Two same time, same place, next week. The Attack on the Cup Final. 86. Night of the Living Dead. Harry Crow disclaimer. I neither own Harry Potter nor profit in any way from my writing posted here. That people take time out of their day or night to read my efforts is all the payment I could possibly wish for. Since Harry Crow has been written in its entirety using my iPad, I wouldn't say no to a little sponsorship from Apple, the only people with more money than JKR. Chapter 86. The three adult occupants of the lighthouse on Flannan Isles were different to the rest of the wizards and witches listening to the Quidditch World Cup final live broadcast, and not just because the wizarding wireless set they were listening to had been stolen. They neither cared which teams were playing, what moves the players tried, or even who won. All they were interested in was at what time the match would finish. When the Bulgarian seeker caught the snitch, they cared not a jot about the score. Their eyes were instead fixed on the clock on the wall. Perfect. Had the game gone on into the night, we may have had to change our plans. We will give it some time for their celebrations to really get underway before we spoil their party. Bella had been sitting nursing little Marvolo, and now rose to put their growing boy into his crib. Augustus followed her through and stood with his arms around Bella as she settled their son down for the night. Don't worry, my big strong wizard, your little Bella has been looking forward to tonight. I know, love, I just wish I was coming with you. She turned around and kissed her mate. I'm glad you're not coming. I'll be able to concentrate on killing as many of these bastards as I can. I know my big strong wizard will be safe and able to come back here to look after our beautiful baby. Our baby boy agrees with his father. We both need you back here too. This earned Augustus another passionate kiss before his now rather breathless mate made him a promise. I'll be back, and then my big strong wizard is going to take care of his little witch all night. We might even make a brother or sister for Marvolo. A few more kisses, and it was time to go. Augustus had a job to do. While he would be worried about Bella, his mate was right. His mission wasn't really dangerous, and should see him return safely to their son. Molly was rattling about in the empty house. She supposed the emptiness felt more pronounced tonight, because the burrow had been full to bursting before her entire family had headed off to the Quidditch match. She had listened to the game on the wizarding wireless, more interested in the match passing off without any trouble than the fact that Ireland won. The silence of the house was shattered, though, by the alarm that signaled the Burrows wards were under attack. Thanking every deity that she could think of for her children not being present, Molly flung some flue powder into the fire and was somewhat surprised when it turned green. She'd expected the fire to stay red, blocking the family's escape from the attack. Glancing to the family clock just confused her even more. Her hand on the clock was pointing unerringly to home. If the burrow was under attack, it should be indicating she was in mortal peril. Something wasn't quite right here. Molly attempted to disapparate up to her bedroom and accomplished that feat. Looking out the first-floor window again confused her, as it showed no visible threats. What she did see seconds later, though, made her heart soar with relief and joy. A squad of goblin warriors had just portkeyed into their front garden with weapons drawn. Molly made her way downstairs to greet her very welcome visitors. She grabbed her clock before walking out the front door. The squad commander knew how important this family was to the nation. He had warriors checking the ward's perimeter as he approached the head female of the family. Ma'am, the wards around your home were certainly attacked. We can find no trace of any attackers, though. The flue still worked, and there were no anti-apparition wards raised. It seems so strange. Even my family clock didn't show any danger. As Molly showed the squad commander her clock, she almost dropped it from fright. Every member of her family, bar her, saw their hands on the clock swing to indicate mortal peril. As Molly emitted a sound that was part scream, part moan, The squad commander was busy shouting orders to his warriors. Uo at Gringotts, too, there was a decision to be made. Why would anyone attack the Lovegood property when they are with Centurion Crow and his family on his island? 2 attacks in such a short space of time had never happened before. The knowledge of the other event that had them already on high alert tonight saw the commander quickly reach a decision. If he was wrong, then no lives should be lost. There was already a squad at the Weasleys, and Gringotts knew for certain the Lovegoods were out of the country. Take every warrior we can muster and head for the stadium. I think they're trying to tie our forces up elsewhere by attacking warded properties. I want to hear from those warriors who went to the Weasleys as quickly as possible. At that, a warrior raced into the control center to report as ordered. Commander, we found no sign of attackers at the Weasleys. The female had a device which suddenly displayed all her family in mortal peril. The squad commander left 2 warriors with her on protection detail and sent me here to report. He took the rest of the squad to the stadium. This just confirmed the commander's thoughts. Well done, warrior. Follow the Centurion here and you may yet see battle tonight. I need to inform the director about this. Uo Bella had just cast the Dark Mark for the first time in over a decade. She then unleashed a barrage of spells against the unsuspecting revelers before apparating to her next position. This was the signal for their master to awaken his warriors before he too began unleashing spells. It was then Bella's turn to open fire before apparating to her final position. Tonight wasn't about how many her spells killed. It was more about causing panic and herding the sheep where they wanted them to go right into the biggest concentration of Inferi. She fired her last set of spells, portkeying out of there just as the pops of apparition announced she had company. Bella was heading back to their lighthouse, knowing their master would be mere minutes behind. She jumped into her mate's arms the second she arrived, relieved to see his attacks against the wards had been as uneventful as they thought they would be. Their hit and run tactics had worked well tonight. Now all they needed was for the Inferi to do their work. Uo Fred pulled Ran away from the now advancing Inferius, while the others started firing spells at it. They were having little effect, though, causing Roger to call for a change of tactics. It's already dead, so we need to hit it with flame, cutting, or blasting curses. Fire together on 3. Ginny couldn't wait that long. She shouted 3 and fired the most powerful blasting curse she could at its head. The 5 boys all seemed to choose the same spell as Ginny, and the effect on the Inferius was instantaneous. It was blasted apart. That didn't seem too bad. Ran was desperately trying to reassure himself, having been literally scared stiff a moment ago. Fred decided to help his younger brother get over his shakes. Only because you gave us a warning, Ran. Well done. Fred's right. We could bring it down because we could see it. I don't really want to enter those trees to get to the stadium, though. Cedric's point was well received. No one wanted to play hide and seek with any more of these things. The curses and explosions around the campsites seemed to have stopped too. All the screaming was now coming from amongst the trees. All 6 thought that was another absolutely excellent reason not to enter those trees. Where's the order of the Aves with those lovely swords when you need them? George's comment also gave him an idea. He was a wizard after all. He approached the edge of the trees and lifted a fallen branch, a branch that was soon transfigured into a razor-sharp axe. He actually felt better having a physical weapon in one hand and his wand in the other. That was until a dead hand clamped onto the back of his neck. He was spun around, and the hand's partner seized his throat. Those 10 cold digits appeared determined to meet in the middle of George Weasley's neck. There was also a gaping mouth to deal with, a festering mouth that was doing its best to take a chunk out of him. George found the axe was trapped between his chest and this living nightmare, giving him no leverage at all. He did manage to shove the blade up and into its throat, allowing George to at least try and push that terrible mouth away from his face. His vision was blacking out, though, from lack of air, when a tremendous pain cleared his focus. This thing had got a grip with its teeth and was trying to chew his ear off. The 2 were so close and struggling so much that none of the others could get a curse off. They had learned their curses needed to be powerful to be of any use against these Inferius, and the risk of hitting George instead with a reducto was just too great. Fred couldn't stand back any longer, and with a wild yell, leapt on the creature to physically attack it. This crazy move saw the three of them bundled to the ground. The big bonus being the Inferius found itself being violently pushed onto the axe blade. That sharp blade sliced through the undead creature's neck and removed its head from its body. As the head flopped from its neck, those teeth were still clamped shut to George's ear. That was until Ginny stepped forward, and with a yell as wild as Fred's, kicked out at that head as hard as she could. It may have taken part of her brother's ear with it, but that disgusting and dismembered head sailed back into the trees. Fred dragged the now headless body off his twin before seizing the axe out of George's hands. The thing that had dared to attack his twin would never move again by the time Ginny managed to pull a berserk Fred away. He had hacked the already dead body to bits. Ron practically dragged a choking George back into the little clearing in front of the tents, while Cedric and Roger continually scanned the area for any more of these things. As Ginny then led Fred back to their little group, it was the Ravenclaw Roger who began levitating anything he could get his wand on to start forming a barrier. Fallen logs, rocks, anything at all was soon being transformed into thick, twisted brambles with wicked thorns. We don't want to give them any cover, just slow the bastards down. They won't be able to sneak up on us using this. Just get trapped so we can blast them to bits. Cedric was soon helping Roger with this task, while Ginny and Ron kept their eyes peeled, ready to shout out a warning and open fire. Fred was down on the ground beside his injured twin, a blanket quickly snatched from the tent, helping to lessen George's shaking. While George's right ear was a bloody mess, his throat was also bruised and swollen, making speaking difficult. He still tried, though, and in typical Weasley twin fashion, attempted to make a joke out of what had just happened. Looks like Mum will be able to tell us apart now. Well, since the only one I allow to chew my ear is Angelina, that's just gonna have to be the case from now on. Wait until I tell Angelina that one. I might tell her myself after tonight. I know exactly what you mean, brother mine. Go and help the guys. Just leave me my axe. At least we know that works against the ugly bastards. Fred left George lying in the middle of an area that was now surrounded by the wickedest-looking brambles he'd ever laid eyes on. He helped the other four patrol what was now their safe zone, all of them mentally trying to drown out the screams that were still coming from deeper in the woods. That first Inferius had actually done them a tremendous favor. Without their group almost running into it, they would have raced into the middle of what sounded like a war zone. Draco was right in the middle of what felt like a war zone. He'd been overjoyed when Harry got him tickets. Now he was wishing he was still lying on that beach beside Pansy. The free tickets saw Blaze's father accompanying Draco, Blaze, and Theo to the final. Harry even loaned them a tent. All had been having a wonderful time until the dark mark appeared in the sky, and the curses started killing people. Draco knew at once who would be behind this, and also what fate awaited him if Voldemort or his crazy aunt got their wands on him. They had been one of the first groups to react and head for the safety of the stadium. The stadium may be safe, but the route to it was proving deadly. Running the gauntlet through an army of Inferi would certainly result in the ranks of the dead being swollen tonight. A dark wood full of Inferi would easily be Draco's Bogart memory from now until the day he died. He certainly never wanted to be part of anything worse than this. He had seen people snatched as they were running, their family and friends struggling to cast any spells for fear of hitting the person grabbed. Sometimes there were enough people there to overpower the creature, and sometimes the creatures were the ones doing the overpowering. The Auras had been on the scene pretty quickly, but initially had to stop scared witches and witches firing off flame curses at every shadow. After a long, hot summer, the woods were tinder dry, and their aim was anything but true. These wild flame curses were doing more damage than help in this close-quarters battle. Their time working with the Marauders had never been more welcome. The information they had been teaching students soon kicked in and provided the tactics they needed for their group to survive. Finding a small thicket of trees suitable for their purpose, they quickly established a defensible position. They had tried to coax others to do the same, but they were too busy racing headlong into trouble. Frightened people were so desperate to escape from the perceived threat behind them, they blundered straight into the waiting arms of the Inferi. Other than stun people into submission, there was really nothing more they could do. Who was going to listen to a bunch of kids when they were under attack from Voldemort? Having watched his son teaching tactics to the younger Hogwarts students at the fair, Blaze's father was happy to go along with their ideas and had his wand ready to defend their position if needed. They would pick off any inferiors that came within range, but could only convince one family, whose son was in the defense club Draco helped teach, to join them amongst their little tree fort. It was only the arrival of the goblins that the battle swung in their favor. The Aurors were then able to concentrate solely on escorting everyone to the safety of the warded stadium, while the goblins took over the hunt for the Inferi. There were some angry warriors in those woods. They hunted the Inferi the way a poacher goes after game. For all the terror these undead horrors had brought to the magical people running around in the dark woods, the warriors might well have been picking off rabbits on the village green. No Inferi stood a chance against those flashing blades. They were being systematically hunted down before being hacked to pieces. When more reinforcements arrived from Gringotts, the warriors set up a skirmishing line and swept the woods clean. Aurors and healers were close behind to provide light for the warriors to work with, and aid for any wounded. Only when the reinforcements reached them did Draco and Blaze have their group stand down from the little thicket of trees. Their small fort had provided a defensible position and shelter from the carnage they had witnessed taking place all around them. Their group began to make its way to the safety of the stadium, picking their route through the now swept woods. Not one of them, though, put their wand away. Bill and Percy were combing through the survivors, looking for the rest of their family. Their father, Amos, and Charlie were searching in the other direction. A Patronus message would be sent the instant one of them found the 6 teens. Spotting the director, Bill still at least retained the sense to drop his conjured sword on the grass before approaching. "Well met, Assistant Ambassador. You look as if you've been administering some goblin diplomacy to these abominations in the woods tonight." He had no idea how haggard his appearance was, nor did he care. All Bill wanted was to end the horrible visions of those undead bodies feasting on his family. The only way to do that was to see his brothers and sister with his own eyes. A Patronus message from his father saying they were fine would certainly take the edge off, though. "Forgive me, Director. I'm not exactly at my best right now. I left half a dozen Hogwarts students to make their way from the campsite to the stadium, and am worried sick about them. I was wondering if you had heard anything." Ragnar could clearly see the anguish making that decision was causing this fine young wizard. If anything happened to that group, it could easily break both father and son, a father and son who were very important to the nation. "I shall assign warriors to search for them." The goblin leader was cut off by a loud shout and a little redhead moving at speed. Crying her eldest brother's name, Ginny slammed straight into Bill, her desperate hug accompanied by a question. "Where's Dad, Charlie, and Amos?" The sense of relief Bill felt holding his sister and seeing his brothers were alive rendered him speechless for the moment. It was left to Percy to answer Ginny's question. "They're all okay and currently searching for you lot. George, what happened to you?" "One of those things tried to give me a love bite. I need all of you lot to convince Alicia I tried to fight it off. Can't have my girl getting jealous." The squad leader who had found the group of teens made his report directly to Ragnar. Bill had yet to speak or released his hold on Ginny. "Director, the assistant ambassador has taught them well. They stayed in a clearing and erected a barrier around their group, creating a most effective defensive shield and killing ground. They had permanently downed 4 of the undead by the time we got there." Percy sent off his Patronus, informing the others that all were safe and they would meet at the first aid tent. Bill had snapped out of his funk enough to thank everyone involved for rescuing his family. The squad commander wouldn't hear of it, though. They didn't need rescuing, assistant ambassador, just to be told it was now safe to leave their defenses. They used their heads and fought like warriors. Ragnar had a word for Bill before he left. There were protected houses around Ottery St. Catchpole where the wards were attacked tonight. First on that list was the Weasley property. "We're now sure it was merely a ruse to keep our forces away from here, rather than any serious attempt to breach our wards. Your mother has a warrior protection detail, and also a device that indicated you were all in mortal peril. You should contact your mother as quickly as possible to let her know her family is safe." The first aid tent held 20 beds, but was clearly swamped. George was regarded as walking wounded, so took a seat outside. Even within the few minutes they had been here, All could see that George's injury was minor compared to some that were being carried in. One thing not in short supply was healers. Amelia's contingency plans swinging into action as soon as the alarm was raised. The healer was working on George just before Arthur managed to get there. While the family reunions were taking place all around them, the healer had some bad news for George. While healing his neck was the work of a few minutes, his ear was an entirely different matter. Injuries caused by dark magic are notoriously difficult to treat, and magic doesn't come much darker than in fairy. I need to clean the wound up to prevent the danger of infection. Unfortunately, I can't repair the damage or regrow what you've lost. You are going to have part of your ear missing for the rest of your life. Having watched as people were carried in with chunks of their face missing, George wasn't about to complain. After hearing about the supposed attack on the burrow, Arthur knew his wife would be going spare. Even although Marley's family clerk would be telling her they were now out of danger, Arthur was well aware she wouldn't believe that until they returned home. Arthur made a portkey to the burrow, right at the front gate so as not to surprise the guards now posted there. Charlie was going to take all the younger ones home. Cedric and Roger would be able to use the flue at the burrow to get to where they wanted to go. Percy decided to stay and help Bill. The goblin involvement guaranteed there would be work for them to do. With a final hug of his four youngest, Arthur stood back and watched Charlie take them home. He and Amos would certainly have work to do now too. Amelia was suffering from a tiredness that seeped all the way through to her very bones. No pun intended. Her anger, though, would keep her going for a few more hours yet. It would need to. They had taken over one of the hospitality suites at the stadium to hold this meeting. None of those attending were feeling very hospitable, though. Both the Irish and Bulgarian ministers were here, with representatives from their ministries too. She could see some of the Bulgarians looking down their noses at Ragnarok and a hastily summoned Barchok. She decided to nip that in the bud from the off. Can I start by offering our appreciation to our goblin friends? While my auras would certainly have prevailed in the end, their methods and expertise at swiftly dispatching the inferi saved many lives. One of the Bulgarian party asked, rather aggressively, how the goblins knew to respond, since he was unaware of any call for assistance being sent out. Amelia was just about to demand he explain himself when Barchok prevented an international incident kicking off. Tempers were understandably frayed in here tonight. While we had warriors on high alert in the event, an attack was made on the stadium wards. Gringotts still monitors and protects many places the length and breadth of Britain. We got our first alarm when the Weasley residence was attacked. This was news to most of the people there. Even Amelia hadn't heard the full story. The Lovegood residence was next to be attacked. The controller on duty was naturally suspicious. He knew the Lovegoods were currently holidaying with my family on a tropical island and suspected a ruse to keep our forces busy. That ruse would only be necessary if the attackers were going after a bigger target. He gambled on sending warriors to protect the fans at the stadium. Ambassador Weasley's wife has a wonderful family heirloom that shows the condition of her family. It showed they were in danger. When the warriors sent to protect the Weasley family found no actual attack, the squad commander left a few guards before heading for the stadium where the rest of the family were in danger. Barchok then turned his attention directly to Amos. The third property under our protection in Artery, St. Catchpole, was then attacked. Though we sent a small squad, the chief warlock's wife was startled, but in no danger. I believe she flew to the burrow to await news with Mrs. Weasley. Again, Amelia offered her thanks before continuing with her briefing. This whole attack reeks of a well-organized plan. They seem to know where the wards ended and placed the inferi outside the ward boundaries. The dark mark in the sky and curses firing into the campsite got the fans moving. As everyone knows, there was a grassy avenue either side of the small woods. These avenues were the next targets. People were being hit with killing curses out in the open. They would naturally seek shelter in the woods. That's where the vast majority of the inferi were waiting. How could this be set up right under your noses? Amelia didn't get angry at what was a fair question. She was saving that anger for someone who deserved it. Voldemort obviously got a lot more information out of poor Bertha than they were led to believe by that lying fucking toad, Umbridge. We have been on site for the last month, and this entire area, including those woods, was swept for threats daily. We can only assume that the Inferi were already buried in place before then, and being already dead, they wouldn't register as a threat until they became active. All were beginning to see just how well this plan had been executed. Privately, the Irish and Bulgarian ministers were thinking they wouldn't have dealt with the situation any better. The big question still had to be asked, though. What are the casualty figures? Amelia's head was bowed as she gave out the horrific news. The number of dead is approaching 100, and that figure is expected to rise still. Wizard, witch, child, British, Irish, Bulgarian, the Inferi didn't discriminate. We lost about 7 people to curses from the Death Eaters. The Inferi accounted for the rest. We have quite a few seriously wounded too, a very bad night for all of us. No one there disagreed with that assessment. It would soon be daylight, though, and then the real cleanup operation would begin. Cornelius intended to call a meeting of the Wisengamot for 3 o'clock in the afternoon to inform them of what happened. He invited their Irish, Bulgarian, and goblin friends to attend. Cornelius had learned the truth about these events usually got out. It was better if everyone learned the facts at the same time. With the Maldives being 5 hours ahead of the UK, it was already approaching noon local time when Barchok and the 2 Slytherins appeared. Draco was scheduled to return later on today, and Blaise had jumped at the chance of beginning to put last night's horror behind him. He couldn't think of a better method of starting to do that than lying on a tropical beach with Parvati, surrounded by their friends. It was certainly weird to be sitting in this beautiful setting and describing the horrific happenings of last night. Dan had asked the first question. For the benefit of us dentists here, could someone tell me what these Inferi are? His daughter was really the only one with the combined knowledge to describe these creatures to a couple of muggles. Dad, think zombies, and you won't be too far away. What? Are we talking Night of the Living Dead here, real flesh-eating zombies? Staying with the Grangers had seen Barchok develop a taste for tea. The goblin was sipping a cup of that wonderful brew at the moment while trying to answer people he now considered family. I don't know what a zombie is, Dan, but an Inferius is an animated corpse that will claw and bite at its victim until they are dead. I saw George Weasley with part of an ear missing, and he was certainly one of the lucky ones. This analogy met with Draco's agreement. The Slytherin found himself shivering in the tropical heat as he spoke about last night. We could certainly have used you for, and those blades of yours last night. Perhaps people would have listened to you. They ignored us and just kept running into more danger. We tried coaxing, ordering, even screaming at them. Nothing worked. The Auras were trying to keep people safe and fight the Inferi at the same time. The arrival of the warriors really changed things for the better. Their blades chopped the Inferi into pieces like we would use practice dummies. It was awesome to watch. Alice and Frank had been Auras in the last war and were well aware of what an Inferius was. You could slaughter them by the dozen with flame curses if they were advancing across open ground. Facing them in a wood at night was an entirely different matter. It was Alice, though, who voiced their thoughts about something that had yet to be mentioned. I'm struggling to see what Voldemort gains from this. Yes, his plan has killed a lot of people, and yes, it's also an embarrassment to the Ministry. Apart from reminding people he's still around, I can't see what else he gains from this. Don't ask me to explain it, but this feels so much more than just a grand gesture to prove he's still an evil murdering bastard. This drew Barchok's first smile since he'd been summoned from this island to return to Britain. Your aura instincts are still keen, Alice. We at Gringotts are thinking the very same. This was not an obvious attack on Harry. Anyone who knows him could tell you his only interest in Quidditch is when Hermione wears a Hoppy's jersey. Whatever it is, we need to return home. No, Harry looked at his father with a bit of shock, not used to having his suggestions so abruptly shouted down. Do you expect me to sit here in safety while people in Britain are suffering from this attack? Centurion Crow, I expect you to follow orders. The director has ordered you to remain here until we can discover just what Riddle is up to. Yourself have said, more than once, this is the safest place to be. You will be staying here until we get a lot more information. I realize this is not what you wanted to hear, son, but that's the way it has to be, at least, until we discover just what Voldemort's plan is. Every profile we have on him indicates that won't be long. After that, we can begin to make plans of our own. His father was right. Harry was not happy with that news. They had only planned on being here for another 4 days anyway, before heading back to Kingassy on Saturday. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on Monday, but they were all ready and prepared for that. They had stormed Diagon Alley with 3 sets of Potter scholarship students, delighted to see the place getting back on its feet. Fortescue had actually reserved all his front tables for them when it became known they were in the alley. After the amount of business he did at the fair, he thought it was only fitting. Ewan was hyper-excited to tell them about his new house, a house that was only a 10-minute ride on his bicycle from Natalie's. Jenny had confirmed that had sealed her decision on what university to choose, being able to live so close to the McDonalds. Roy and Mary appeared delighted to be able to take the young Abercrombie family under their wings, almost as delighted as Jenny and Ewan were to be sheltering there. Harry's idea of the Potter scholarships becoming like family was now paying unexpected bonuses. With all their business in Britain already taken care of, there really was no other pressing reason to race home. With the director ordering him to stay here, he simply didn't have any other option. Looking around at his friends and family, his eyes lingering on babies Jamie and Astrid, Harry actually smiled. All in all, there were worse places to be stuck than here in this company. Uo Dolers would have loved to have such an option. She was currently stuck between a rock and a hard place. An enraged minister of magic was loudly tearing strips off her and Ludo. You two sat there and told me that poor Bertha only knew general details and that everything would be publicized anyway. Was knowing exactly where the wards would extend to general details. Did I miss that the campsite for the event would be on a muggle's farm being publicized? These bastards knew every little detail and must have set this whole thing up at least by the start of summer. Cornelius, old chap, can I just say in my defense, I didn't actually know any of those facts. And you think that excuses you, Ludo. You're supposed to be a head of department. Not only should you know all those details, you should have been involved in determining every single one of them. A wizard can't spread himself too thin. It was Amelia who interrupted Ludo this time. Funny you should say that. My information tells me that's exactly what you've done. She might have used the word funny, but there was absolutely no mirth coming from Amelia. You took a load of bets on the outcome of the final, bets you can't cover. Who says I can't cover them? Oh, so you do have the 20,000 galleons Ambassador Barchoke says you owe to citizens of the nation. He was instantly dismissive of that argument. What? You're worried about gambling debts with goblins? I would have thought you had more to deal with at the moment than that, Amelia. Ludo suddenly had a face full of a very angry witch. I have far more important things to deal with, but here's our problem. You, however strange it might seem, are a department head at the Ministry of Magic. Your behavior, while you hold that position, not only reflects on the rest of us, it's held up as an example of how the ministry carries out its business too. Bet on Crumb catching the snitch, but Ireland winning the game. It was a mug's bet. I covered as many of them as I could get my hands on. It was Amos who interrupted this time. Amelia looked ready to draw her wand and begin cursing this fool. Since I'm not a gambler, excuse me here if I'm pointing out the blindingly obvious. How can that be a mug's bet? Wasn't that the actual result of the match? Exactly. What fool of a seeker would catch the snitch when it meant their team would lose? The smug look on Ludo's face was like a red rag to Cornelius' temper. Enough. Exactly how much do you owe? Well, I got lucky when a few wizards I owed gold to didn't make it out of those woods. Amos found himself having to physically place his body between Amelia and Ludo. She appeared angry enough to tear the Cretan apart with her bare hands. Cornelius didn't miss, though. The Minister of Magic had Ludo in his sights. Ludo, you will give Amelia all the details of those you owe gold from betting on the outcome of the final. The ministry will honor those bets. Why, thank you, Cornelius. Pretty decent of you, old chap. Once you have given Amelia those details, you will make your way to my office where I will accept your letter of resignation. This shocked the former Quidditch player. Why in the name of Merlin would I do that? Because if you don't, I will sack you and then hand you over to the goblins so they can extract what you owe them. Ludo was trying to be confident. He certainly didn't feel so. The Wisengamot would never stand for a wizard being handed over to the goblins. If you resign, I will inform the Wisengamot that you were in no way responsible for last night's disaster. You felt, since you were the wizard in charge, Your honor dictated you had to go. Should you fight me on this, I'm sure we could at least make a charge of gross negligence stick. Since that negligence led to about 100 deaths, I feel sure the Wisengamot would see you placed in Azkaban for a considerable time. Cornelius glanced at the clock before continuing. I address the Wisengamot in 45 minutes. If I haven't received your resignation by then, I will be asking Amelia to have you arrested. Either way, your tenure in the Ministry of Magic ends. Now get out. Ludo was speechless. How had this happened? He glanced around the room and saw no help forthcoming. Even Dolores was keeping her head down. It would appear it was time for him to leave. As the door closed behind Ludo, Cornelius turned his attention to Dolores. Your career is hanging by a thread, Dolores. Lie to me, and you will follow Ludo out of here. Would it be safe to assume Voldemort knows every fucking detail of this tournament? No one had ever seen Cornelius fudge this angry. Few knew he could even get like this. Dolores could only nod, her voice having deserted in the face of this unparalleled fury. Both Fudge's fists slammed into the table, making her almost jump out her seat. If we didn't need this tournament to be a success in order to help heal relations between us and the Bulgarians, the event would be cancelled, and your ass would be following Ludo's out that door, and straight out the ministry too. He then proceeded to tell her how things were going to be from now on. You will start working on changes at once, and you will be based at Hogwarts for the duration of the event. The entire tournament had better run as smooth as silk, or you will be out of a job. Your entire career is now riding on this. Do a good job, or else. Do a great job. Well, a vacancy just opened up. I know you're going to be busy, so we won't keep you any longer. Dolores shot out of there as if her robes were on fire. Cornelius' eye was so hot they just might be. The minister was sitting rubbing his temples as Amelia asked him a simple question. Would you really make her a head of department? Carrot and stick, Amelia. If she makes this tournament into the amazing success we need, I just might. I don't really have time to replace her at the moment. I'm open to suggestions, though to who we have in reserve if we're forced to give Dolores the chop. Those suggestions would have to wait until after the Wisengamot meeting. Thankfully, Ludo's letter of resignation arrived 5 minutes before the meeting started. Amelia had a large map of the area, which she was using very effectively, to tell the story of exactly what had happened after the cup final to all in the Wisengamot chamber. It clearly showed the stadium and the landscape of the Muggle farmers' fields that had been used as the official campsite. The aura debriefings had given Amelia a very clear picture of what had actually happened. Her job now was to pass that knowledge on to the chamber. Both Voldemort and Lestrin were seen firing curses last night, leaving us to believe Rookwood's task was to trigger the ward alarms and keep the warriors busy. She pointed her wand to the map, and the first attack was indicated. The dark mark was raised, and 3 curses were fired into the camp before Lestrange disapparated away. Voldemort then opened fire from here, 4 curses later, and then he too moved. Steadily flicking her wand brought up the progression of the attack sites as they kept moving position after firing a few spells. In the calm light of day, all could clearly see these attacks were designed to push panicked witches and wizards into the woods where the Inferi waited. You didn't have to be a genius to understand how that would unfold, with the biggest loss of life magical Britain had ever suffered in a single attack. My auras were trying to fight a close-quarters battle with Inferi while also trying to get people safely out of those woods, a task that was made a lot easier when our goblin friends arrived. Amelia stopped mid-sentence because of another type of arrival. A crow had somehow made its way into the chamber. It headed for the minister, but she was pleased to see her auras manage to bring the bird down before it could reach Cornelius. The letter tied to its leg was very carefully scanned before being handed to its intended recipient. Minister Cornelius Fudge was written across the envelope. The chamber was totally silent as Cornelius read the letter, all noticing the color draining from his complexion as he did so. It was a clearly shaken minister who stood to address the chamber. The bottom of the letter claiming that copies were being sent to others too. The Daily Prophet amongst them left him no choice. He had no reason to believe that threat was a bluff, so the Wisengamot and their guests were better hearing this news from him. I have just received a message from the criminal who carried out last night's atrocities. I think it's only fair you get to hear what this madman says." Cornelius then read out the letter to a captivated audience. "Last night was something that should never have happened. I certainly didn't want to do it. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a waste and a loss. I was simply left with no choice but to react to these repeated attacks against me and my beliefs. Our country has embraced views that are so dangerous, they will end a way of life I'm prepared to fight to the death to protect. In order to return the balance that has been lost, I am offering this simple solution. Kill Harry Potter and I will leave Britain for good safe in the knowledge that saner heads will then see our beloved country once more in the right hands. While Harry Potter lives, I will continue to wage war on an unjust Britain. Since he hides himself behind wards like the coward he is, I will simply have to wage my war the best way I can. The responsible witches and wizards of Britain must ask themselves this question: what is one life when you could save so many unnecessary deaths? I await your answer, Lord Voldemort." The chamber was now in an uproar, and not just because Fudge said the scary name out loud. Ren, thanks for reading. Ren 2, every drop of magical blood spilled is a waste and a loss, is a direct quote from JKR's final book of the series. 87. Returning to Hogwarts. Harry Crow disclaimer. A big thank you to JKR, the owner of Harry Potter, who permits us to construct our sandcastles on her beach. Whether those sandcastles resemble Hogwarts or a house of horrors can sometimes be purely down to the conjecture of the reader. One thing unites us all, though. None of us are making any money off our writing here. Please keep that in mind as you read our efforts. Chapter 87. This was easily Harry's favorite time of the day. He actually didn't know how he was going to survive in Hogwarts without it. He was now as addicted to this as he was to Hermione's hugs. They'd done their morning exercises, dueling practice too. After a shower and breakfast, Harry was sitting with a baby in his arms. Today it was Jamie. His name might be James, but the family called him Jamie. This actually appealed to Harry, rather than having him as a constant reminder of a man he couldn't remember. Funnily enough, as the little tyke gripped Harry's pinky firmly with his tiny fist, he'd never felt closer to his parents than he did right now. Not that Jamie looked anything like a Potter. His brown eyes and wisps of the same colored hair clearly identified him as the son of Dan and Emma Granger. It was more the feelings his baby brother stirred somewhere deep inside him. Harry already knew he would do anything to keep his brother and his goddaughter safe. His mum and dad had given their very lives to ensure he had a chance at life. He was certainly their son. Harry was positive he wouldn't hesitate to do the same for the baby currently in his arms, or the little blonde baby girl who competed with Jamie for his attention. At least he would get to see Astrid at Hogwarts. It was going to be really hard being away from his baby brother. Hermione was trying to console both of them by saying that they would be finished Hogwarts before their brother was too. He suspected Hermione was feeling the same as him, and that her efforts to be cheery weren't really doing her any good either. He certainly understood Jenny Abercrombie's decision to choose a university close to someone she knew. Harry was already sure access to Jamie would figure in the decision he and Hermione made after leaving Hogwarts. He was trying not to think of the mayhem Voldemort had caused back in Britain. Jamie clasping his little finger was actually helping with that. Harry found it impossible to maintain his anger with this tiny person snuggled into the crook of his arm. He would just have to save that anger for when he could use it. A direct order from Ragnarok meant Harry couldn't go near Britain at the moment anyway. Betsy popped onto the porch at the front of the beach chalet, carrying a sheathed sword in each hand. "Master and mistress has visitors. There is no time to dress properly, but you will need these." Emma took Jamie as her teenage children strapped on their swords. "Surely you won't need them on the island." Harry had now spotted the visitors and understood why Betsy had appeared. "The director is visiting, so we need to wear our swords. They don't exactly match our shorts and t-shirts, though." With Hermione on his arm, they headed off to meet the rather large party of guests Father had brought to the island. At least they knew all but 2 of the 10 people he'd arrived with. The young couple bowed to Ragnarok before Harry spoke, deliberately using English because of their guests. "Well met, Director. You do me great honor by visiting my island home, especially since for you it must be the wee small hours." "I'm delighted to be here, Centurion, though I wish the circumstances were better." This was sent to the minister and quite a few other outlets around Britain. Ragnar handed over the letter, and Harry felt Hermione stiffen as she read it beside him. She then turned her attention to Cornelius. "Minister Fudge, if you came here to arrest my Harry, then I'm telling you right now, you didn't bring enough people with you." The shocked silence this declaration caused was broken by Barchoke and Ragnar roaring with laughter. The sight of Hermione, more than ready to face down the entire crowd, being one of the funniest things they had seen in ages. An angry and tired Bulgarian minister grabbed Cornelius by the arm, wanting a private word. "You let a mere girl speak to you like that? No wonder Britain is in the state it's in." Cornelius just smiled at his Bulgarian counterpart before explaining a few things he needed to know. "You're wrong, Borislaw. Miss Hermione Granger is no mere girl. She's Harry's mate, a friend to the nation, and holds their highest award for bravery. He's also an Order of Merlin, first-class holder, and in this instance perfectly correct. We would need a lot more people if we were here to arrest Harry. Just take a look around us." Borislaw then followed the British minister's advice, finding they were now casually surrounded. The people doing so didn't make it obvious, but they would be in real trouble if they reached for their wands. The minister then addressed the assembled group. "Let me make the introductions here. Well, of those you haven't met before. This is Borislaw Blansk, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. The other wizard you won't know is Brendan Murphy, the Irish Minister of Magic. Harry, is there somewhere we can sit and talk? We're all pretty done in here, but this simply couldn't wait." "How private does this need to be?" Cornelius just shrugged his shoulders. "In around 4 hours, most of magical Britain will wake up to this news with their morning cup of tea. That was one of the reasons we couldn't put off informing you." Harry led them toward the beach where he could see tables, chairs, and sunshades already being set up. However, he wanted a word with Arthur, Bill, and Percy before anything else started. "We heard George was injured in the attack. How is he?" This saw Bill shaking his head, though he was wearing a wry smile, already cracking every bad ear joke you could ever want to hear. The 4 boys used their training and kept themselves, Ginny and Ron, safe. "I'm really proud of them. They could so easily have panicked like the vast majority of the people there." That was Amos' cue to try, and thank Harry for including Cedric in the training. He'd been trying to thank Bill every 10 minutes since they found all of them safe. Hermione was using the time to catch up with Penny. She appeared rather overawed at her surroundings. "Oh, I think I'm going to love my new job, especially if it brings me to places like this." Susan couldn't help but notice how tired her aunt looked. If anyone needed to spend a few days here, it was Amelia Bones. Susan was well aware, however, the chances of that happening were now nil. Her Aunt Amelia was supposed to join them here for the last few days of their holidays. This attack had surely put paid to that. Susan got Amelia sitting in a comfortable beach chair, kicking her shoes off and drinking a fruity concoction that the elves made, and everyone just loved. Amos had followed her lead and couldn't help but blurt out what was on his mind. They were all entering their second night without sleep. "Merlin, Amelia, is this where you were heading for your leave? We could all use a few days of this." Even the Bulgarian minister had mellowed somewhat. Borislaw wasn't exactly smiling, but at least he'd stopped scowling. It was hard not to relax in this location. The letter had since been passed around everyone, so it was time for Cornelius to tell them why he was here. That was delivered by a crow in the middle of an emergency Weissengamot meeting. It caused a fair bit of a stir when I read it out to the chamber. Amelia almost choked on her drink at that massive understatement. Oh, flashback. Oh, the letter had a polarizing effect on what was already a very emotive chamber. Everyone present at least knew someone who had been injured or killed last night. A few of the members appeared to think this letter was a viable means to end all their troubles. Nearly saw them being lynched. Wands were being drawn when Amos fired off a noisemaker curse. "We are the law of the land's representatives, and that law will be followed. I will not have this chamber descending into a brawl. Minister Fudge, I believe you still have the floor." "Thank you, Chief Warlock. I believe I interrupted Madam Bones, though, and what she was about to say is very prevalent to where we go next." This would also allow Cornelius a few moments to get himself back under control. Witnessing some members of this chamber even considering this letter as an option made him feel sick. He would deal with them after Amelia was finished her presentation. She had known hearing the next part would be hard for the chamber, but after that letter, Amelia knew it was more essential than ever. Knowing that you don't just create an army of inferi out of thin air saw my department carefully examining those inferious bodies, we were able to. We actually managed to identify a few which corroborated our other findings. These were all once people that Riddle and his Death Eaters had murdered during the last war. My department will finally close a lot of missing person files over the next few days. This time, the chamber was shocked into silence. With the numbers involved in this attack, again, there was a distinct possibility they may have known, or even been related to, someone who had been turned into an inferius. We're certain Riddle used all his inferi last night, and my department would soon notice if he attempted to build another army like that. This led us to considering what other threats he might be able to bring against us. The Dementors are all on Azkaban, and have no wish to leave that island. Centurion Crow killing 3 of them on the Hogwarts Express means they want nothing to do with this fight. They're more than intelligent enough to understand that siding with Riddle could see them wiped out. Amelia checked her notes before continuing. Going over the allies, the Death Eaters had in the last war threw up some sharks. The werewolf community, for instance, also want nothing to do with this fight. They can see one of their own teaching at Hogwarts and escorting his Order of Merlin, first class, or a girlfriend to the ministry ball. Compared to that extremely positive example, Riddle has nothing to offer them. He has nothing to offer, nor the manpower to control giants or trolls. Variations of the same themes apply to all those he would naturally look to as allies. That leaves us just Riddle and his 2 followers, Lestrin and Rookwood, to deal with. She was now staring hard at the chamber, her gaze lingering on those few members who seemed to think this letter was the answer to their prayers. Let's get one thing straight here and now. My department will deal with Tom Riddle. Only if you get to him first. This was growled in a deep and dangerous voice. Amelia had been deliberately averting her gaze from that section of the chamber since Cornelius read out that letter. If she felt sick at the crass way some in the chamber had reacted, it must have been 100 times worse for Ragnak and Harry's father. She turned and bowed to the goblin leader, recognizing that's where the growl had come from. Director Ragnak, should the nation apprehend this terrorist before my department gets their hands on him, I would be honored to toast your success with grog. I would gladly get drunk for the first time in many years, knowing I was amongst fellow warriors and friends. Ragnak actually stood and returned her bow. I hope we get that opportunity, Madam Bones. All our intelligence is coming back blank, leaving us to believe this criminal is in a bolt hole miles from anywhere. Unfortunately, our country is overly abundant with isolated locations like that. Barchoke found himself on his feet without even realizing he had risen. The ambassador tried to be diplomatic, but his anger was mighty. This was his family that was being discussed. I feel I must speak here to defend my son. This abomination called my son a coward, not something I can leave unchallenged. Who was it who bested Riddle at the Battle of Bones Manor? Who was it who ran away from Diagon Alley when my son charged down the steps of Gringotts ready, willing and able to do battle with this criminal? My son is a centurion, a baron, and holds both our nation's highest awards for bravery, all of it earned. Meanwhile, this murdering, lying, soulless bastard has to invent his own supposed title and animates corpses to do his fighting for him. Who here would kill my son and let this traitorous, murdering lump of future dragon shit just leave the country? The goblins' challenge was there for all to see. Anyone answering positively would soon be up to their neck in more shit than they could handle. Barchoke then emphasized that point further. I feel I must also warn you before you begin to make any decisions. Killing my son will not be an easy thing to do, and they will need to go through me first to get to him, Ambassador. My resignation will be made here and now while I swear to fight for justice at Harry's side. I would expect a fair few of my auras to join me there too. Amelia's declaration actually brought a smile to Cornelius' face. While nowhere near as proficient with a wand as our esteemed head of the DMLE, I would still offer that wand up to help Harry in his fight. I promised him that, in any battle with Voldemort, he would have every wand I could muster to support him. If I am no longer minister, I will still honor that promise to stand with him. I could not be Minister of Magic to any country who even considered these lies. Isn't it our job to consider all the options available? The shout from the Wisengamot was not totally unexpected. It was time for the minister to let his anger out to play. I have spent all of today receiving messages of support from ministries around the globe. We have another 2 ministers of magic with us today in our chamber, both of whom lost citizens in this attack too, and have pledged their country's support for our efforts to catch these criminals. How long do you think that support would last if we even acknowledged this? No ministry in the world would give in to terrorist demands, and that's exactly what this letter is. Cornelius let that sit for a minute before getting down to the real nitty-gritty. We sit in this chamber in complete safety, and then go home to our protected houses. Our children leave on Monday to a Hogwarts that has the strongest wards protecting the castle in centuries, while our sick are safe in a St. Mungo's that's just as heavily warded. Meanwhile, you want us to debate our murdering one of the most prominent citizens of the very nation who gave us these great boons. The minister knew what argument would be coming next, and Cornelius had it well and truly covered. Before some of the more ill-informed of you mentions gold changing hands, I feel I must point a few home truths out. First, it was the aforementioned Centurion Crow and his mate, Miss Granger, who provided half the gold toward Hogwarts, their 2 best friends chipping in the other 50%. As to St. Mungo's, our friends at Gringotts refused to take 1 nut in payment for warding a hospital. They were just as disgusted as we were that such a step was even necessary. Witches and wizards of the Wisengamot, that is friendship, that is honor, 2 concepts Tom Riddle knows nothing about. Taking a few deep breaths, Cornelius centered himself to finish his argument. In this chamber, as in our country, no one is above the rule of the law. Chief Warlock, what does our laws tell us about this situation? There was no hesitation this time from Amos. Here was something he was every bit as passionate about supporting as Cornelius and Amelia. For Riddle's supposed solution to be officially discussed in this chamber, it has first to be proposed by a member and then seconded by another. You will also then need to elect a new chief warlock, because I want no part of that. My son is still alive because he trains with Centurion Crow every week. That training gave him and his friends the skills they needed to survive last night, putting down 4 inferi in the process. My son and I will fight at Harry's side. Having made his way down to Amelia, Cornelius again addressed the chamber from her side. Members of the Wisengamot, there you have it. The question is, would any of you like to make that proposal? They had been joined by Amos, as the 3 most politically powerful figures in Britain stared down any opposition. It was like watching an auction for some hideously expensive item. People were sitting completely still in case a twitch of their eyebrow was construed as a bid on their behalf. The darker elements within the Wisengamot were well known, and faced being obliterated from all sides if one of them was stupid enough to open their mouths. Cornelius slowly let out a breath he didn't even know he'd been holding. Any such proposal was always going to be defeated, but even discussing such a proposal in the chamber would have been rightfully considered a grave insult by the nation. The minister didn't think he was overstating things when he thought their government might not survive that happening. There would either have been a war against the nation, with Centurion Crow fighting at the front of their warriors, or Gringotts would have simply closed its doors. All it had needed was for one stupid member to demand their rights to discuss that option, and they were screwed, both at home and abroad. They may have teetered on the edge, but now it was time to pull back from the precipice. He handed the vile note to Barchoke before continuing. Now, to get back on track, I have to announce receiving Ludo Bagman's resignation and reluctantly accepting it. While in no way accountable for what happened last night, Ludo felt it was the honorable thing to do. Oh, present, oh, as the tale was told, Harry really didn't know what to say. Amelia tried to help him out. We all really prefer the direction our nations are moving in. None of us wants to go back to the bad old days. Riddle knows you have been the catalyst for these changes. That's why that letter was sent. Again, his lack of intelligence of these changes shows. Any member of the Wisengamot trying to act on that would have been torn to shreds by their fellow members, and they all knew it. Harry thanked them all profusely before turning to his father. Does this mean we can go home now? I think we should still wait until we had planned to leave for Kingassy, give things a day or so to settle down. There shouldn't be any trouble once you reach Hogwarts. Penny couldn't help but chuckle at that. Between the castle looking after him and Crow's marauders ready to take out anyone who says a bad word against these four, Hogwarts is probably as safe as this island. Not as pretty, though. Harry then invited their guests to stay for lunch, breakfast, or whatever meal their Barty clerk said it was time for. The Irish minister answered for all of them by saying he might never want to leave here ever again. Borislaw then introduced a sombre note to the sunshine. As much as that would please me, there are duties I must carry out. My country half just entered 3 days of mourning, and I will take the bodies home. Your Dark Lord half made a big mistake. Some of my countrymen may have been, how do you say, sympathy to his cause, not any more. Using inferi to slaughter innocents will send disgust around the world. This was a view shared by Brendan. He certainly got it wrong with the Irish. What he did at the cup final just got us mad fighting mad Cornelius. You need any help with this, then I can promise you the Irish will be there. The elves prepared a buffet where people could help themselves, but Minister Fudge had one more thing to mention before they could relax and enjoy the food. Arrangements were at a very advanced stage to bring a prestigious tournament back to Hogwarts, a tournament that will see the best of Hogwarts compete against 2 visiting schools. One of those schools will be from Bulgaria. Since we now suspect Riddle has all the details of this tournament, it's being changed as we speak. The competing schools were originally due to arrive in Scotland for Halloween. They will now arrive in time for the Merlin Ball, with the first task taking place around Halloween. These details will also be in the Daily Prophet, spoiling the big reveal at Hogwarts on the 1st of September. The mere thought of visiting schools threw up many questions from this inquisitive group of Hogwarts students, most of which were answered over a lovely brunch. Barchok had taken his son aside. There were things he needed to discuss with Harry before he headed off to Hogwarts. Uo Severus found his welcome in this now familiar office to be far more cordial than on his previous visits, a reaction that he'd been noticing more and more since replacing that hated tattoo on his arm with a dragon. "Good evening, Potions Master Snape. Please take a seat. I have a proposition for you, one you have my assurance that the choice of whether to accept will be purely yours to make. All I ask is that you at least give it some thought." He would certainly agree to mull over whatever Barchok wanted to talk with him about, and his curiosity now had Severus wanting to find out exactly what this proposition was. The good thing about dealing with goblins was he didn't have to wait too long before discovering just what that proposition entailed. Professor Slughorn is claiming that the attack on the World Cup final proves Britain isn't safe anymore. He just handed Augusta his resignation from Hogwarts. Personally, I believe it was being the only Hogwarts professor not invited to the Baron's Fair that put his nose seriously out of joint. He's just using the attack as an excuse. Both my son and daughter really can't stand the leech and wouldn't even consider having him in their home. This leaves an opening for a potions professor at Hogwarts, a job we would all like you to consider, even on a short-term basis. Augusta and Minerva have their hands full making arrangements for this rescheduled tournament, needing to fill both the potions position and appoint a new head of Slytherin for Monday are serious problems they could do without. You could solve both their problems, even if it was only long enough to allow them to find a replacement for Sluggy. Severus just sat there, staring at Barchok with no idea what to say next. I realize this is probably something that, on first hearing, you might not want to do, but I would like you to consider it for 2 reasons. First, it proves to everyone that you are no Death Eater, since having the Dark Mark would prove fatal to anyone trying to enter Hogwarts. Secondly, there is your godson to consider. Mentioning Draco clearly pricked Severus' attention, so Barchok concentrated on that area. My own son has benefited greatly from having his godfather back in his life. I'm sure the same could be said for Draco. While Sirius has done his best to protect Draco and his mother, I'm positive he would rather have his godfather there to advise him. Draco really is turning into fine young wizard, nothing like his father. Still in something of a dither after having this dropped on him out of the blue, Severus asked his first question, more to buy some time, until he sorted his own scrambled thoughts on the matter. Won't your son have a problem with me being back in Hogwarts? Harry hopes to one day take over from me as ambassador. I think his decision here shows he might have some flair for the job. The four involved are all of the opinion that you were nothing more than a young wizard caught between two powerful foes, a mere pawn in their grand schemes, and that you genuinely feel remorse for what happened. They won't be taking your classes, but neither will they object to you being back in the castle. The potions master then broached what Severus would consider the real problem to his returning. What about Black and Lupin? We never really got on while at Hogwarts as students. I can't see that changing much if we were professors together. Barchoke was actually grinning at that. The serious Black that I know probably bears little resemblance to the one you attended Hogwarts with as a student. I explained to Sirius what I wanted from him before he would be allowed back into Harry's life. He had no objections and has done a wonderful job as a godfather to both Harry and Hermione. A certain Astrid Aurora Black being born has also had a tremendous impact on him, nearly as much as Lady Henrika Black. I think you'll find Remus Lupin a changed man too. Basically, they finally grew up, or the fact they both now have witches in their lives who expect better of them might be nearer the truth. Weighing up his options, Severus thought it might be nice to teach again. With no Dumbledore, and knowing it wasn't a long-term deal, he might actually enjoy it. A short stint teaching at Hogwarts would also out. The fact he wasn't a Death Eater, something worth a lot more than gold to Severus. A spell teaching in Hogwarts would allow him to have it all, be able to live and work in both communities. For the first time, Severus appreciated the dilemma facing Lily's son. That both his mother and chosen mate were Muggle-born simply added another level of complexity to Harry's problem. While he'd already made his mind up, it wouldn't do any harm to keep them waiting on his decision. Can I sleep on this and give you my answer tomorrow? Barchoke was a shrewd enough negotiator to know he already had his man. He graciously allowed the wizard a day's grace. They had been somewhat isolated and immune from the tragedy that had befallen Britain after the Cup final, being on the island and then returning to Kingussie. That immunity was stripped away as they faced the harsh reality of frightened people on Platform 9 and 3/4. While the majority of casualties had been from Bulgarian and Irish Quidditch supporters, there were still British witches and wizards who had been murdered most foully that night. Harry was soon to discover for himself exactly what the British wizarding public thought of Riddle's ploy, though the prophet had certainly helped set the tone. The entire country was well aware exactly what Riddle was, a ruthless, lying, murdering psychopath with delusions of being a deity. They then asked the simple question of why the country should turn on the only person this maniac seemed afraid of. It had labored the point that the country's children would be far safer in Hogwarts if the castle's chosen champion was there too, something they should all work together toward achieving. The young centurion wasn't sure how to handle the first person who came forward to shake his hand, smiling that they now knew their children would be safe at Hogwarts. This action was repeated often as the group slowly made its way along the platform. McGonagall had officially recognized the Marauders as sanctioned Hogwarts lessons, and they were now part of the curriculum. She also recognized the trainers involved. They now all held positions in authority, similar to those of a prefect. She'd offered badges to signify this, but the girls involved had chosen something different. Since Harry had been the instigator of the entire Marauders project, they wanted these symbols of rank to reflect that. They would wear epaulets on the shoulders of their robes, similar to the ones he wore indicating Harry was of centurion rank. They would have a silver for Marauder, followed by the year group they were teaching displayed in Roman numerals. Harry was so touched at their idea, he took it a stage further. Those epaulets were attached to jet black dragonhide dueling robes, the now official uniform of Marauder trainers. Tonks was also wearing a set, though colored to imitate her official aura robes, with even the ministry insignia on them. Asking Amelia's permission for Tonks to wear the robes as a uniform got an immediate yes, and a request for a price per set to see if she could afford getting more of her auras protected like this. Tonks herself had objected at the expense until Harry pulled a masterstroke. He told her it was an engagement present. Remus was never going to object to something that kept his wife to be safe. A smiling Tonks glancing at the ring on her finger meant the battle was already won. The couple would be receiving another present when everyone recovered from the surprise announcement. They were quite the sight as they strolled along the platform, dressed in uniform. Even the Weasleys had arrived early, and there was now 16 trainers in black dragonhide on the platform. They certainly had a calming effect on the parents who felt their children would be safer with these people around. Amelia had flooded the platform with auras, but these trainers would be in the castle every day along with their children. It had soon gotten out just how well some of these trainers had acquitted themselves at the World Cup, not something Amos was likely to stop boasting about any time soon, and they had all witnessed the demonstrations at the Baron's Fair. The parents certainly wanted their children learning these skills. Susan and Blaze had talked about which members of Crow's Marauders they wanted to help them with the new first year. They would wait until they could meet with Daphne and Terry before any decisions were finalized. Harry had another 4 robes that would be handed out then. Parvati was on Blaze's arm and thought the new robes made him appear even more handsome. He'd asked her if they could give being a couple another try, and she must have cried for an hour while clinging tightly to him. She'd been an idiot, chasing fun and adventure while ignoring what she already had. Her sister's words were finally getting through her thick skull. Sitting with Blaze's arm around her as the sun sank into the sea wasn't boring Parvati now, though it was bloody wonderful. She would have a lot more time to listen to her sister from now on. While still a Gryffindor, Parvati Patil would be bunking in Ravenclaw. It couldn't be helped that she would still share some classes with Lavender, but her father had made it perfectly clear that would be as far as their interaction went. Parvati now realized how much she'd hurt her parents with her behavior. That would not be happening again. Natalie raced over to join the group, with Ewan in one hand and Orla in her other. They were soon joined by a pair of excited Creevy boys and Pauline Knott. Since Luna had travelled with them, Harry was delighted to see all 6 Potter Scholarship students clearly happy to see one another again. Unsure of what reception they would receive, and not wanting their brother put at any risk whatsoever, they had said their goodbyes to all 3 Grangers in Kingassy. With the Blacks already in Hogwarts, that left the Longbottoms and Patils to escort the group to the Express. They were saying their farewells when Harry noticed a little girl in tears. He made his way over and knelt beside her. "Hey, Maggie, what's wrong?" It took her a moment to answer through her tears. "I want to go on the train with Denny's and Carlin. I want to go to Hogwarts, too." His arm went comfortingly around the little girl who still wore her hat from the fair. "Do you see that girl there with the long red hair? Is that Ginny? Carlin says she's a friend of his." "Yes, that's Ginny Weasley. She had to stand exactly where you are now many, many times. You see, Ginny has 6 older brothers who all went to Hogwarts before her. She eventually got to go too, and still had 4 of her brothers at Hogwarts when she got there. Your time will come. Maggie and Carlin and Denny's will still be there. You might even have one of them taking your Marauder Club by then." Her eyes went wide at that thought. Harry used Maggie's distraction to touch the tip of his knife to her now battered hat. That her hat was instantly like new drew a gasp from the little 9-year-old Creevy. "I'll make sure Carlin and Denny's write to you at least once a week. The Christmas holidays will be here before you know it." As Harry left to take Hermione's arm while she boarded the train, his mate couldn't resist gently teasing him. "What is it with you and young damsels in distress at this station? I know how bad I felt leaving Jamie earlier. I just had to help." This saw him being gently kissed. "Not something I will ever complain about, love. It's still hard to believe it was only 3 years ago you helped an 11-year-old Hermione Granger onto this train." Hermione was now the one being kissed, as Harry wished her a happy anniversary. They'd now been best friends for exactly 3 years, 3 wonderful years. Uo Sirius was also reminiscing with the girl in his arms. He was walking around the empty Hogwarts corridors while chatting to Astrid. Sirius was so engrossed telling his daughter a funny story that he almost walked right into Severus Snape. "Oh, hello, sorry about that. I was so busy talking to my daughter that I didn't see you. I heard you were returning to Hogwarts." "Yes, I was asked to come back and help out. I'm pleased to see your daughter takes after her mother, in looks at least." While his comment could be considered sarcasm, there was no hint of malice or Snape's usual sneer. Sirius actually laughed at that. "Well, since my wife's beauty could only one day hope to be matched by our daughter's, I'll certainly take that as a compliment. Things have really changed, Severus, and I mean really changed. The head of the House of Black is married to a Vila while teaching Muggle studies. My mother must be spinning in her grave. Our godsons are at the forefront of that change. If Draco and Harry can become such good friends, do you think we could at least stop being enemies? Since we will one day be family, I suppose we really should try. Seeing Sirius' confusion almost had Severus smiling almost. Isn't Pansy Black betrothed to my godson? This had Sirius laughing again. Now there's something I didn't consider when I set that betrothal up. Ah well, too late to change it now. His wide smile indicated Sirius had no intention of changing anything. I want to thank you for that. I know how close those two are. Sorry, but that's not something I can take the credit for. I just helped out where I could. Pansy approached Hermione and Padma for help with stopping her father breaking her betrothal to Draco. Those two witches make the Marauders look as if we weren't really trying. However, I really want to thank you for giving Harry that photo album. It couldn't have been easy for you, and it's one of his most prized possessions. When I look at your godson, I don't really see his father, though some of his actions are pure lily. I would have to disagree with you there, Severus. The more I see Harry, the more I see it's his father's influence that has molded him into the person he is today. His sense of honor and the code by which he lives his life is pure Barchoke, something I have no complaints about. I ruined my chances of ever raising Harry when I chased after Peter. I'm delighted to see you grabbing the opportunity to get back into Draco's life. No one's told Draco, have they? No, it will be quite the surprise. Harry and Neville were consulted, which means their girls know too. Those four, though, know how to keep a secret. Just back and already pulling pranks, way to go, Severus. The baby in his arms gave a little happy gurgle at her father's antics, an action that saw Sirius' entire face light up with joy. I need to complete Astrid's tour and get her back to our apartment. With Henrika actually teaching more classes than me, Astrid and I will be spending a lot of time together. I need all the help I can get to make her a daddy's girl. You've met her mother. She's pretty special. As Sirius made his way down the corridor, still chatting away to the beautiful baby in his arms, Severus was left certain of only one thing. There had been some really big changes during his time at Gringotts. Uo Dolores was sitting in her Hogwarts apartment, struggling to get her shaking under control. As she glanced around her new accommodation, it wasn't the decor that interested Dolores. Those thick stone castle walls were very comforting, but not nearly as comforting as being behind those wonderful wards that denied access to witches and wizards branded with the dark mark. Her own home didn't possess those wards, hence how Lestrange and Rookwood were able to bypass that security and enter her bedroom. Dolores had never met Voldemort, and if Lestrange was any guide, she never wanted to. That was one crazy witch, and she was certain only Rookwood's presence saved her from getting up close and personal with Lestrange's knife. They wanted information, information Dolores didn't have to give. With most of the details still to be worked out for the revised tournament, there really wasn't any information she could give them. At that point, Dolores thought her life was over. There was not one shred of doubt in her mind that Bellatrix would have happily carved her into little pieces if Rookwood hadn't suggested they needed eyes and ears inside the castle. Dolores was ordered to write a report and then place it behind a rock, well outside the castle wards, on the path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Since she wasn't a professor, she could easily leave the castle and stroll down to the village any given Saturday. They wanted a report every second Saturday, and would be watching the route to see where she bent down to take a stone out of her shoe. This was the dilemma responsible for her shaking, trying to decide what to do next. The way Dolores saw it, she had three choices. She could do as they ordered, which would see her end up in Azkaban if she was ever caught. There was also the option of going to Bones. However, the Ministry would probably just use her as a decoy in the hope of catching Voldemort. She was not Baron Crow. There would be no public uproar because Dolores Umbridge would simply be considered expendable. Her final choice was just to stay safely in the castle, hoping against hope that Voldemort would be defeated before she had to leave next summer. She had at most 2 weeks before the decision was made for her. Dolores' non-appearance at Hogsmeade 2 weekends in a row would put her right near the top of Voldemort's shit list. Thinking it would be expected of her, since they had worked in the same department, Dolores had visited Bertha in St. Mungo's. She never wanted to end up like that. Dolores now knew for certain that some things were certainly worse than death. She'd seen one with her own eyes. Uo Harry was handing out marauder robes to the 4 new trainers, delighted with the choices that had been made. Luna and Carlin's experience looking after the younger Potter scholars had made them a natural choice for this responsibility. Since Ginny had also thrown herself into helping the younger students, she too was a good choice. Lyra Burns was a Slytherin who had taken to the marauders like a duck to water. She had embraced the concept of no barriers and worked really hard every week. The 4 Slytherin trainers all agreed she was the strongest supporter of their cause in the House of Snakes, so Lyra now took that number up to 5. The 2 Gryffindors pushed their house representation up to 5 too. Luna's inclusion meant the Ravenclaw contingent was still the largest, 7 Marauder trainers in all. With only Cedric, Susan and Hannah from Hufflepuff, they might have looked to increase that number. Susan was adamant, though, that they had picked the 4 best people for the job. Crow's Marauders were considered mature enough that the 4 friends thought they could handle the group themselves. They would still have the quartet of Crows, who would now be helping the first years, in their group if they needed any help organizing a particular exercise. Draco, Pansy, Hannah and Morag would continue with their own Marauders, taking over next year when the 4 prefects entered their NEWT year and bowed out. Their long-term plan saw Marauder classes running until the students being taught reached their 5th year, with lesson plans being passed down the line from trainers to trainers. Producing future trainers was crucial to the continuation of the program, which was why Harry had introduced the robes. Witnessing the awe that Denny's now held his elder brother in, Harry would bet there would be a letter getting sent home tonight, was exactly the reaction he'd hoped to achieve. Here was something for the students to aspire to, something to aim for that could be in their grasp in only 2 short years. News of the 4 new trainers being appointed spread a little happiness along the train. Uo Albus Dumbledore read the latest news from Britain, and it ignited a little flame of happiness in him too. It was now time for his return. /N thanks for reading. 88, he's back too. Harry Crow disclaimer JKR owns Harry Potter. I'm just delighted she allows all of us to have some fun playing within the world she created. Since none of us are being paid for the hours we spent writing these stories, while reading, could you please remember that this really is written just for a bit of fun? Chapter 88. There were a fair number of students who could now see the Thestrals pulling the carriages to Hogwarts. Simply because they had attended the Quidditch World Cup final, they had found themselves sucked into the horror that followed. With so much death around, very few who had been in those woods that night had not witnessed at least one person die. The prefects and marauder trainers started work early, comforting those who were upset and ensuring everyone made it up to the castle. Since Padma was sticking to Parvati like glue tonight, Harry, Hermione, Draco, Pansy, and the Weasley twins were on the last carriage heading up to the castle. George wasn't going to let a little thing like having part of his ear bitten off get him down. The jokes were coming thick and fast, but Harry and Hermione had the last laugh. The Slytherin couple and the Gryffindor twins froze as they entered the great hall. 4 pairs of eyes were now fixed on a certain individual sitting at the staff table. They were not by any means the only students staring in that direction. They were the ones Harry and Hermione were laughing at, though. This saw the focus of their 4 friends switch to them. A smiling Harry answered their unasked questions. Yes, Fred and George, we will still have our potions lessons from Master Pitsley. No, Draco and Pansy, the wards were not altered to accommodate Professor Snape. But how? There's a very simple answer, Draco. Can't enter Hogwarts bearing a dark mark, therefore Professor Snape doesn't have one. No dark mark means he's not a Death Eater. The smirk on Hermione's face as she said that gave the game away, at least to the Slytherins. You knew, and didn't tell us. Harry was smiling too as they made their way into the hall and toward their tables. Sorry, Draco, your godfather wanted to surprise you. Hermione couldn't help but channel her inner Padma. I think he surprised a lot more people than his godson. Such was the esteem Harry and Hermione were held inside Hogwarts. Seeing them smiling and laughing about this instantly put the message out that Snape's return was not a problem. The first years were led in, taking Hermione's thoughts back to her own sorting. She hoped tonight's passed off with a bit less drama than theirs had. They were all hoping for a quiet year. The hat surprised everyone by singing this year's message. watching Sirius and Remus almost choking with laughter, answered the question of where the ancient Hogwarts artifact had heard Johnny Cash songs. Hermione recognized the tune at once, I Walk the Line, being one of her father's favorite songs. A certain Muggle Studies professor would appear to have gotten the first prank of the year in, if you didn't count Professor Snape sitting at the staff table as a prank. With his surname being Abercrombie, Ewan was first to be sorted. He couldn't hide his delight at Hufflepuff being shouted and shot off the stool to join a loudly cheering Natalie, forgetting to take the hat off his head. Denny's was every bit as pleased to be joining Colin in Gryffindor, while Orla couldn't help but smile at the warm welcome she received when the hat shouted Ravenclaw. She was quiet throughout the feast until Morag called out to her. Dinner fash, Yersel, Orla, yeah amongst muckers new. Ye'll find your accent will soon even oot. Mine's ainly kicks in new win are get pure crabbit. All Morag's friends knew her accent was never as thick as that. They had barely understood one word in three there. But the smile of pure joy on Orla's face meant nothing would be getting said. The hat put Orla in Ravenclaw, and they would be doing their best to help any claw that needed it, irrespective of her being a Potter scholar. When Madame Longbottom stood to announce the Triwizard Tournament would be held in Hogwarts this year, she received a muted response. Even mentioning the other two schools who would be competing didn't generate any excitement. To most of the whole, they were just a pair of names. Mentioning that Quidditch would be cancelled this year certainly upped the ante, just not in the way the staff might have hoped. The No Quidditch declaration created quite an uproar. When it quietened down, only one person was left standing. Ron had, of course, read the papers and knew about the tournament that would be held in Hogwarts. Since this was going to be the year he made his play to join the Quidditch team, he'd asked his father how the school was going to run both. Ron had known Quidditch was going to be cancelled and had come prepared. This was his dream they were messing with, and he was ready to fight for it. Between asking his father questions and even reading the relevant chapters in a few books, Ron had for once done his homework. Madam Longbottom, I must protest that decision. There are students in this school hoping to make a career from Quidditch. Cancelling a year so only one person from Hogwarts can compete in this tournament is unfair on the rest of us. Between the Barons' Fair and the World Cup final, Quidditch has never had such a high profile. Contacts have been made, contacts that will soon be forgotten about if there is no Quidditch this year. The last game a lot of us watched ended up with some of us fighting for our lives. I love Quidditch and don't want that to be our memory of the sport. Even Ron's own siblings were looking at him and wondering where their real brother was. The rest of the school were too surprised to even comment. It was well known he was obsessed with the sport. That he just put forward a reasoned defense of why Quidditch shouldn't be cancelled was the surprise. Augusta was going to have to disappoint him, though. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley. We simply won't have the time to organize both. Ron then turned to the last person the Great Hall expected him to go to for aid. Harry, mate, you managed to organize an entire fair, including 2 Quidditch matches with professional teams. Could you help us out here? Harry was just about to say he wouldn't even know where to start when the decision was taken out of his hands. Dolores had watched this brat challenge things she'd soon be arranging and wasn't best pleased. When the carrot then tried to involve the Crow Cretin, she exploded. Sit down, boy. There are things happening here that are a lot more important than some school Quidditch games. The Ministry are backing the Triwizard Tournament, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Crow. To be fair to Ron, he stood his ground. Hogwarts has anatomy. The Ministry has no say in Hogwarts business. It can't cancel Quidditch. Harry, please. Sit down when you're told, boy. Dolores was halted in her rant by another boy standing. This one was an entirely different matter. Harry slowly stood, his new dragon-hide robe emphasizing not only his height, but his broad shoulders too. With his long black hair, imposing green eyes, badges of rank on his shoulders, and sword at his hip, Centurion Crow appeared every inch the Hogwarts champion he was. Even Dolores didn't interrupt him when he spoke, especially since he was staring straight at her. 3 years ago, this very night, Hogwarts appointed me her champion. I was asked many times what that meant, and I had to honestly answer that I hadn't a clue. I have since learned, however, and I'll give all of you that answer now. Hogwarts isn't a castle. It isn't a particular headmaster or person. Hogwarts is an idea. An idea that witches and wizards of whatever background can come together to learn magic. The hall was silent now. Even Hermione hadn't heard this from Harry before. Hogwarts was sick of people abusing that idea for their own ends, be that certain groups or even individuals trying to twist those ideals to prop up their own agenda. She made me her champion in the hope I could put a stop to that. I'm doing my best. This actually started a few people clapping, the applause soon becoming thunderous. Harry eventually had to hold his hand up for quiet. He had more to say. This here is who I champion, the students of Hogwarts, one of whom was just given short shrift. People who know me will understand I'm not a fan of Quidditch, nor could Ronald and I be considered friends. He stood, though, and made some very good points, points that should not see him being shouted down by someone who is merely a visitor in the castle. Hogwarts doesn't recognize Madame Umbridge as having any authority over the students inside this castle. She is here as a ministerial advisor to this tournament, nothing more. Augusta was glaring daggers at Dolors and couldn't miss seeing Harry's barb hit home. Madame High and Mighty Umbridge would simply hate being put in her place by Harry Crow. Madam Longbottom, I think the reactions shown here tonight indicate that the vast majority of the students want to continue with the Quidditch matches. What would you need for that to happen? Again, Dolors exploded. I will not have some school Quidditch matches overshadowing my tournament. Harry was on her before anyone else got the chance. Your tournament? Well, that certainly ends my interest in it. It can't be much of a tournament if Hufflepuff playing Ravenclaw overshadows it. He once more turned his attention back to Augusta. I'm assuming these two schools will bring more than one student with them. What if we invited them to put up Quidditch teams too? We could have 4 house teams plus one from each school competing in a friendly tournament. I'm pretty sure I could convince Gringotts to come up with some prizes if Hogwarts or the Ministry didn't want that honor. Watching Umbridge's complexion turn puce actually brought a smile to Augusta's face. That sounds like a wonderful suggestion, Centurion, but it doesn't solve the problem of the staff being too busy to administer the thing. Ma'am, we have 4 Quidditch captains who could organize the schedules, ensuring the dates didn't clash with any you wanted kept clear. We used professional referees at the fair. That arrangement could stand again. The students on duty at the fair did a wonderful job of directing the crowds where they needed to go. They too could easily do the same for these matches. It would also be easy to ensure they got the day off those duties when their house is playing. The prefects and marauder trainers could organize schedules for that as part of their duties. The fair at Kingassy proved that when Hogwarts works together, anything is possible. We can do this, Madam Longbottom. Centurion, I want you to meet with the Quidditch captains and sort a plan out. They will then present it to the staff at our meeting on Friday evening. This is not a yes, but it's not a no either. That was good enough for Hogwarts. The cheering this time was everything a now livid Umbridge was hoping to hear for the Triwizard Tournament. She stormed back to her rooms. Dolors had a report to write. When little shits like that gain power, it was time to take some action to restore the natural balance back to where it should be. Orla was sitting with her jaw hanging open. Luna was beside her, so the new first year asked her blonde friend a question. Is it Eilich, this at Hogwarts? Luna, resplendent in her new black dragon-hide robes, could only smile at the awestruck little witch. When any of our 4 are involved, I would have to say that would usually be a yes. Orla's answer of Stoughton may have confused Luna. Her meaning was clear, though, from the wide smile she wore. It looked like they were in for another interesting year at Hogwarts. Harry was talking with Roger. The reason why his friend wasn't appointed Quidditch captain this year now clear. I'm gonna need your help again. I still know nothing about Quidditch, except Hermione looks good in a Harpies jersey. Then again, Hermione looks good in anything. Nice save there, Harry. I'll talk to the people involved and see what we can come up with. Roger, could you include Ron in that? It was kinda his idea, and it took a lot of guts to get up and say what he did. Sure, Harry. Without him, there wouldn't be any Quidditch this year. By the way, is that the same Umbridge who challenged you to a duel at the Ministry Ball a couple of years ago? The very same, Roger. That was why I referred to her as a visitor. She will have some say in whoever enters the tournament, but none whatsoever in the day-to-day running of Hogwarts. I get the feeling Madame Longbottom and Professor McGonagall will soon be pointing that out to her. They found themselves then being joined by Cedric. Harry, they obviously knew there would be no Quidditch this year. I'm the only Quidditch captain currently in Hogwarts, since the other three all left at the summer and the Hogwarts staff didn't appoint new ones. It was actually Hermione who offered up a simple solution from a non-Quidditch perspective. Since this won't be an official Hogwarts tournament, couldn't the players just get together and pick their own captain? Fred and George had arrived by that time and thought that was a great idea, except for one thing. Both of their girlfriends would be up for the job. People were dropping over to say goodnight before they headed off to their own houses. Harry was having a quick word with a happy Ewan when Susan supplied the twins with a solution to their problem. Well, McGonagall set the precedent when she made the both of you prefects. Why not have Angelina and Alicia as joint captains? Gryffindor are only looking to fill one position anyway. That's a great idea, Susan, thanks. We think that's what got Ron so riled up. He's hoping to try out for keeper this year. The now excited students headed off to their dorms. Very few of them were talking about the Triwizard Tournament. Eternal Glory didn't really wash, since none of them had heard of the tournament before, far less the names of any previous winners. The 1,000 Galleon prize had generated a fair degree of enthusiasm until they discovered that only those of age could enter. Since that didn't apply to over 80% of the students, what was there left about this tournament to get excited about? Uo Parvati was excited to discover she had her own room, one that was placed between Padma and Hermione's. However, she was more excited about the welcome she had received in Ravenclaw. She had simply been accepted into their house without any fuss whatsoever. How are you settling in? Oh, Padma, it's great. A bit quieter than I'm used to. Yeah, that's us Ravenclaws for you, quiet and reserved. This got both of them giggling. The number of scrapes a certain Ravenclaw trio got themselves into could hardly be classed as quiet or reserved. With our timetable being the same as last year, I was wondering if we could keep Tuesday evenings free for just some paddle girl time. That would be great. What about Hermione? Oh, she's planning on using that to have some Harry time, the advantage of having a boyfriend who's in the same house as you. After a good night hug, it was time for bed. They had classes in the morning. They started the year off with double transfiguration, Professor McGonagall telling them that this year would be the last, that the current OWL exam would be in operation. Their exam would be considerably different the following year. It would be 70% practical, but those practical levels would be nearer the current NEWT standard. They were working on what type of questions to ask for the written part, and they would mainly consist of essays. There were no groans from anyone in the class, as they were given an essay to write as homework. This was easily their lightest subject for that particular activity. Professor McGonagall saying their essays would be sent away to the examination board to assist them with producing their final exam, and a marking system put slightly more pressure on. They still spent most of the double period with their wands in their hands. They were holding back at the end of the class, McGonagall wanting a quick word with Parvati when Ron approached the group. Harry, I just wanted to say thanks for your support last night. Without it, I was gonna be on to a hiding. You're a decent bloke, Harry. Having said his piece, Ron left the four friends and Blaise rather stunned. Are we sure that's Ronald Weasley? What are the chances of that being someone else polyjuiced to fool us all? Neville had to disagree with his betrothed. Sorry, love, he still snores exactly like Ron. You would need something better than polyjuice to pull that off. Padma then asked the question she wanted to ask Neville, just not while Parvati was around. How did Gryffindor react to Lavender? For a Gryffindor to drop a fellow housemate into trouble purely so they could protect themselves is not behavior becoming of Godric's house. She kept quiet while her father pushed all the blame onto Parvati. Lavender will now have to get used to that quiet. Very few in Gryffindor wanted anything to do with her. She certainly stayed well away from me, Colin and Ginny. Blaise could understand that reaction. In Slytherin, their treatment would probably be a lot worse. Parvati said she enjoyed her first night in Ravenclaw. It's time for all of us to put this behind us. Lavender made her bed, let her lie in it. At that, Parvati came out, and Blaise offered his arm. The three couples made their way to lunch. An excited Draco was waiting on them in the Great Hall. He had some news to share. My godfather has offered to be staff sponsor for our Marauders tonight. Sirius is gonna stick with the Crows while Remus wants to work with the new first year. Henrika has her hands full with Astrid and wanted to give the Marauders a miss this year. Padma just couldn't resist. That's brilliant, Draco. You get to tell Fred and George, though. Watching Draco's face fall at all of them laughing, that should be a good meeting tonight. The four oldest trainers actually cornered Harry later for a quick word. We know you know more than you're saying. We don't need to know what you know. We just need to know Snape can be trusted. Harry was left with his usual feeling when faced with the twins, only this time it was slightly different. You know, guys, that whole twin-speak thing you do is a lot less effective now we can tell you apart. It was Roger who attempted to get things back on course. Seriously, Harry, we just need to know if Snape has another agenda for volunteering. We've no intention of letting anyone spoil something we all consider to be one of the best things that's happened in Hogwarts for generations. If I'm reading this right, and I'm sure I am, it's simply a way to spend some time with his godson, Draco. You guys just do what you'd normally do, take the class, and forget your sponsors there. Any advice he gives at the end of the night should be listened to, just the same as if it was from Henrika or Remus. That seemed to settle them down. Harry then caught up with Hermione as they headed off to arithmancy. Dinner that evening was followed by the first Marauder class of the year. There was another 8 trainers putting their heads together while going over how they would handle the new first years tomorrow night. They had a tremendous advantage over the other groups, however, 4 trainers who had come through the class as students. The 4 friends were taking it easy tonight. They knew their training kicked back in tomorrow. After what happened at the Cup final, they were anticipating that training being intensified. By the time Master Pitsley arrived for their potions lesson on Friday afternoon, it was beginning to feel like they'd never been away from Hogwarts. He surprised the class by assigning every one of them a different potion to brew. It was all potions they had already covered in their last term, but it was a short, sharp, shock form of revision. With the use of their wonderful potions books, and looking back at the copious notes everyone made while originally preparing their potion, all managed to brew what they'd been allocated to a standard that pleased their tutor. It was a smiling Master Pitsley who then informed them what potions they would be brewing first thing Monday morning. They were all looking forward to the weekend, though the 4 would have a slight change to their training schedule. They would still work with Bill in the mornings, but their afternoons would now see them taking those lessons from Sirius in the Black's apartment. This would allow all of them to spend some time together, while Harry of course got to see his goddaughter. There was still the not-so-small matter of settling whether there would be Quidditch played at Hogwarts this year. Harry had attended the preliminary meetings, but intended to let the captains sort this one out with the staff themselves. Roger, Cedric, Alicia, Angelina, and Adrian Pusey of Slytherin set off, with much cheering from their fellow students urging them on. They had crossed the T's and dotted the I's of their proposal, with only the dates needing to be settled. McGonagall's love of the sport well known, no one was taking bets on it not happening. Severus couldn't believe what was happening. Here was as graphic a demonstration as you could ask for on how much things had changed. The Quidditch captains were making a quite compelling case for why there should still be Quidditch played at Hogwarts this year, and they were being listened to by the staff. In the past, Albus would have fed them some patronizing spiel, patted them on the head before sending them on their way. Hogwarts ran the way he wanted it to, end of story. Augusta was also on the mark, putting Umbridge in her place before the meeting even got started, pointing out that, since Dolores was a guest of Hogwarts, she could attend the meeting if she wanted, but would play no part in the discussions or any decisions made. Watching 2 of the captains took Severus back to the other night, and his first look at this defense club, to say he was amazed would be an understatement. Not only was the content being taught well thought out and delivered brilliantly, watching Draco and Pansy seamlessly partner the Weasley twins was a revelation. Minerva couldn't help rubbing his nose in it by pointing out Fred and George's OWL marks more than merited the badges they wore. He could also have done without hearing they would be sitting their potions, NEWT, a year early, or that their tutor expected them to match the outstanding they received for their OWL. The captains were proposing 2 leagues of 3 teams, the winner of each league playing one another in the final. Their schedule of 2 games in the weeks leading up to the first 2 tasks, followed by the last 2 league matches, and the Quidditch final being contested in the run-up to the last task, made perfect sense to everyone in the meeting. Adding that the students themselves would organize and steward the matches too ticked all the boxes. Umbridge was sitting there almost ready to burst with anger. That certainly helped make up the minds of any staff who were still undecided. The Quidditch proposal received a unanimous yes vote. As the meeting ended, Severus found himself being approached by Henrica, her daughter in her arms. "What did you think of the Marauders Club? I worked with them last year, until this little lady made it impossible to continue. I really wouldn't know where to start." Watching students just beginning second year, yet being able to cast shields was only one of the surprises. I think what first struck me when Harry started with the Crows was how careful they were not to let house barriers carry over into their club. Each team was always a mixture of houses, and even sexes. It's paid dividends throughout the school. Watching Draco and Pansy work with the Weasley twins is something that will take a while to fully accept what my eyes are telling me. Draco, Pansy, Hannah and Morag take over the running of that club next year. This was an idea that started because of Dumbledore's latest disaster of a defense professor. It's now something they want to see continued for generations to come. It's something I hope is still running when Astrid and Jamie come to Hogwarts. Living under Gringotts, it would be hard not to know that Jamie, Henrica was referring to would be Jamie Granger. That Miss Granger's parents had chosen to have their son being born in Gringotts rather than St. Mungo's or some Muggle medical facility was looked upon as another plus sign in their admiration of Miss Granger, a witch they'd taken to their hearts. She had made as much of an impact on goblin culture as her mate had on the wizarding version. Given that Harry had that whole boy who lived thing of a head start, Hermione's popularity was a quite remarkable achievement. I don't know how long I'll actually be teaching in Hogwarts, but it's a program I'm happy to be associated with as long as I'm here. Two men who refuse to admit they're just happy to spend some time with their godsons. You and Sirius are more alike than either of you would care to admit. Once more, there was no malice in Severus' words. Lady Black, I see no need for you to be insulting. Henrica's musical laugh further infuriated an already livid Dolores. Seeing this beautiful witch, standing there with a baby in her arms, and she had a pureblood lord for a husband, did something to Dolores' insides. Whether or not it was jealousy didn't really matter. Her mind was now set on its path, the one to Hogsmeade, that is. Dolores would be looking for a rock to hide her report under this Saturday. When you had creatures breeding with purebloods and werewolves as professors, it was time to take some action. The fact she wouldn't actually have to meet with Lestrange was certainly a bonus. Dolores was sure the Dark Lord would be most interested in how a former Death Eater had managed to enter the new Hogwarts wards. Ooh, Hermione was worried. Today was her birthday, and Harry hadn't mentioned it at all. The chances of him having forgotten about her special day were nil, leaving Hermione to think he was planning something, and that's what had her worried. Being a goblin, Harry considered a person's birthday to be their most important day of the year. As she was the most important person in the world to her mate, there was no telling what Harry had up his sleeve by way of a surprise. Meeting Padma first, Hermione was greeted with a hug, kiss, and best wishes for a happy birthday. Her best friend would certainly be in on anything Harry had planned, but Padma was very good at keeping secrets. Padma easily read the worry in Hermione and tried to put her mind at rest. "Trust me, Hermione, you'll love it. Now, let's not keep our men waiting." They made their way down the stairs to the Ravenclaw common room, where Padma then made herself scarce, so the waiting Harry could wish Hermione a proper happy birthday. It was a good 10 minutes later when the two couples met at the main doors, Neville offering a now ruffled but smiling Hermione best birthday wishes before the quartet set off for their morning run. The girls were running in front, Padma trying not to giggle at the wide smile Hermione was wearing. So, getting kissed as a 15-year-old is apparently a lot better than when you're 14. May can't come quickly enough if I'm gonna feel like that. I don't need gifts or whatever Harry has planned for today. Just him waiting for me in the morning is all I'll ever need. I know that, and so does Harry. That's why he goes all out to make your birthday special. You will love it. Just play along and do what he says. Doing what she was asked found Hermione getting dressed smart, but casual. They had just finished potions where Master Pitsley had given her a rare book on the subject as a birthday gift. After receiving presents from friends all day, Hermione was actually relieved Harry appeared to be taking her out of the castle tonight. When Tonks appeared dressed similarly, with Tonks you were never sure what she was going to wear, here was further confirmation of her theory. If they were leaving the castle, then Tonks would certainly be coming too. Arriving in Gringotts by Harry's portkey saw them being greeted by Father, Hermione dispensing her usual hugs on the ambassador. She was somewhat surprised to discover that was not their final destination, but totally shocked when they next visited the Granger's house in Crawley. As Harry led her outside, Hermione thought it was time for some answers. "Harry, I've been a good little girlfriend and played along with everything you've asked. I think we're way past the stage, however, where I should be getting some answers." "Well, we're having a bit of a party for you tonight, and then an even bigger party tomorrow. We're going to collect the guest of honor and take him to Kingussie with us." "Harry, you're not making sense. No one in Crawley can know I'm a witch." Hermione stopped as one name flashed into her head. Harry's smile told her she got it right. "We're taking the Reverend Richards to Kingussie. He'll be at your party tonight, and tomorrow we'll christen our baby brother. I hope you don't mind. We thought that by combining both events, we could all spend the weekend together." Harry never got to say any more, as Hermione was now showing she didn't mind at all by kissing him. Robert Richards was as giddy as a schoolboy at the mere thought of spending his weekend with people who could perform magic. He was trying not to think in terms of witches and wizards. To say they received negative press in the book he lived his life by would be an understatement. Having known the Grangers for many years, he'd christened a baby Hermione too. Robert intended to look on Dan and Emma's children as having special abilities. That those abilities could apparently transport him from Crawley to Kingussie in a moment was something he was really looking forward to experiencing. He had always been a person that questioned everything, even his faith. Robert thought that if his faith couldn't stand up to his questions, then it wasn't really something that he could live his life by. He firmly believed that every person on the planet were God's children, and his mission was to minister to them to the best of his abilities. There was also the fact that, had he not learned of the magical community, he would certainly have christened little Jamie Granger in the church anyway. His excitement was there for all three to see as Hermione made the introductions, though introducing Tonks as Harry's ministerial protection detail raised his eyebrows. Harry and Hermione each took one of the Reverend's arms, while Tonks lifted his bag, before Harry activated their emergency portkeys, knowing they would take all of them straight to Kingussie. As his eyes were screwed tightly shut, it was left to a giggling Hermione to tell the Reverend Richards they'd arrived. His eyes were soon open wide as Harry had led them from the training room to their ballroom, a ballroom full of people shouting "Happy Birthday, Hermione." The people who had already seen Hermione earlier in the day were standing back and letting those who hadn't greet her first. Dan and Emma were at the head of the queue. After greeting his daughter, Dan moved on to the bewildered Reverend and took him under his wing. "Welcome to Kingussie. How was the trip? I feel as if I've just entered a different world. I'm assuming this is why we haven't seen you in Crawley." "It's the same world, Robert, just different people." That little man now hugging Hermione is Harry's adoptive father. He may be a goblin, but he's one of the most honorable people I've ever met. Neither he nor his son have religion in their lives, but their code of ethics that they live those lives by are certainly values Emma and I can support. They both adore Hermione, and just look at Harry with Jamie. It's barely been 3 weeks, yet you think our boys hadn't seen each other for months. Robert watched as a little creature, barely the height of Hermione's waist, but certainly not a goblin, hugged the girl before disappearing with 2 swords he didn't even know the teens had on them. There was then a group of goblin children who greeted the birthday girl, generating a lot of excitement on both sides. Emma arrived and explained those children actually lived on the estate and really looked up to Hermione and Harry in more than just the obvious way. They were all delighted to be invited, but watching Hermione's smile told everyone there that Harry had gotten it right. Robert could really only compare this to some sort of medieval banquet, with Harry and Hermione sitting at the head of the enormous table like the kings and queens of old. The food, though, was as good as any he'd ever eaten, and the wine certainly a lot better than Robert was used to. What pleased him, though, was how genuinely happy everyone seemed to be, just by being here. There were clearly a wide range of ages involved, from grandmothers to babies, and also different cultures too. Everyone, though, was getting along and having fun. No one was here just to be seen. Emma had finally managed to prise her baby son off the two teens and introduce him to Robert, saying that they were already sure Jamie was magical too. The Reverend Richards looked at this beautiful child and could see no reason why he shouldn't christen the baby tomorrow. He may do so in front of the strangest congregation he'd ever faced, but the baby was still a baby, albeit a magical one. Hermione thought dancing with Harry was simply magical. I can't believe you managed to do all this and keep it a secret from me, the amount of people who must have known. All their friends and family were here, the Marauder trainers, the Potter scholars, their Ravenclaw year mates, and even the children and their parents from the Glen. Bill, Percy, and Penny had also been invited. Bill would still be taking them for their lesson in the morning. That Bill was currently dancing with Jenny Abercrombie raised no eyebrows in this company. Harry knew the young mother would be missing Ewan and gave both of them this opportunity to catch up over the weekend. They all knew how much it meant to me to make this a surprise. No one was going to say anything. Now I still haven't given you your gift. Harry, you've already spoiled me. I don't need any more. Just having you is all I'll ever need. Well, that's good, since that's your birthday present. How does Saturday the 4th of August, 1996 sound? Like a long way away. What's so special about that day? I intended to see the Reverend Richards and inquire if we could book his services for that day. Since it's going to be our wedding day, I thought I should at least ask you about it first. Again, Hermione stopped Harry talking by kissing him, this time with even more passion. Apparently she only thought she was happy before. Hermione now felt as if she could fly to the moon unaided. I take it that's a yes then. I need to speak to Dan and the Reverend Richards. You just have to pick your bridesmaids. Padma, Luna, and Sapphire. Something tells me you've already thought about this. Can you hold off speaking with them until tomorrow? I need to talk to Padma first. I want to give her and Neville the option of making it a double wedding. Would that be okay with you? Hermione, even if they don't want to make that decision before tomorrow, they can make it a double wedding any time up until the day of the ceremony. I don't think we can have our best man and chief bridesmaid suddenly asking the Reverend if he could marry them too. As Neville and Padma were dancing past, Harry smoothly switched partners so they could pass this information on to their best friends. When the couples were reunited for the next dance, Padma and Neville had lots to talk about. The ballroom was now full of chairs, all lined up facing the ceremony that was about to take place at the end of the room. The Reverend had been somewhat shocked to see the baptismal font from his own church sitting there. Dan had to reassure Robert it would be returned to Crawley directly after the service. Barchoke was sitting beside his children, Luna and Sapphire, as he watched the ceremony before him unfold. He thought it was simple yet beautiful ceremony, one where Neville and Padma were very happy to promise to play a prominent role in Jamie's life. With his own role now changed from that of banker, the ambassador couldn't help but be amazed at the political statements being made here today. He was well aware that thought had never crossed Dan and Emma's minds, which made this occasion all the more remarkable. A wizard, born inside Gringotts to Muggle parents, was just christened by a Muggle with two teens of old pureblood families standing as godparents. Add in the Minister of Magic and the Director sitting in the audience, and you couldn't help but see the political significance here. Harry had certainly brought all three cultures closer together, but his baby brother was already continuing that trend. The fine September day had allowed the elves to set the reception that would follow on the lawn, as it had allowed his assistant ambassador to give his lesson outside. The warded area had drawn quite the crowd by the time they had finished, the four older wizards also taking part in the session. Some of the guests had began arriving, and Amos Diggory was almost bursting with pride as he caught the end of the lesson. The reception afterwards was also a big hit. Barchoke had trouble believing his eyes as Rainha cradled Jamie in the crook of her arm. Ragnar's next move totally floored the entire family, at least those who understood the significance of what was happening here. Our research concluded that it was traditional to bring a christening gift. It also said that gift should be silver. I hope this meets that criteria. When Emma opened the box to see the exquisite silver baby bangle, Harry, Hermione, and Ragnar, all giving deep bows, told her there was more going on here than she realized. It's beautiful, but obviously has more significance than being a simple bangle. Anyone care to fill us poor dentists in on what's really happening here? Mum, the design of Hermione's bracelet signifies she's under my family's protection, as does Amelia's brooch. That bangle is the director's family design and places Jamie under that family's protection. It is a great honor, one that every goblin will instantly recognize. Rainha still had a smiling Jamie in her arms. The youngest Granger was loving all the attention he was receiving today. This beautiful baby has already broken so many barriers. We hope he'll grow up in a world where those same barriers are consigned to history. He will be raised in an environment where magical, muggle, or goblin are merely words, not distinctions which define who we are. How could we not offer our support to that? The Reverend Richards had stuck close to Dan all day. Hearing that, though squared away any lingering doubts his conscience was having about this matter, here was the key that unlocked his continued support of these people. That everyone had come to Kingussie to support this child, wishing for him to grow up in an environment that was based on love and rejected hate, was certainly something his beliefs could relate to. This was probably just as well as he found himself agreeing to a few more engagements in Kingussie before the day was out. Harry, though he'd had all the shocks he could handle for one day, that was until a nervous Remus approached him with a beaming Tonks on his arm. Harry, I was wondering. Sorry, we were wondering if we could ask you a favor. Ask away, Remus. Well, we were going to talk to Reverend Richards and then thought about locations. He was interrupted by his impatient fiancé. What Wolfie here is trying to ask is, can we get married in Kingussie at Christmas? If you say yes, we can ask the Reverend today. I think that would be wonderful. Of course, you have my permission. Harry couldn't say any more as Tonks took a leaf out of Hermione's book and kissed him into silence. She then dragged Remus away before Harry even got time to shake his hand. It would appear Tonks wanted this matter settled before her fiancé could change his mind. A laughing Hermione approached Harry with Luna and Sapphire. Looking pretty flustered there. Harry, should I be worried? I just agreed we'd hold a wedding here at Christmas. Does that worry you? Tonks has just dragged Remus off to check on the Reverend's availability, something we need to do too. Hermione was receiving shocked looks from her two friends at Harry's last comment, so just went for it. I hope you two will be my bridesmaids. We're just waiting on Padma reaching a decision before we start making our own arrangements. At that, a very happy couple rushed over and were soon embracing everyone. Our parents agreed. We want to take you up on your offer. Neville could hardly contain his excitement. Gran pointed out that, as orders of Merlin holders, we were already of age, and we were only bringing the date forward by a year. After that, they all agreed. The four set off to find the Reverend before the happy news spread around the entire reception. Ooh, the news exciting those leaving Master Pitsley's potions lesson wasn't about the imminent arrival of the two schools. The girls were far more interested in Ron Weasley asking Lavender to tomorrow night's Merlin ball. Their group was actually the last to arrive, where everyone had gathered as a school welcoming committee. Harry, having point-blank refused to cut their potions lesson short just for this. Padma wasn't pleased to be standing here either. The big deal about this, we've all seen people apparate or portkey before. This saw Harry shaking his head. I don't think that's how they'll be traveling, Padma. Hogwarts has made no provisions to house guests. That means they must be bringing their accommodation with them. I can't see tents being suitable for winter in the Scottish Highlands. This led to a few involuntary shivers. It was cold enough inside the castle in winter. No one even wanted to contemplate living outside under canvas. Cries going up from those nearer the front focused everyone's attention in the direction they were now pointing. Flying over the forbidden forest toward the castle were 12 enormous winged Palomino horses, pulling a powder blue carriage that was at least the size of a large house. It approached at great speed before landing in front of cheering students. When the first person exited the carriage, it was soon clear why the structure needed to be the size it was. She was dressed from head to toe in black satin, with many magnificent opals gleaming around her neck. That wasn't what first caught your attention, though. This lady was at least as tall as Hagrid. She was approached by Augusta and Minerva, who both seemed pleased to her. Madame Maxime, a warm welcome to Hogwarts to you and your students. Augusta, Minerva, how are you both? If this is warm, I dread your winter. Are ze ozers air yet? Seeing about 15 French students shivering in their thin robes, Minerva made a suggestion. Not yet, Olymp. Why don't you take your students into the castle where it's warmer? But horses. Hagrid practically bowled people out of his path as he rushed straight for this vision. Darn, ye worry your pretty little head about Thar. I'll look after those magnificent horses. Olymp's dark eyes were locked on those of Hagrid. My horses only drink single malt whiskey. Well, they'll enjoy their stay here. Scotland invented Thar drink. Padma was giggling as the French students followed their headmistress into the castle. Harry, you might need to ask Hogwarts to make the dance floor bigger for tomorrow's ball. I think we may have just spotted Hogwarts' newest couple. Now, with some idea of what to expect, keen eyes were watching to spot the Bulgarians arriving. Those eyes were soon drawn to the Black Lake. Large bubbles started appearing in the still, dark water. Soon there were waves lapping against the shore. A gurgling sound preceded a whirlpool appearing in the lake. It was like someone had pulled the plug out of a giant bathtub, except this one now had a pole sticking out of it. As more of the structure was revealed, all those waiting could now see it was a sailing ship. As the ship made its way to the shore, the anchor had barely splashed into the lake when a gangplank made the connection from ship to shore. Neville was not alone in expressing his opinion the Bulgarians' arrival was cool. They were also a lot more prepared for the Scottish Highland weather with cloaks that had thick fur collars. This may have masked their features, but there was no mistaking the figure leading them toward the castle. The students of Durmstrang were being triumphantly led into Hogwarts by someone they all instantly recognized, Albus Dumbledore. And thanks for reading. 89. Goblet of Fire. Harry Crow, ANI, was delighted by the reaction to my last chapter. I had been planning Dumbledore returning like that for about a year. That no reader guessed, or any other author wrote, that particular twist was particularly pleasing. I was also contacted by a lot of people on my reactions to Joe Rowling's comments regarding Harry and Hermione. Here's my take on the matter. Without the one big happy Weasley family, there wouldn't be a RobSt. It was the perceived wrongness of this outcome, along with that horrible epilogue, that started me writing. Unless Joe decides to one day publish an alternative Deathly Hallows, nothing has changed. And that means there will be another RobSt chapter next weekend. Hope to see you then, Robert. Chapter 89. The old wizard marched straight up to the two witches in charge, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmaster of Durmstrang Institute of Magic. At your service, ladies. Our headmaster, Professor Karkaroff, sends his apologies. Personal reasons prevented him being here, so that duty then fell to me. Minerva couldn't hold back any longer. You have some nerve, Dumbledore, waltzing back in here as if you own the place. The great Albus Dumbledore ran away and left us in our hour of need. A 60-foot basilisk had to be dealt with by 4 second years. I think you'll find I was suspended, Minerva. Don't you Minerva me? You lost that right a long time ago. You scurried away from Scotland with your tail between your legs right before you could be sacked. I'll tell you this to your face, Dumbledore. You're not welcome in Hogwarts. Start messing with my students and I'll smack you one. It's nice to see the spirit of international cooperation being so warmly embraced. If this is your version of a Highland welcome, then it's not very hospitable. Come, students, I know the way. Follow me. The Durmstrang students fell in behind Dumbledore with military precision. They marched in a column of twos and followed their deputy headmaster. Ron Weasley could clearly be heard in the silence that Dumbledore's arrival had caused. That's Victor Crumb, that is. I didn't know he was still at school. Harry felt his friends gather around him, but it was left to Hermione to ask the question. How are you feeling, love? Stupid. We took this competition at face value. It's pretty obvious that others have different plans. Dumbledore has caught us on the hop this time, with the ones now playing catch-up. The old man will try to use that to his advantage. We'll need to be careful until we can discover just what he's up to. Does anyone believe the old man being here is a coincidence? This was met with some derisive chuckles before Padma just had to comment. Roger will play for the Harpies before I believe that. Hey, Patel, no need to be nasty. Now if you'd said play with the Harpies. In your dreams, Davies. Frequently, Patel, though not as often as I'd like. This saw the group of friends chuckling as they made their way to dinner. It wasn't often someone verbally got the better of Padma, but Roger had even managed to make her blush. They arrived in the great hall to find the Beauxbaton students gathered around one of the fireplaces for warmth. The Durmstrang students, though, were already seated and making themselves at home at the Ravenclaw table. They overheard one of the boys talking to Cho, telling her they had been told this was where the prettiest witches were to be found. Cho may have been eating that up with a spoon, but Hermione wasn't about to swallow cheesy lines like that. She didn't even sit down, turning to Harry. I think I've lost my appetite. Don't leave, pretty Vitch. Sit with us. The Durmstrang student, though, had made the potentially fatal mistake of, in his attempt to convince this witch, grabbing Hermione by the arm and pulling her toward him. He soon had that error pointed out to him by the point of Harry's knife at his throat. You must have a death wish. Lay hands on my mate again, and I'll cut you to pieces. Harry had been on edge since the second they had spotted Dumbledore. This incident on top was simply too much. His entire "we need to be careful" sentiment was now clearly forgotten. Hermione's reasoned voice, however, soon had him back in control. Harry, they've been set up. Who do you think told them to sit at Ravenclaw? Dumbledore must have been hoping for a confrontation. We all know he doesn't give a shit for the students under his care. They're just pawns to be used by him to get whatever that twisted mind of his wants. Although back in control, Harry did not move his blade. The other Durmstrang students also found themselves facing a plethora of wands, ensuring they would take no part in this confrontation. You will apologize to Hermione at once, and let this be a warning to all of you. I don't know how things are in Durmstrang, but I'll tell you how they work inside Hogwarts. You grab a witch like that, you're going to find me coming looking for you. The incident had kicked off so quickly that only now were the staff arriving at the scene. Centurion Crow, please put your knife away. As soon as this person apologizes, Madam Longbottom, if he doesn't do so soon, I intend to push my blade home. Hermione instantly received her apology, and Harry's knife disappeared into its holster. This was also the cue for all the wands covering the other Durmstrang students to be lowered too. While delighted his little opening ploy had worked, Albus was left cursing the Granger girl for seeing through it so quickly. This was the second time she had done so with his plans, but he'd work with what he had. Madam Longbottom, one of my students has been attacked. I would like to know what you intend to do about that. Since your student laid hands on Miss Granger, Centurion Crow's mate, who has a ring on her finger that you can see in the dark, I would say the Centurion's reaction was measured and appropriate. He would have been perfectly within his rights to challenge your student to a duel. Remember, Dumbledore, goblins fight duels to the death. Losing a student to a duel on the first night of your visit would be poor management, even by your low standards. Watching as the student in question paled considerably, Augusta then turned her ire onto Albus himself. I don't know what you've been telling your students, or what your real agenda is here. Know this, Dumbledore, I wholeheartedly agree with Professor McGonagall on this. You start messing with my students, and the both of us will smack you repeatedly. I can hardly remember the last time we issued a detention in Hogwarts, far less had an incident in the Great Hall. Albus couldn't help but notice the students dressed in the black dragon hide, or that Harry was clearly their leader. I suppose it helps when you have Potter's private army imposing themselves on the school. Harry wasn't about to let Dumbledore set his obviously prepared agenda. He decided to see just how much the old man knew of what had been happening inside Britain since his absence. If nothing else, this tactic might just throw the old wizard out of his rehearsed stride. Did you know we caught Peter Pettigrew alive? He was questioned under truth serum. Peter told us everything. You cast the Fidelius charm on my home and knew all along that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. It was plain from the shock on Dumbledore's face that he didn't know that information. It would have been hard to get hold of, however, since Harry just made it up. The Ministry had pushed for swift justice, with the Death Eaters caught attacking the Bones residents. It was only later everyone realized that question should have been asked. With 2 pregnant women in the family, and every single member involved in at least one of the battles, the deed was done before that question occurred to Barchuk, or anyone else. The extended family were all too busy thanking their lucky stars they all survived unscathed. Harry, however, now pushed home his clear advantage, not having to fake his anger in the slightest. I told you what would happen if I discovered you were behind my parents' murders. All his bravado had disappeared, and Albus knew he was arguing for his life here. He wouldn't survive being implicated in the murder of the Potters. Politically, and probably physically too, Harry was now too close, and those blades of his were deadly. The old wizard was practically pleading with Harry now, begging to be believed. No, Harry, I didn't know Pettigrew was a Death Eater. I also thought Sirius had killed him, along with all those muggles. We didn't know who to trust after that, which is why I left you with your muggle relatives. A fist to his jaw sent Dumbledore crashing to the floor, the sword of Gryffindor swiftly pinned to his chest, making sure he stayed down there. Sirius had silently exploded with rage, and at a speed that meant he'd been on Dumbledore before anyone could prevent it. At the moment, Moony's strength was the only thing stopping Sirius killing the old man with his bare hands too. Let me go, Moony. This bastard cost me 10 years in Azkaban. And Harry's just made sure that's where Dumbledore's heading. We all heard him admit his guilt, and Astrid needs her father. I may have let my nephew down, but I'm determined to do better with my niece. That one of his darkest secrets was now publicly known really through Albus. At least the bloody press weren't here this time to capture it for their front page. How could this have happened? Again Harry pressed home their advantage, using it to try and stop his godfather committing murder. Moony's right, Sirius. We've got him this time. Madam Longbottom, could you please flew Amelia Bones? Hem, actually that won't do you any good. Augusta was getting closer and closer to strangling this bitch every time she made that infuriating noise. Madam Umbridge, what business is this of yours? You forget, Madam Longbottom, I am now the Ministry's lead advisor to the tournament. As such, I know what arrangements have been made for the visiting schools. In his youth, Headmaster Karkaroff made a mistake and joined the Death Eater movement. He paid for that mistake and then moved abroad. It was actually Draco who interrupted Dolors with the truth behind that last remark. Karkaroff, informed on every Death Eater he knew about to get as light a sentence as possible, the bold Igor then fled the country in genuine fear of his life. Only knowing she was winning this argument allowed Dolors to keep her temper. Nevertheless, Headmaster Karkaroff insisted some safeguards be put in place. The staff representatives of the visiting schools were granted diplomatic immunity for the duration of the tournament to any past indiscretions. Since this immunity didn't cover any indiscretions committed after they arrived in Hogwarts, the Ministry agreed to the condition. The only crimes I've seen committed tonight have been by Black and Crow, so please by all means call the Auras. Oh, I certainly intend to contact the Ministry over this. I can also promise that if you played any part in Dumbledore returning to Hogwarts, you will be out this castle moments later. I can assure you, the only people I dealt with were the heads of each establishment. There was real fear in Dolo's eyes now. Getting chucked out of the castle tonight would end her usefulness to the Dark Lord and allow Lestrange free rein with that knife of hers. Harry, meanwhile, had called for Helena to ask if they could bar Dumbledore from the castle. I'm sorry, Harry, but I have to say Number Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were both invited here by Hogwarts, thus we can't throw him out, unless he gets caught doing something to warrant such actions. He was now looking to Augusta for help, part of him so wanting to push his blade home and end the manipulations once and for all. Dumbledore must have recognized his predicament because he never said a word. That Sirius had hit him hard enough to fracture his jaw might have played a part in that silence too. Madam Longbottom, at least tell me that invitation didn't cover the Merlin Ball. No, it didn't, Centurion. The original invitations had both the schools arriving just before Halloween. Dumbledore, you are not invited and certainly not welcome to our celebrations. For once in your life, do the decent thing and stay out of Hogwarts tomorrow. Harry then turned his attention to the Durmstrang students, his sword still resting on Dumbledore's chest. He noticed they were once more well covered by wands. Your headmaster is a marked Death Eater. Even trying to enter the Hogwarts wards would see him die. Your deputy is a manipulative old goat who, as you've just heard, seems to take great delight in interfering with people's lives. He doesn't care whose lives those are, or what damage he causes, only getting what he wants counts with Dumbledore. The reputation of the Durmstrang Institute of Magic is hanging by a thread. You're all invited to tomorrow evening's Merlin Ball. If you can't behave like gentlemen, I would strongly advise you not to attend. Padma was holding one of those wands covering the Durmstrang students. She just thought of something. Hey, that's dim. You have to admit it was pretty dim to give Dumbledore a job. An even dimmer move, though, was to grab Hermione. One of the Durmstrang students then rose slowly, making sure his empty hands were clearly visible. Harry recognized leadership in this wizard, while whispers around the hall identified him as Victor Crumb. That you say, V did not know. V can see the truth in your vords, and in all your anger. All V ask is a chance to prove V are gentlemen. Please, don't judge us on this. Victor indicated their fallen deputy headmaster, obviously desperate not to be classed the same. A slight bow from Harry was returned by Victor, and acted as the signal for every wand directed at the Bulgarians to be lowered. Harry's sword made it into his sheath, and his arm was offered to Hermione. They surprisingly headed for the French delegation, as the staff now cleaned up behind them. Harry could see Henrika, Tonks, and Remus all working on Sirius to calm him down a touch. They stayed well away from that task. Only Hermione on his arm was allowing Harry to keep his own temper in check. Now they had confirmation of just what that old man had done. He was staying clear of his godfather at the moment, just in case they set each other off and murdered a certain old wizard. They approached, noticing at once that all the French students had their hands near their wands. Harry bowed deeply before addressing them in perfect French. Madame Maxime, students of Beauxbatons, my apologies that you had to witness the last 10 minutes. My family, and Hogwarts herself, has some very serious issues with Albus Dumbledore. That incident should, however, not have happened like that. You are most assuredly welcome guests here. He switched to English, realizing he hadn't introduced himself properly to either camp. I am Centurion Crow, Baron of Kingassy, Order of Merlin, First Class, Award for Bravery, Goblin Nation, and Hogwarts Champion. This is my mate, Hermione Granger, Friend of the Nation, Order of Merlin, First Class, Award for Bravery, Goblin Nation, and the witch I will marry as soon as our parents will let us. Our friends just call us Harry and Hermione. That saves a fair bit of time. Harry had tried to inject a bit of levity into what must have been quite a traumatic introduction to Hogwarts for the French and Bulgarians. Their headmistress picked up on something else, though. What? Hogwarts has already chosen a champion. How can this be? Oh no, madame. Hogwarts chose me as her champion 3 years ago. It has nothing to do with any tournament. I will not be competing in anything Dumbledore or Umbridge have a hand in. Like the students from Durmstrang, all I would ask is that you please not judge us on what you've witnessed here tonight. The ball tomorrow should give you all a chance to see the real Hogwarts, a school we're very proud of. Oh, and honor dictates we must wear our awards tomorrow. I wouldn't like to give the impression we wore them all the time. With another deep bow, the couple left the hall, Padma and Neville covering their friends' backs, without making it obvious they were doing so. The four would eat in the room of requirements tonight. Harry would speak to Helena about having Dumbledore monitored on every occasion he set foot in the castle. He suspected, however, that the Lady Ravenclaw would have already taken care of that. While Harry was talking with the delegation from Beauxbatons, a poleaxed Albus found himself looking at the last person he expected to see kneeling beside him with a wand in his hand. Only after having some healing charms cast on his injured face was Albus able to speak. Severus, what are you doing here? Wondering the same thing about you. It was a mistake to come back to Hogwarts, Albus. You have no sway in Britain any longer, and a host of very powerful enemies. A mere promise of immunity won't stop the powerful and resourceful figures lined up against you for long. Severus now had the old wizard on his feet and was shepherding him out the hall. Albus, though, wanted information. What happened to you? Where did you go? How are you able to be inside Hogwarts? I spent some very pleasant time in Gringotts, and I'm able to be here because I'm not a Death Eater. Not sure whether Black's blow had done more damage than he thought, Albus asked for confirmation. But Severus, you carry the dark mark. They were leaving Hogwarts now, but Albus still clearly saw the smile Severus wore as he answered. Do I? This hit like another blow. You've discovered a way to remove it. I thought that was impossible. Just because you don't know how to do something doesn't mean no one else does. You didn't know how to remove a Horcrux from a toddler or how to heal the Longbottoms. These things still happened. My time in Gringotts taught me a lot, and not just about potions. Severus, you must tell me everything. No, Albus, I don't. But you made oaths. I have made oaths, and I fully intend to see Riddle dead while Lily's boy lives a life that his mother would be proud of. Can you say whatever plans you'd hatched would have had the same outcome? Don't even bother with any half-truths or greater good shit. Neither of them will work on me. I got you out of there in one piece. Take my advice and stay out. Go back to Bulgaria, forget all your schemes and just teach. You might find you actually enjoy it. I know I have. Am I the only one who can see this? He's using Hogwarts to create his own army, and everyone keeps falling over themselves to help him. 2 blacks and now Lupin on the staff, students wearing those dragon skin robes. All that's missing is the masks. It's Tom Riddle all over again, only with Gringotts backing, and both the Ministry and Hogwarts supporting him to the hilt. Our way of life might not survive this. Severus, you need to help me stop this. We need to turn Harry around. Your eyes tell you only what you want them to, completely missing the truth of the situation. Lily's boy has already made his choices for life. Ruling Britain isn't one of them. He wants nothing more than to marry Miss Granger, raise a family, and one day take over from his father as ambassador for the nation. Severus was trying not to get angry, but Albus was still peddling the same shit from a couple of years ago. Only his methods seemed to have changed. Not that they appeared any more effective. If you had taken time to look at those black dragon skin robes, you might have noticed they contained a Longbottom, Bones, Abbott, Lovegood, Diggory, 3 members of the Weasley family and 5 Slytherins. My godson is one of those Slytherins. It's certainly helping Draco become the outstanding wizard I always knew he could be. You are the only one that sees it different, Albus. What are the chances of the entire country being wrong because Albus Dumbledore sees things differently? Lily's boy treats everyone the same, a concept that's revolutionizing the country. Riddle tried a revolution too. The Dark Lord is finished. It's only a matter of when, and trying to limit the damage that he does before he's dealt with. The Ministry has cut his support so badly, he was forced to live in a muggle tent at one point. Lily's boy will never be a Dark Lord. Do you think Alistair Moody would train him if there was any chance of that happening? I'm more worried about you turning. Don't be ridiculous. Am I, Albus, who just admitted to placing an innocent man in Azkaban? I thought Black killed Pettigrew and a dozen muggles. That's hardly innocent. And it just happened to remove a certain godfather from the picture. Now you're working in Durmstrang, a school well known for teaching the dark arts. Where's Fawkes? I haven't seen your Phoenix since just after the Quirrell fiasco. Did he leave? There was no answers forthcoming. Severus hadn't expected there to be. You see how much easier it is to turn your own arguments against you. The country you once lorded over no longer exists, and needs Albus Dumbledore about as much as it needs an outbreak of dragonpox. The Ministry is being efficiently and fairly run, and Hogwarts is now a far better school. There's nothing left but trouble for you in Britain, Albus. Leave, and enjoy the rest of your life. Riddle will be taken care of, and Britain will flourish. Would you rather the name Dumbledore was forgotten, or remembered solely for your exile or imprisonment? Being totally honest with you, I can't see any other outcomes here. They were at the gangplank to the ship now, and Severus had some final words of advice for his former headmaster. My allegiance hasn't changed, Albus. I want Riddle dead, and Lily's boy enjoying a long and fruitful life. I am more confident that will happen now than at any time since that horrible Halloween all those years ago. Have a think about your own goals, Albus. I would advise you to take all day tomorrow to do it. Stay away from the castle, especially tomorrow. Only trouble awaits you there. Leaving a thoughtful Dumbledore behind, Severus headed back to the castle. Whatever plans the old wizard would be sure to involve Harry in some form or another. His own oath to the nation prohibited him working against Harry. There was no way Severus Snape intended to find himself back under Dumbledore's thumb again. He'd warned his former headmaster, though Severus didn't expect that warning to be heeded. Albus Dumbledore always thought he knew better than everyone else. Albus was currently thinking his plans would need to be altered, again. He was so sure the weak link was the girls, hence why he'd included a few good-looking boys who had a way with the witches. That damned Granger girl almost read his mind, though, and Harry had certainly grown in the last few years. Only Victor could possibly match him in physique. Albus reckoned, however, that Crow's reactions were quicker than one of the world's best seekers. He hoped Dolores was having more luck than him. She was never going to admit they had been keeping in touch. since Albus discovered the Triwizard Tournament would be held in Hogwarts. His promise that a proper pureblood would win the tournament was all Dolores needed to hear to see the witch pledge Albus her support. He only had until the summer to somehow worm his way into influencing Harry's life that was looking more and more like an impossible task. He was Albus Dumbledore, though, a wizard who'd been doing the impossible for over a century. Dolores might not have taken a punch to the jaw, however her head was still reeling from the onslaught she was facing. Fudge, Bones, Diggory, Longbottom, and McGonagall all seemed to want a piece of her. I'll say it again, I dealt only with Karkaroff and Maxime, and then only briefly. My main contacts were my opposite numbers in the French and Bulgarian ministries. The three of you spent a lot of time with the Bulgarian Minister of Magic last month. Did he mention it? Amelia was not amused at what she saw as evasion tactics from this witch. Why would we ask the minister that? And why would I ask my counterparts who their schools were sending? Albus Dumbledore is no friend of mine either. No one there could argue with that. Dolores didn't really have any friends. All three ministry officials accepted invitations to this weekend's events in Hogwarts. If nothing else, they wanted to witness the events for themselves. Knowing the time for their morning runs around the Black Lake was soon coming to an end, made today's decision a little easier. From tomorrow, they would run inside the room. The portals of the Durmstrang ship felt a little too much like eyes that watched their every move. Eyes were watching their every move as the four friends entered the great hall. Those black dragon-skin dueling robes, seeming to make the two impressive medals, each wore jump right out their chests. The quartet strode toward the staff table, where custom dictated they formally greeted Hogwarts' other pair of Orders of Merlin, first-class holders. The wizards from Durmstrang, who were this morning sitting at the Slytherin table, thought Crow then ruined a very impressive entrance by returning to the Ravenclaw table with a baby in his arms. The Beauxbatons contingent, primarily composed of witches, were sitting with the Puffs this morning. They thought the scene was adorable. Neither group was quite sure what to make of the female goblin who accompanied the red-headed wizard into the great hall. The fact that she ran to the Ravenclaw table and started throwing her arms around students was especially strange. No one from Durmstrang or Beauxbatons said anything, however. They were left thankful for their silence, as people from the tables they were sitting at rose to affectionately greet this goblin, apparently known as Sapphire. None of them missed that she seemed closest to Crow and his mate, another good reason to be glad they'd said nothing. Information on Crow wasn't exactly hard to come by. Just ask any student, and they could quote you chapter and verse. Yet the person who effectively ran the students of Hogwarts was sitting with a baby in his arms and a goblin at his side. This was going to take some getting used to. Sapphire sat beside Luna and holding Astrid as the four left with Bill for their scheduled training session. They noticed there were visitors at lunch, but didn't pay them too much mind until Cornelius rose to speak. The draw to select the Triwizard champions, who will each represent their school, will take place in this hall tomorrow after dinner. The draw will be made by an ancient and powerful magical artifact, the Goblet of Fire. At that, Mr. Filch wheeled in a trolley with a large gold and crystal cup on it, of a size that even Hagrid would struggle to empty it of butter beer in one go. It doesn't look too impressive at the moment, but at 8 o'clock tonight, the goblet will ignite burning for 24 hours. I know we will all be otherwise engaged tonight, but the goblet will sit in the entrance hall all day tomorrow. An age line will be drawn around the cup by Professor Flitwick, bringing unwelcome consequences to those underage who try to cross it. Be warned, too, those of age. Once you place your name in the cup, it cannot be withdrawn. If chosen by the goblet, you must compete or face paying a most severe penalty. Excitement over, the four friends headed off for their lesson with the Blacks. Luna and Sapphire accompanied them today, the lessons being a mixture of politics, history, and preparing them to take up their positions in the world. It was a far more relaxed environment, almost like a discussion amongst friends than lessons. There was always a point to these discussions, though. All four always left feeling they'd learned something useful. There would be no prizes won for guessing the topic of today's discussion. Dumbledore, and what to do about him. Irgit had left last night with an urgent message to Gringotts, Bill confirming this morning that the nation's reaction was just as angry as theirs. While they were holding their discussion, it was comforting to know the ministry and the nation were both doing the same. At least the old goat seemed to be heeding their warning and staying away from the castle today. None of them believed he would actually return to Bulgaria. Uo Cornelius was struggling to believe the room he and his wife had just entered. It was nothing short of magnificent. He noticed the older Hogwarts students appeared to be expecting nothing less. Their French and Bulgarian visitors, however, were an entirely different matter. Even Madame Maxime couldn't hide her surprise. That might have been the sight of Hagrid in some sort of hairy suit, though. Amelia was beside him, providing more information. Since the ball's inception, Harry has provided the clothing for the new first years. He also had dresses and suits made for all his friends. Notice how no one even mentions the fact that his friend, Sapphire, is on Harry's other arm. Amos, too, was most impressed with the setting. This makes the ministry ball look like a tea party. We're going to have to rethink that event before these students start attending. If I was used to this, I would be expecting something spectacular for the ministry's premier event. At the moment, we can't compete. After a really lovely meal, custom now dictated that the dancing was started by those orders of Merlin holders. The four couples took to the floor as the second part of the evening got underway. As he did last year, Harry then danced with Sapphire next. Hermione was smiling as she watched them having fun. That was until her view was blocked by a rather large Bulgarian. "Miss Granger, may I have the pleasure of this dance?" Deciding this might be a good move, she agreed and took to the dance floor. "Your name is Hermione. Actually, it's pronounced Hermione in your name." This almost drew a smile from the Bulgarian. "I am Victor Crumb. It is unusual for me to meet people not knowing my name. I like it." Hermione's laughter was cause for quite a few people to relax. They might all know she could handle herself, just as they all knew she would have to. There was bound to be public and political fallout, though, from a Harry Victor Crumb confrontation. "I know exactly what you mean. Harry and I get that a lot. In Gringotts now, everyone bows to us. It can get rather embarrassing. It's nice to go on holiday in the Muggle world and just be two unknown teenagers for a change. Harry, he is your mate." "Yes, we blood bonded over 2 years ago now. We've already picked the date and location for our wedding. He is a very lucky wizard. He considers himself a goblin, but would probably agree with the rest of your sentiment. I wouldn't, though. We hadn't known each other a week when Harry raced through the castle and took down a mountain troll that was trying to kill me. We were 11. A mountain troll in the castle. How did that happen? Oh, Voldemort let it in. He was teaching here. Dumbledore hid the Philosopher's Stone in the castle and then employed a Voldemort-possessed professor to teach us defense. That all happened in our first week here, and then things just kept getting worse and worse. How can they get worse than that? Oh, easy. Dumbledore has a real knack for it. Did you know he and Gellert Grindelwald were lovers when they had just left school? The fact that the sure-footed Bulgarian stumbled at that was enough of a clue Victor didn't know. "Like your Dark Lord, we tend not to say that name. You say both. I'm not frightened by a name. I've actually seen Voldemort, fought against him too. That's not strictly true, though. Harry put him out of the fight right at the start. Tonks and I only had to charge his Death Eaters." This brought another stumble from Victor. Those medals this beautiful witch wore told him she was indeed telling the truth. Vivir told the brave went to Gryffindor, the smart would be in Ravenclaw, and the beautiful. This drew another laugh from Hermione. "Why, thank you, sir. I shall take that as a compliment." The dance finished, and Victor became the second person to kiss her hand. It vast meant as one. "At least we know which house has all the pretty witches. Oh, I can't let that stand. Come with me a minute." Victor followed on behind until they came to stop beside a stunning blonde. "Daphne, this is Victor. Could you please dance with him? He's under the impression that all the beautiful witches are in Ravenclaw. I'm sure you'll change his mind. After your dance, perhaps you could introduce him to Hannah and Susan, maybe Katie Bell too." Daphne took a stunned Victor by the arm and headed on to the dance floor. She looked over her shoulder to have a quick word with Hermione. "What if I want to keep him all to myself?" This drew some laughs before Hermione answered her back. "That will be up to Victor." Daphne almost laughed herself at Victor's worried face. "It's all right, Victor. You'll be safe with us. We're all friends, out to have a good time at the ball. Our definition of a good time is lots of dancing and having some laughs, just so there are no misunderstandings between us. Thank you for that. This is unusual for me, being treated as normal wizard. This set Daphne giggling, a sound Victor thought he could easily get to like. We have 4 of our friends who are Orders of Merlin, first class holders. 3 of them are also friends to the Goblin Nation, and Harry is both a centurion and a baron. They don't like to be treated any differently. We'll simply pass that on to you too. As the dance ended, Daphne thanked him, and suddenly he was dancing with someone called Susan. It was many dances later that Victor realized 2 things. He was actually having fun, and there were many beautiful witches at Hogwarts, not all of them Ravenclaws. Harry was back dancing with Hermione, asking her when she started playing matchmaker. She thought for a minute before replying. Victor actually reminds me a bit of you. People he meets don't see Victor, they see Crumb, the Quidditch star. I thought introducing him to some of our friends might just open his eyes and lower that wall you strong, silent types seem to have. This drew a chuckle from Harry. Lower my wall. You can practically read my mind, just as I can yours. Now tell me what you're really up to. Victor seems like a nice guy, and obviously someone the other Durmstrang students look up to. It certainly wouldn't hurt to have him as a friend if he wants to. I got the distinct impression he was looking for a lot more than that from you. This saw Hermione smile at him. Then he's going to be disappointed. You Centurion are all I'll ever need. You are mine, and I am yours. Harry ended his declaration with a loving kiss. Marco wasn't feeling the love. He could still feel the shame of having Crow's blade at his throat. He wasn't stupid, though, far from it, and only someone stupid would tackle Crow head-on. No, his revenge was going to take an entirely different form. Crow claimed he was the school champion, here to protect the students. Marco's revenge would be to ruin a few of those female students. He'd already spotted a couple of the witches eyeing up the Durmstrang visitors. One in particular was making eyes at him. He was a handsome wizard. More than one girl had said so, and he knew just how to sweet-talk girls into doing what he wanted. Marco would be sparing with his dances and attention tonight. This would let him see just who was willing to chase him. Once he focused on the one he chose, they would soon be putty in his hands. Then it would be time to move on to his next conquest. That would not start tonight, however. This was purely reconnaissance. He would let the heat die down, and then, when all the attention was on the tournament and Professor Dumbledore, Marco would start his campaign. His ultimate goal would be to get with one of the witches wearing a dragon-skin cloak. He would save that, though, for nearer the end of their time in Hogwarts. He might have to make a hasty retreat if he was successful. Sapphire didn't think it was deliberate on Harry's part. She also had no knowledge of how things worked for teenagers other than goblins. But the group with Harry and Hermione at its center was about as goblin as you could get. A large group of friends and family, all coming together to have a good time and looking out for one another while doing so. She had felt very comfortable at the ball last night. Between the fair, staying at Kingassy and the island, Sapphire now knew and was friends with a large number of the people at the ball. Even staying in Hogwarts last night hadn't troubled her. Hermione, Padma, and Luna were like sisters to her now. Staying in Ravenclaw, with a room the castle had provided, had been great. She and Luna had sat chatting well into the night. Certain others had to be up for their training in the morning. Luna, being such a good friend, was why Sapphire was now uncomfortable. She would be returning to Gringotts with Assistant Ambassador Weasley after he had finished training the 8 that attended his Sunday lesson. Sitting having an early lunch, they saw the Durmstrang students arrive and head for the Slytherin table. Mentioning to Luna that she wished she'd asked Victor for an autograph, saw the blonde dragging Sapphire over. "Hi, Victor. My name is Luna, and this is my friend, Sapphire. She has only recently discovered Quidditch and was wondering if you could sign an autograph for her." This wasn't what was making Sapphire uncomfortable, though. Her blonde friend was growing, and her physical beauty would soon match the wonderful person that Luna Lovegood was. Others were recognizing this too, and Luna had been on the dance floor for most of the ball. The looks a couple of the Durmstrang students were giving Luna was the reason for Sapphire's discomfort. They were staring at Luna as if she was some kind of tasty morsel, something no goblin would ever stand for. Victor was a gentleman and wrote an autograph out for Sapphire. He then spoke. though she just wanted to get Luna away before Harry came in and started a riot. Hermione had said there wasn't a word in the goblin language for protective, because they didn't need one. Harry was certainly very protective of Luna. "Will we see you back at Hogwarts for any of the tasks, or the Quidditch matches?" Oh, Harry and Hermione don't watch the Quidditch. They won't miss their training for tasks or matches. I suppose that's why they are so good at what they do. During the Baron's Fair at the summer, Harry fought the greatest blade in the nation to a draw twice. This drew the eyes off Luna, as she'd intended. They said their goodbyes before heading back to Ravenclaw, Sapphire switching to her native tongue so as not to be understood if overheard. "Luna, there's a couple of them sitting there that make my skin crawl. You might want to put the word around the girls. You think I should say something to Harry? He could certainly have them closely watched." It might be better to speak to Hermione, though. No goblin male would stand by while a female family member was being gawked at like that. They were undressing you with their eyes, and not caring who saw them doing so. They were very lucky Harry was still at training. This resulted in a shiver from Luna and a determination to speak with Hermione. The four then entered, and it was time for Sapphire to say goodbye to them too. She'd had a lovely time, but now it was back to Gringotts. Ooh, the minister was right about one thing. The Goblet of Fire was far more impressive when it lived up to its name. There still wasn't the enthusiasm for the tournament in Hogwarts that the organizers might have hoped for, the vast majority being far more interested in the Quidditch matches, especially since the Puffs and Lions would now get a chance to play against Victor Crumb. There were probably more names in the cup from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons than there were from Hogwarts. With Dumbledore now back in the castle, it was an uneasy dinner that most would have happily skipped. As there was now a ministerial delegation sitting at the top table, Harry felt duty-bound to at least sit through the ceremony. When the goblet started spluttering, it was the minister who stood. As the cup nears making its decision, all that is left to say is good luck to those of you who have entered your names. With a flurry of flames, the first piece of singed parchment was spat out the cup, before gently floating toward the Minister of Magic. All eyes were now on Cornelius as he read the name. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur de Lacre. The beautiful blonde witch stood and walked regally toward her headmistress, the polite applause drowning out the fact that another Beauxbatons witch was crying her eyes out because she didn't get chosen. As the flames spat out a second piece of parchment, again they waited on the minister reading the name. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. The Durmstrang students made a lot of noise as Victor stepped forward, though he didn't seem too happy to be standing beside Dumbledore. With the final flurry of flames, all knew this piece of parchment contained the name of the Hogwarts champion. The minister didn't keep them waiting. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. As the only member of their group old enough to compete, they were all delighted Cedric had been chosen to represent Hogwarts. Not half as delighted as his father, however. A beaming Amos was clapping away like a man possessed. As the noise died down, they began to notice that the minister was still staring at the goblet. Knowing the goblet should have extinguished after it threw out the last name, Cornelius had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach that things were about to go horribly wrong. Sure enough, the goblet spat out a fourth piece of parchment before the flames died. With a shaking hand, Cornelius grabbed the piece of parchment out of the air and read aloud the two words written there. Harry Crow. RN, thanks for reading. 90. The Triwizard Champions. Harry Crow disclaimer. I write purely for my own enjoyment, making no money from this venture, and claim only my imagination as my own. I always strive to be original, but given the vast amount of HP fanfiction out there, almost everything has probably been done before. Chapter 90. Harry Crow. The minister's words hung provocatively in the air, no one quite knowing what to make of them. It was perhaps predictable it would be Padma's voice that broke this expectant silence. Her anger, though, was not something people were used to experiencing from the normally pleasant witch. What is going on here? We all know Harry would never put his name in that stupid cup. Could somebody simply walk up and stick his name in there, and then suddenly he's the chosen one? The minister was actually the first to react. I don't know, Miss Pattle. You can rest assured, though, it is something that will be getting thoroughly investigated. Centurion Crow, could you come forward, please? As Harry kissed a nervous Hermione and stepped forward, Albus made his first suggestion of the night. Perhaps we should take this discussion somewhere a little more private. His suggestion was jumped all over by Augusta. That's not the way we do things in Hogwarts anymore. This affects everyone in this hall. Let them hear what happens. Harry, I already know the answer, but I must ask the question. Did you put your name in the cup, or get someone else to do it for you? Understanding the position she was in, Harry gave Augusta a warm smile as he answered. No, Madam Longbottom, my feelings on this tournament are well known. I want nothing to do with it. Of course he would say that. Harry was on umbrage before she could say any more. I would be careful there. You're getting awfully close to calling me a liar. You couldn't handle me on my 12th birthday and still carry the scar to prove it. What makes you think you can take me now? Call me a liar, and that's your only option. Dolores slid her scarred hand into her pocket and also found herself on the receiving end of a glare from the minister. No one in this castle doubts your word, Centurion. I asked you out here to determine what happens next. As the ministerial lead organizer for the tournament, it fell to Dolores to pass on the news. A person's name coming out of the goblet constitutes a magically binding contract. They must compete in the tournament or lose their magic. This resulted in gasps of horror from around the hall. Madame Maxime appeared particularly upset. Why were we not told this before? Had I known, I would never have let my students near something as dangerous as that. Cornelius and Amos appeared to be vying for the right to throttle Dolores for dropping them in this mess, but Harry cut them all off by getting in first. A magically binding contract. Are you being serious or just incredibly stupid? That is the rules. Again, Harry verbally slashed and aggravated Dolores to shreds. You want to argue contracts with a goblin? You really must be stupid then. The way I see it, I have two options. Dumbledore's eyes were back to twinkling full force. Here was the opening he'd been longing for. Harry, perhaps I can offer you a third option, one you might not have thought about. This drew some very skeptical looks. Harry appeared ready to gut the old man for even using his name, but Albus pressed on regardless. That piece of parchment places Harry Crow in this tournament. If Harry Crow no longer existed, the contract would be void. Declaring yourself as Harry Potter would instantly end your participation in this tournament. Albus was stopped by Harry's reaction to his suggestion. Being heartily laughed at was not something he'd expected. It took a moment to regain his control before Harry could speak. Oh, sorry, everyone, but that was just too funny. Did you come all the way from Bulgaria to engineer that, old man? Albus appeared affronted. I had nothing to do with your name being placed in that cup. Harry, though, was ignoring him. Instead, his concentration was focused on Hermione. I think it's time, love. You okay with this? Her smile answered his question, as did those of his friends and family who knew. Turning back to the minister, Harry actually appeared a bit sheepish. Minister, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am currently the head of the Potter family, and have been since I was 11. My father and godfather have been helping me keep the secret. The time just seemed right to let it out. All could now see the Potter family ring on Harry's finger. The look of shock on Dumbledore's face was almost worth having him in the castle for. Cornelius, though, had a far more important concern than some ancient wizard suffering an aneurysm. Does this mean you've made your decision, Harry? We think so, Minister. Both Hermione and I are happiest in Kingassy. Being made a baron was also something I earned. Our children might one day want to take up the mantle of Lord Potter. That will be their decision. Until then, I will be the Baron of Kingassy and head the Potter family. I hope this is a decision people can accept. Harry found his hand being grasped by the minister and shaken in congratulations. Cornelius was now thinking awarding that barony might be one of the smartest decisions he ever made, and was sure the wizarding public would think so too. I can certainly accept that, Harry, and on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, hope you and your mate spend many happy years living in Kingassy. Now, you mentioned a solution to this problem. A relieved Harry got back down to business. I see two options, Minister. First, other than having a magical guardian do so, only I can enter myself into a magically binding contract. Since I'm considered an adult, am head of the Potter family, and certainly didn't put my name in that cup, no contract can possibly exist between it and me. The contract will be formed with whoever placed that piece of parchment in the goblet, not me. We could simply sit back and wait until the first task was over, and then discover the culprit by seeing who lost their magic. This drew some relieved sighs around the hall. It seemed so simple now Harry had explained it. The trouble with that solution is, if someone was put under a spell to place my name in that cup, the contract would still be bound to them. There are people currently in this castle who I certainly believe would stoop to something like that. Harry staring at Dumbledore as he said this was not lost on anyone. My second option is foolproof, and therefore the one I choose. In a flash, Harry's sword was drawn and embedded deep in the goblet of fire. The goblet might have been impressive when lit earlier. The resulting light show as the goblin blade overpowered the magic of the cup was spectacular, if somewhat short-lived. The now ruined ancient magical artifact spewed out all the parchment that had been placed in it before they, and the 4 pieces that had been chosen, burst into flames. The 4 champions' parchment, and any resulting contracts, were now nothing but ash. There, all the contracts have been broken. You just ruined the tournament and destroyed a priceless magical object. Harry again rounded on Dolors, now thoroughly sick of that voice. You say it was priceless. I say it was bloody useless. Someone can stroll up, pop my name in with no school written on it, and suddenly I'm a 4th champion with a magical binding contract to boot. You are about as useful and smart as your ridiculous goblet. We goblins would never let something that can so easily be fooled decide our fates, especially when it involves binding contracts. Switching his attention to Madame Maxine, Harry turned on the charm. Madame, you will clearly know your students far better than any stupid magical cup. Who would you have chosen to represent Beauxbatons in this tournament without that horrible magically binding contract coming into play? Olympe glanced toward where the rest of her students were sitting, noticing the witch who'd been sobbing was now staring straight back at her. It would have been a choice between 2 for me. I am happy for our champion to be Miss Delacour. Harry just glanced at Dumbledore and received Victor Crumb as a curt answer. There are your 3 champions, and now your competition can begin. Excuse me, Centurion. Why was my opinion not asked? My apologies, Madame Longbottom. I just assumed you would choose Cedric. Shaking her head at Harry's genuine modesty, Augusta proved him wrong. Using your own logic, Centurion, there really is only one name I can choose. Harry felt a hand rest on his shoulder as Cedric couldn't contain his chuckles. She's got you there, Harry. But Cedric, you entered this tournament. I didn't. Ugh. And you kick my arse in training every week. With Victor here, it's more than likely Hogwarts won't be winning the Quidditch competition. You can give us something to cheer about at the tournament. Chanting of Harry, Harry began coming from the Great Hall as the Hogwarts students agreed with Cedric and their High Inquisitor. They knew who they wanted to represent them. Hogwarts herself had chosen Harry as their champion when he first set foot in the castle. The Harry in question, though, was still to be swayed. But I'm a Centurion, Cedric. It wouldn't be fair to Miss Delacour or Mr. Crumb. A still chuckling Cedric couldn't believe his friend. Do you think the fact that he's an international seeker who just took his team to the World Cup final is going to stop Victor catching the snitch against me? You're a goblin, Harry. You taught us to use whatever advantage we have. The constant chanting of Harry's name was getting louder and louder, practically taunting Dolors into saying something. Perhaps this goblin is just afraid of losing to a witch or wizard. Harry didn't even justify Umbridge's comment with an answer. Instead, he went right over her head and spoke directly to the minister. Is she really necessary for this tournament? After Harry's earlier revelation, having him as Hogwarts champion in this tournament would be a massive endorsement for the ministry and practically guarantee a Hogwarts victory. Compared to that, Cornelius was certainly prepared to make some much-needed compromises. After this fiasco tonight, I think it's fair to say Madame Umbridge will be changing departments, probably right after the first task. The chanting now was really loud, and the students were stamping their feet and banging their tables in time to their chant. Such was Harry's control that, when he raised his hand for silence, he got it instantly. On those headings, and assuming I'm Madame Longbottom's choice, I will accept the nomination of being Hogwarts champion for this tournament as a goblin. This resulted in much cheering around the hall. The Triwizard tournament just got interesting for the Hogwarts students. Dolores couldn't believe what just happened. She'd effectively just lost her job because of that goblin bastard. She'd be kicked out of Hogwarts too. This was just too much. Glad that she'd written the next part down, one item that she had still to announce gave Dolores hope for a glimmer of revenge. The first task is designed to test the champion's daring, so we are not going to be telling you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard, very important. Dolores' gaze was focused on Harry now. The first task will take place on October the 31st, in front of the other students and a panel of judges. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Cornelius saw the problem at once, stepping in to solve it. Since the centurion carries no wand, the rules will need to be changed to allow him his blades. Now, Cornelius, rules are rules. Albus found himself faced with two formidable witches. Since when did you follow any rules? Don't you dare start quoting rules to me. Augusta wasn't pulling any punches, but a limp went even further. You would force the youngest champion to face this task unarmed. What kind of wizard are you, Dumbledore? The Durmstrang champion, too, was having trouble hiding his disgust. He had watched Harry carefully and saw how he acted with nothing but honor. Victor then thought it was time he did the same. I am happy for the centurion to have his vipons, otherwise I will leave my wand behind too. That ended any discussion on the matter. The rules would be changed to reflect they now had a goblin as an entrant. Harry bowed to Victor in thanks before Henrika entered the proceedings. She was still sitting at the staff table, but there was something that needed to be said here. The family were well aware Harry would make his own decisions. He could certainly look after himself, so they weren't too worried about this development. What worried Henrika was the nature of the tasks themselves. Excuse me for interrupting, Minister, but there might be something you hadn't considered. Having studied the nation intensely while researching my book, there was one thing that stood out above all else. Never, ever mess with a goblin's family. I mention this because, when reading about this tournament, I noticed the repeated past instances of taking hostages for the champions to then rescue. I can't emphasize enough how much of a bad idea that would be in this case. It was now Centurion Crow who was standing there, tall, proud, and incredibly angry. The Lady Black is of course correct. A goblin would first rescue their hostage before hunting down whoever took them in the first place. That this was done for a tournament would not be considered a valid excuse. Retribution would be sought. Sensing the potential to get this horribly wrong, Cornelius had a brilliant idea. I thank the Lady Black for her welcome advice and wonder if we could impose on her expertise later as an advisor. If you could please look over what we have devised for any such unintentional pitfalls. What? She'll just tell Crow everything. Dolores was halted in her latest rant by an enraged Lord Black on his feet to defend his wife's honor. It just wasn't her night. You are now very close to insulting my wife, the Lady Black. She is a professor and respected author. Who are you to cast aspirations on her honesty? You had to do one thing tonight, and couldn't even manage that properly. My godson now finds himself part of this tournament, and we have people here trying to deny him his blades during the tasks. I think the sooner you're gone, the more chance this tournament has of being a success. That this actually led to cheering meant Dolores' goose was well and truly cooked. She would drop off her latest report on Saturday, hoping she had done enough to please the Dark Lord. Knowing it was time to quit while ahead, Cornelius was anxious to finish this quickly. He also knew Amos would be bitterly disappointed Cedric wouldn't now be competing, and tried to fix that too. The judges for the competition shall be all three heads of establishments, the ministerial organizer of the tournament, and the chief warlock. I shall see everyone for the first task on Halloween, followed by the feast. This would give them just over 4 weeks to have someone in place to take over from Dolores, and then organize the last two tasks. With the announcement now over, there was a shift in momentum as people surged forward to congratulate the champions. Of course, Hermione got to Harry first. After their kiss, she couldn't help but pull him up on his tournament participation. So much for our quiet year. It's only 3 tasks, love. That shouldn't disrupt our training and studies too much. Dolores couldn't resist spoiling their moment. There are actually some other engagements, and a ball being arranged too. No. Harry was now in this obnoxious witch's face. I will compete in 3 tasks, nothing more than that. There are no contracts to hold over our heads, so we would have to be asked to do more. My answer is no. Augusta physically pushed Dolores away from Harry before she could cause any more damage, knowing there would be no shifting the Centurion once he dug his heels in. Harry, there will be a meet the press session, and we were thinking of a Yule ball. After the success of last night, it now seems a great idea. He had to look to Hermione, not understanding what Augusta meant. Yule means Christmas, Harry. His head whipped around to face the old lady he thought of as family. Augusta, I'm counting the days until I can see Jamie again. There is no chance of me spending the holidays here. I know very little about Christmas. What I do know is that it's for family. We will be spending hours with our family. I hope the Longbottoms will be there too. This saw interference from an even more unpleasant quarter. Jamie, I don't think I've heard that name before. Hermione's arm around Harry was the only thing stopping him attacking Dumbledore. There was a line, though, that even Hermione's influence wouldn't be able to stop Harry. Just mentioning their brother's name put Dumbledore close to crossing that line. Jamie is my baby brother, someone you will never get near, old man. I don't want you near any of my family. Augusta once more was in Dumbledore's face. You just can't let things go, can you, Albus? You admitted in front of everyone you knew Sirius wasn't the Potter secret keeper. Then mere minutes ago, you tried to have Harry face the first task unarmed. Do we even have to ask how his name ended up in the goblet in the first place? Your kindly godfather persona doesn't work here. We all know you're a despicable old. Augusta needed a deep, calming breath before she could continue. You nearly had me swearing in front of my students. Keep your crooked nose out of our business. You're not welcome anywhere near our families. Taking a deep breath himself, Hermione's arm still around his waist helping immensely, Harry regained full control and ignored Dumbledore, choosing instead to speak with the Durmstrang champion. Victor, Hermione and I, along with our 2 best friends, train every morning in facilities Hogwarts provides for us. You and Fleur are welcome to join us. I wouldn't like people thinking the Hogwarts champion had advantages not available to the other 2. They all saw Crumb's eyes light up at that. I would love to accept. I vast worried how to keep fitness up living on ship. Thank you, Centurion. Offering his hand, he also offered something more. My friends call me Harry, Victor. They shook hands as Fleur approached. I have never done this training before. What is eat? That was Padma's cue. Oh, you'll love it. We get up in the middle of the night, run for miles, and then either fire spells at each other or clash swords. Harry introduced Padma and Neville to his fellow champions, before confirming she was basically correct in her description of how they trained. Fleur paled, before confirming she would still give it a try. With the other 2 champions doing so, she would be letting Beauxbatons down if she didn't at least attempt this. Harry was being congratulated by the rest of his family when Henrika found herself with the Beauxbatons champions standing beside her. Miss Delacour, what do you think of Hogwarts? I do not think I have been more confused in my life. Henrika couldn't help but chuckle at the amount of feelings the young witch put into that statement. Let me guess, your parents warned you about how Britain was such a backward country. Then you get here, and it's not what you were expecting. How could you know that? Because 3 years ago that was me. My parents were very worried about Avila teaching in Hogwarts. Only my connections with the goblins eased their minds. I arrived here and found things changing right in front of my eyes. Now I'm married to a lord, have a wonderful baby, and my parents are frequent visitors who love our extended family. My daughter's godfather, who is also technically my employer, is the Hogwarts champion and responsible for starting a lot of these changes. We have heard a lot of stories about Arai, and they are probably all true. Drop by our quarters any time I'm not teaching, and we can have a chat. I would like that very much. You are welcome. I vividly remember what it's like to be 17, and Vila. It was a very happy Fleur who headed back to the Beauxbatons' carriage with Madame Maxine. She wouldn't be so happy getting up at 5:30 in the morning. Uo, the Lady Ravenclaw, was waiting on Victor and Fleur at the entrance hall the next morning. The ghost led them up to the room where the ball had been held, only for the door to open on something completely different. If anything, the room was bigger, with a running track around its edges. The 4 already they were doing stretches to warm up, both witches headed straight for Fleur, as Victor took off his robe and joined the boys. We didn't think you would have the proper clothes for this. I know I didn't have a clue when Neville and I started training. We were running around a tropical island, though nothing can compare to that. Padma was pulling stuff out her ever-present bag that she and Hermione had put together. You will probably have to resize these, but they will do until you can get some of your own. The Beauxbatons champion was staring at what these witches were wearing and wondering if she was being pranked here. I would not know where even to look for classes like these. Oh, we can help you with that too. Hogwarts, could we have a changing room, please? Watching Fleur's face, as the room obliged, was priceless. Hermione was so used to the special magic of the castle, she forgot it could shock even people who'd known magic all their lives. 36 minutes later, Fleur was sure she was going to die. Both witches helped her over to a seat and handed her a bottle containing iced water. Don't worry about it. You need to build this up. Hermione has been doing this with Harry every day since she was 11. Neville and I only started last summer. Try and relax. Take deep breaths and try also to remember this will do you good, eventually. She sat there watching as they continued running. Fleur felt slightly better when a winded Victor eventually joined her. She handed him a bottle of water from Padma's wonderful bag. The two champions sat and looked on in disbelief as the four now increased their pace. I thought I was fit. Those witches easily beat me. Padma says Hermione has been doing this every day with Arai since they were 11. No wonder they are so fit and so very close. You notice that too. All four are very close. I think both couples are bonded. They had stopped running but were not for resting. Their blades came off their backs and training continued. Harry was clearly the teacher, but to untrained eyes, the other three looked very competent with their blades too. To finish, the three attacked Harry, and Hermione's shriek of triumph when her blade nicked his upper arm told both watchers this was an unusual occurrence. Strolling over, Harry casually took a towel out his bag and wiped the trickle of blood away. Hermione then applied some dittany and the cut was healed. That was magnifique. What no? That was Harry holding back, way back. Both champions looked at Padma as if she was mad. Guys, we can spare 5 minutes. Why don't you give Fleur and Victor a glimpse of what they're really up against? Hermione's armor activated as she drew her sword. Oh, feisty this morning. Don't let that lucky strike fool you, Granger. Scared crow, you should be. The two then went at each other at full speed, a golden Harry moving like lightning. Victor was on his feet, but Neville was right at his side. Easy there, Victor. Everything is okay. It looks brutal, but she is in no danger whatsoever. If she was, neither Padma nor I would be standing here. Harry is a goblin and would kill any man who laid a hand on Hermione. He certainly won't cause her any harm. Your compatriot was very lucky. No one touches Hermione. It looks so. Yeah, I know. Hermione is now an expert with her blade, but Harry is a master. A yelp from Hermione ended the match. Harry was kissing her before lovingly tending her small cut. Now that was magnificent. Harry's eyes never left Hermione as he answered Victor. My people call her their warrior princess. Young or old, they have taken my Hermione to their hearts. Smart, beautiful, brave, and deadly with a sword or a wand. How could they not? He then gently kissed his mate before turning his attention to their guests. We do this every morning, though don't do blade or wand work on our extra training days. You're welcome to join us for those too. Neville interrupted immediately. Harry, it's moody this week. Oh, then we'll give that a miss. V-Hat is this moody. It was Padma who replied, all joking now put aside. Moody is a who, Victor. Master Auror Alastair Moody, a very dangerous wizard who trains us once a month. He would probably use the Imperius on you two, and then have you both attack us. His justification would be that this was standard Death Eater practice, something we need to be prepared for. A horrified Fleur looked to the other three to dispute this. Instead, she got nods of agreement. Why would you put yourselves through this? Harry was standing with his arms around Hermione and answered at once. Because of me. Voldemort wants me dead. These three are determined to stand beside me if he tries to make that happen. He gave his mate a reassuring squeeze before telling these two just what was going on. We're currently trying to work out whether Voldemort was involved in any way with my name being in this tournament. We don't think so, though, because he has so little resources, and Dumbledore is currently in the castle. The Merlin Ball is now an occasion that the castle's ghosts look forward to as well. They love to see the students enjoying themselves. We think Dumbledore sneaked in then and placed my name in the cup. Whether his aim was to force me to renounce my heritage, or just so he could have some influence over my life, we don't yet know. Hermione was in front of Harry, facing away but leaning into him as his arms were around her waist. If either one of them wants a piece of you, they're going to have to go through me first. Padma instantly corrected her best friend. Us, Hermione, us. The two champions were making their way out the castle when Fleur felt she just had to comment on what they'd seen this morning. Do you get the feelings this tournament is nosing more than a little side issue for awry? I think I better catch the snitch in these Quidditch matches. Durmstrang's chances of winning the tournament just got a lot worse. Uwo, discovering that Fleur wasn't on the Beauxbatons Quidditch team, the unanimous decision was that any game involving Victor would be played first. The Hufflepuff-Durmstrang match was arranged for the 15th, with the Slytherin Beauxbatons game the following week, allowing Victor 2 weeks recovery time before facing the first task. The French champion was getting used to her morning exercises. She didn't think the word like would ever enter the equation. She had spent her free time studying the enigma that Harry was to her. He was every inch a warrior, yet having his goddaughter in his arms showed a completely different side to his character. She also couldn't miss how devoted some of the students were to him, especially those wearing silver crow badges and those on Potter scholarships. Fleur was struggling to understand how this incredibly busy person always made time to catch up with these younger students. He even danced with each of the scholarship girls at the ball. She had no trouble understanding how they loved him for that. It was time to see if she could get some answers to these questions. It was time to visit Lady Black. Henrika had been expecting this visit from Fleur ever since she made her offer. She also wasn't surprised at the main subject of their discussion. You are making the classic mistake we have all made at one point or another, assigning wizarding values to a goblin. Make no mistake, that's what Harry is, a centurion too. Seeing the blank expression this generated brought the teacher in Henrika to the fore. Harry's been raised as a goblin. His morals, values, and the code by which he lives his life by a pure goblin. Harry being a centurion is probably his proudest achievement. To understand that, however, you need to know more of what that position entails. Henrika was a born teacher. She loved that moment when you gave a student enough information that would allow them to connect the dots for themselves. It's not something awarded purely on his skill with a blade. There is so much more to being a centurion than that. Centurions are leaders, but again not just by issuing commands, they are leaders by example. How they live their lives is as important as how they handle a blade. The Goblin Society is an ancient one, and Merlin was a friend to the nation. I personally think the Arthurian knights were based on centurions. Having Fleur look at her as if she were mad saw Henrika chuckle. I always tell my students not to believe everything I say, but to research from different sources and form their own opinions. Unfortunately, in this case, there are no other sources. She rose and returned with a book in her hand. This is the only known work on the goblins. It's written by me. That was why Minister Fudge asked for my help in checking the tasks. Had they even attempted to take Hermione as a hostage, there would have been a riot. She's a very capable witch in her own right, but together, those four are an awesome force. I'm just glad it wasn't her name that came out of that goblet. There would have been blood on the floor and hordes of goblin warriors at the castle gates. I have been training with them every morning. Tomorrow we are sharing their lesson too. Oh, you'll like Bill Weasley, former Hogwarts head boy before becoming a curse breaker for Gringotts. 3 years ago, he was brought back from Egypt to train Harry and his friends. He taught their entire year group too, up until Remus started. He's now assistant ambassador to Harry's father, Barchoke. Fleur's pout would have seen most of the wizards in Hogwarts falling over themselves to put right whatever had caused it. This is not fair. The more I learn about Awry, the more confused I get. Henrika wanted to be sure there were no misunderstandings about the most important thing. You do know he and Hermione will be together for life. We, I mean yes. Hermione as Awry's eart and soul. I do not need to be Vila to see that. I have a little sister starting school next year, watching Awry with the younger students. Ah, I see. Harry counts the Potter scholars as family and will look after them the way an older brother would. This had Henrika chuckling for a moment before she explained what was funny to the younger Vila. When Sirius and I started dating, an 11-year-old Harry asked him what his intentions were toward me, since I'm employed by the Lily Potter Foundation. Sirius said it felt like being questioned by my brother. At 11, he asked his own godfather that question. That's who Harry is. When he regards you as a friend, you have a friend for life. When he counts you as family, then Harry would do anything for you. You can easily tell the people Harry counts as family. They would all do anything for him too. Fleur left with a lot more knowledge, but was still every bit as confused. Was she to write home recommending Hogwarts as a better option for Gabrielle? Her parents would drag her home thinking she was ill or mad. She would be reading the Lady Black's book from cover to cover. The couple of copies of the Dumbledore book would soon make the rounds inside the carriage. Uo, Fleur, and Victor practically being carried into the Great Hall caused a fair bit of alarm, though not from the Hogwarts contingent. Those long legs of Madame Maxime's getting her there ahead of anyone else. What is the meaning of this? What have you done to my student? The four friends let Bill deal with that one. He was supposed to be a diplomat. Absolutely nothing, Madame. Fleur is merely exhausted. We tried to warn her this was something you needed to build up to, but she threw herself right in there. She is a credit to your school. Bill's charm was wasted on a limp. She turned her gaze onto Harry. Are you trying to kill off the other champions before the tournament begins? Is this how you plan to win? Exactly the opposite, Madame Maxim. I offered the other champions access to my training to make the competition more equal. They will just take time to get used to it, and I have already suggested they take whatever break they feel necessary before the first task. Though clearly exhausted, Fleur still tried to defend Harry. It is true, Madame. Arai warned us not to try and keep up. I tried to do so and am now very tired. Victor will agree, without this extra training, we have no chance. Arai is very, very good. Victor wasn't going to agree with anything. He had fallen asleep where Harry and Neville had left him sitting. A few Durmstrang students then carried him out the hall. Thankfully, Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. Olymp then apologized for jumping to the wrong conclusion before escorting an exhausted Fleur back to their carriage. Both champions would spend the rest of their Saturday taking it very easy. Uo, knowing that Crow would be busy training, Dolores chose this time for her trip to Hogsmeade. Her heart was pounding, and with good reason. After placing her report below the same rock she'd chosen weeks ago, Dolores found another letter waiting on her. That this letter would contain more instructions was a safe bet. Dolores was trying to act normal while the note was burning a hole in her pocket. She didn't dare open it until safely back in her Hogwarts room, and rushing straight back to the castle might arouse suspicion. She was going to have to waste some time in Hogsmeade, and anticipating her instructions would make that difficult to do. Dolores, what brings you to the village? This shocked Dolores out of her daydreaming. Albus, should we really be seen together? Nonsense, Dolores. We just happened to meet and are having a polite chat. There is also something I wanted to ask you. Why did you put Harry's name in the goblet? Albus' question had Dolores looking all around to see if anyone had possibly overheard. What, don't talk rubbish. Why would you think I did that? Well, it's really quite a simple deduction, my dear Dolores. It certainly wasn't me or anyone from Durmstrang. Maxime would never do it, and everyone in Hogwarts simply loves the boy. Who does that leave as a suspect? Dolores thought she was being so clever, knowing everyone would instantly blame Dumbledore. She forgot there would be one person who would know Dumbledore definitely didn't put that name in the goblet, the same Albus Dumbledore who was now staring right into her eyes. I just want to know why, Dolores. Why did you put Harry's name in that goblet? Thanks for reading.